to justify fire tracking and removing rust. Designed to be taken up today. Learn more at metamucil.com. And from Schwab, offering the Schwab Teen Investor Account, where teens can gain hands-on investing experience. It's co-owned by parents and teens, so parents can monitor the account while teens learn how to invest. More at schwab.com.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Leila Fadel.
And I'm Martinez. It's been a month since Nolan Wells was found dead on an island just off the Mississippi coast. The 18-year-old and some friends went out for Independence Day. Wells was the only one who did not make it back, and he was the only one who was black. His body was found 2 days later on the island. A criminal investigation has been underway for several weeks. Elise Gregg with Mississippi Public Broadcasting and the Gulf States Newsroom is following this. Elise, where does the investigation stand?
Good morning. So the official investigation itself is still largely under wraps, but no suspects have been arrested in the case. But in the meantime, federal authorities have arrested several people who are not Mississippi residents for allegedly making violent threats on social media and through harassing phone calls towards witnesses. Remember, this case has just ignited a lot of tension and speculation about what happened and why. Reading through the unsealed complaints, it appears like these are all separate incidents. An Illinois man allegedly making death threats to multiple people. An Ohio woman allegedly made similar calls to a George County clerk's office and also called in bomb threats to that office and the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. A California man who has been indicted allegedly made violent threats on social media as a cult. A local judge and the mother of one of Wells' friends.
Now, so none of these arrests are directly related to what may have happened. No one knows. But do we know anything more about the day you went missing?
Yeah, so there is a new report by the United Cajun Navy analyzing video, GPS data, and social media posts of that day. The Cajun Navy is a volunteer emergency response group that helped in the initial search for Wells. The report puts together a lot of photos and information from Horn Island on July 4th, but unfortunately, there is still a lot of missing critical information, like when Wells was definitively last seen and his movements after the boat he came on left around 4:30 that day. Here's the group's Vice President, Brian Trasher.
This is not an investigative report by any means. This is a compilation of data that we received that we put into a format that we hope will be helpful to somebody.
And he adds that this report is not by any means a, quote, smoking gun.
Okay. Now, any idea when we may hear from officials about what they found?
No, not really. I've been checking in with the sheriff and the DA's office, but all they'll say is that they'll reach out when they have updates. We're all in a sort of holding pattern. USA Today did quote a spokesperson for the State Department of Public Safety late last month that the state autopsy is complete, but that's about all we know. Here's Jackson County DA Angel Myers-McIlrath in a video statement from about 2 weeks ago.
Our restraint in communicating facts and evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity of this investigation and the grand jury proceeding.
Now, she's indicated that investigation results will go to a grand jury, but we don't know if they've been shared and when a grand jury would convene.
And you mentioned retention earlier. I mean, how have people been dealing with the lack of updates, lack of information?
There's a lot of frustration. The case itself already has so many missing pieces, and a lot of people feel like there's something that law enforcement could be doing to provide the public with more information. This action is funded by any missing information online. We're not sure how many of them
You're listening to Morning Edition on Vermont Public. It is 6:49. Hope your Friday morning is off to a great start. It'll be some patchy fog today, then partly sunny, very warm and very humid again, with a chance for spotty shower or storms. Highs in the 80s to 90 today. 69 in South Burlington and Rutland, 71 in Brattleboro, Woodstock and North Thetford. It's 67 in Montpelier and Newport, 21 Celsius in Montreal. I hope you can stay with us. In the coming hour, we are going to camp, only it may look a little different than when you and I are campers. As climate change fuels dangerous heat and unhealthy air, the outdoors is becoming more hazardous for kids at older camps. Our colleagues at the New England News Collaborative have research nearly 27 miles. Sure.
Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Schwab. At Schwab, investors get choices ranging from self-directed investing to full-service wealth management all in one place. Learn more at Schwab.com.
They issued a statement saying it disagrees with the ruling and will appeal. And it also says they work hard to keep people safe on these platforms, adding that, quote, we remain confident in our record of protecting teens online and will continue to defend ourselves against claims that misrepresent us.
And this isn't the only lawsuit that Meta is facing. Other states are suing as well.
Yeah, there will be a trial later this month in Oakland, California, and that is part of a multi-state lawsuit. More than 24 states have accused Meta of contributing to a mental health crisis for teens because of addictive features on Instagram and Facebook.
Thanks, Nancy.
You're welcome.
Let's do the numbers. The FTSE in London is up 0.6%. Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ futures are up in the 0.1 to 0.5% range, with the Dow future up 42 points. The 10-year Treasury yield is down at 4.66%.
Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Odoo.com, providing business management software with integrated programs for accounting, manufacturing, and operations. Odoo, all your business on one platform. And by Bitwarden Password Manager, designed to help empower travelers with access to secure logins from any device wherever they are. Available at Bitwarden.com.
The first female American Professional Baseball League in over 70 years kicked off its inaugural season last weekend. The Women's Pro Baseball League, or WPBL, has 4 teams, for now, from Boston, New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. Some of you may remember the story of the last women's league from A League of Their Own, which depicted the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League of the 1940s and 50s. Ahead of Today's San Francisco Firebells Los Angeles Kings matchup, we're joined now by WPBL co-founder and CEO Keith Stein about what it takes to launch a startup league. Good morning, Keith.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. So what about this moment right now, either from a business or market perspective, made it a good time to start this league up?
I think it's mind-boggling that we're only starting a league like this in 2026, talking about America's pastime, America's oldest sport. When we had our tryout last August in Washington, D.C. at the home of the Nationals, Washington Nationals, we had over 600 women who came out at their own expense from 10 different countries. We're privileged to have this opportunity now. About 100 years ago, it was thought that women were not strong enough or athletic enough to play this game. Absolutely no basis for that thinking. So we think this league is really important on so many different levels. But one of the things it's going to do, we think, is it's going to be a catalyst for the creation of a true baseball ecosystem for women to play baseball in this country.
In this first year, you have 4 teams, Boston, New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. They're going to be playing all of their games this season in Springfield, Illinois. Why did you all choose this kind of model instead of one where the games are played in different cities?
We structure our league as a single entity ownership model, as opposed to having individual franchises owned by third parties. And specifically, we wanted to play at one site, a neutral site. There are so many benefits to having all the players in one place, one venue. It creates efficiency. It also reduces wear and tear in this first season for the athletes. You know, travel is really hard. And from a business perspective, it's really expensive too. So we thought this was the strategic move, and we chose Springfield because that part of the country is really the cradle of women's baseball. It's where it all started. And of course, not too far away from us in Illinois, you have Rockford, which is the home of the Peaches, and all of the teams in the original league. So this was something we really studied long and hard, and we quickly came up with the best possible plan.
There's been a lot said about how expensive it is to go see professional sports these days, especially coming out of the World Cup. But with your league, the most expensive tickets are just $52. How did you decide on the pricing strategy?
We want as many fans to have access to our league and our games as possible. We also believe philosophically, it's not always easy for people to afford to go see professional sports. We're proud that they can buy a ticket to our games and go.
Baseball League and co-owner and CEO of the Toronto Maple Leafs of the Canadian Baseball League. Keith, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Our executive producer is Nancy Carvalho. Our digital team includes Antoinette Roth, Emily McKeon, and Jeremy Erkin. Our engineers are Brian Allison, Sam Kinnan, and David Schreck. And in New York, I'm Kimberly Allen, Sports and Marketplace Morning Report. From APM, American Public Media.
You're listening to the Marketplace Morning Report. It's hospital budget season, and that means healthcare leaders are lining up before the powerful Green Mountain Care Board to ask regulators to approve their spending plans. We'll bring the details in our next local newscast. Also coming up in the next hour, NPR's Layla Fado speaks with actor Hannah Waddingham about the 4th season of Ted Lasso, which debuts AFC Richmond's women's soccer team. So I hope you can stay with us. Vermont Public is 107.9 WVPS Burlington, Montreal, 88.7 WRBT Rutland, 94.3 WBTN FM Bennington, 88.5 WVPA St. Johnsville, 89.5 WVPR Windsor, 88.9 WVBA Brattleboro, and on your smart speaker.
allow American and Israeli ships through the Strait of Hormuz, how does a former U.S. ambassador to Iran see Iran's efforts to control the strait? It's Morning Edition from NPR News. The economy added about 160,000 jobs each month this spring. Then in June, it slowed to under 60,000, and inflation rose faster than wages.
And I'm Leila Fadil. We get the latest figures on the job market this morning. Also, the National Park Service finds President Trump's plans for a giant park.
Congress set a limit at 39% of Americans to preserve a range of editorial voices and sensibilities in local TV. NPR's David Hilgenberg reports on non-American advocate station
by President Trump. The vote on limits fell 2-1 along party lines. The lone Democrat on the commission says the vote was illegal, but only Congress can change or erase those limits. But executives at Nexstar hailed the decision. Nexstar owns more TV stations than anyone. Its acquisition of a big rival would let it reach 80% of the nation, but that takeover is on hold as a major antitrust lawsuit plays out. Judith Holkenflik, NPR News.
Patients and medical researchers are calling on prediction market sites to ban betting on clinical trials. NPR's Bobby Allen reports Kalshi and Polymarket say the markets offer valuable information.
Prediction market sites Kalshi and Polymarket are facing a backlash for allowing bettors to wager money on the outcome of clinical trials. Companies say the betting can keep patients ahead of the latest medical breakthroughs, but Joshua Patterson sees it differently. His 12-year-old son is a cancer patient in a clinical trial, and he says betting against the trial's success is effectively trying to make money on his sick child.
One of the things that frustrates me about these platforms is that they're flashy and they're gamified in such a way that you're often kind of distanced from the real cost.
Drug researchers have started an online petition asking that the platforms ban such markets, but the companies claim they could make the opaque drug discovery process more transparent. Bobby Allen, NPR.
This is NPR.
Support for NPR comes from NPR Sisters. Other contributors include Eric and Wendy Schmidt, through the Schmidt Family Foundation, working toward a healthy, resilient, secure world for all. On the web at theschmidt.org. This is NPR.
I'm Jen Jarecki with Vermont Public News. It's hospital budget season. That means healthcare leaders are lining up before the powerful Green Mountain Care Board to ask regulators to approve their spending plans. In total, Vermont hospitals are proposing to spend roughly $4.5 billion next year. Vermont healthcare advocate Mike Fisher will probably tell regulators not to approve all that spending. He argues it will drive up health costs for consumers, which could hurt hospitals in the long run.
At some point, enough people are priced out, and the system doesn't stand anymore. Like the whole thing.
Budget hearings will continue through August and are open to the public. Regulators have until September 15th to make their decisions. Williston voters will weigh in on a library bond for the third time in November. The Williston Observer reports the town select board recently approved adding a question to the general election ballot. It will ask voters to approve a $9 million bond for renovations to the Dorothy Alling Memorial Library. Voters originally approved an almost $14 million bond for the library on town meeting day, but a citizen petition forced a reconsideration vote in May, and voters ended up overturning the decision. Since then, the Williston Library Board of Trustees has worked on scaling back the project and reducing costs in the hope of gaining back voter approval. And a popular Vermont nature preserve is expanding this summer. The Peter A. Crush Nature Preserve in Cambridge features trails that wind through forest and meadows along Dragon Brook. The community plans to double the size of the existing trail network there. Sally Laughlin donated the land for the initial preserve in honor of her late husband. She chairs the committee that now manages it. Laughlin says one of the new trails will take visitors past a 250-year-old birch tree.
And it's just a magnificent symbol to Laughlin land because the town has built around the trail safely behind Route 36. You see it enjoy it without stopping on its roots or down into Manuel.
The town purchased the property from the Gorman family. Laughlin says Cambridge will be recruiting volunteers for trail work in the coming weeks and hopes to open the first new trails this fall. Turning to weather, patches of morning fog giving way to sun, mixing with some clouds. An isolated afternoon shower or thunderstorm expected on account of continued very warm and humid weather. Highs in the 80s to near 90. And you can follow the latest news and weather at vermontpublic.org. We have support from listeners like you, thank you, and Vermont Oral Surgery, specializing in dental implants, oral and facial surgery, and sleep apnea. In Colton, first day of
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Leila Fadil in Washington, D.C.
I'm Martinez in Culver City, California. Now, we know more today about an agreement between Iran and Oman to reopen critical news.
In a few minutes, we'll get analysis of the current agreement from a former U.S. diplomat to Oman. But first, some more context on the evolving conversations about the critical shipping route that goes through the territorial waters of Iran and Oman. Ships have not been able to pass freely since the war began in February, blockaded by Iran and the U.S.
To discuss what this agreement might entail, we're joined now by reporter Samir Hashmi in Dubai. So what new details do we have based on discussions in Iran's parliament?
Well, the Iran state media shared details of the agreement with Oman on Thursday. According to Iran, the deal bans any American or Israeli vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz. It will also fine violators with up to 20% of cargo value. And countries and individuals deemed to have caused damage to Iran would be denied passage through the strait and the Persian Gulf until Iran is compensated for war damages. Iran says it will also be responsible for navigation guidance, monitoring vessel traffic, maritime security, and environmental protection. Iran has also denied reports of a disagreement with Oman on toll charges. The fee, according to the draft shared by Iranian media, would be a combination of many variables. And as Iran said earlier this week, this all remains conditional on Washington ending its blockade of Iranian ports. As of now, Oman has still not commented on any of this.
Okay, what about the reaction of other Gulf countries?
There hasn't been any official response on the draft from other Gulf countries yet, but all of them have been pushing for a de-escalation. Even during the course of the war, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar were attacked by Iran, and none of the oil producers, the Gulf oil producers, have been able to export oil through the Strait of Hormuz, which is also having a severe impact on their economy. So they are keen to have an agreement in place at the earliest that would allow the Strait of Hormuz to be unblocked. And in the past, the Gulf countries have officially rejected Iran's proposal to manage and control the Strait of Hormuz. They've called it a gross violation of international law, and undermining the International Maritime Organization.
Now, in the meantime, though, the Houthi rebels carried out attacks against Saudi Arabia yesterday. Can you share any details on that?
Yes, the attack was carried out inside Saudi Arabia's territory in the southern Najran province on Thursday. It injured 11 civilians, according to the Saudi military. There was no immediate comments from the Houthis, but the Iranian-backed militia has increased attacks against Saudi Arabia in recent weeks, including attacks on Saudi oil vessels in the Red Sea that has disrupted oil supplies from the country. Now, the Houthis and Saudi Arabia, the two were locked in a war for many years that ended in a truce in 2022, but the latest escalation risks unraveling that ceasefire. The Houthis also said that they attacked military camps in central Yemen yesterday, killing dozens of Yemeni government troops, which are backed by Saudi Arabia.
All right, that's Samir Hashmi in Dubai. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
For more on negotiations over the Strait of Hormuz, we turn to Mark Sievers. He served as a U.S. diplomat for more than 30 years, including as U.S. ambassador to Oman from 2016 to 2019. Ambassador, good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning. Great to be on the NPR.
It's so nice to have you. So Oman is not commenting on these talks with Iran. So the only details we know are coming from Iran. Given your expertise, give us your insights into how these talks might be playing out.
It's very interesting because dialogue between Iran and Oman has been going on since the early days of the war, I think going back to March. The first Omani delegation went to Iran to talk about the Strait of Hormuz. It's interesting as well that the Omanis have not commented on the version of the agreement that's being put out in the Iranian media. But what I can say at this point is from everything that I can see, this will not be acceptable to the United States. I don't see how it can be.
Now, what seems interesting is the U.S. seems almost on the sidelines to these negotiations. Would Oman enter negotiations that actually cut the U.S. out entirely?
Well, I'm sure there's a channel for keeping the U.S. informed of the negotiations. Mm-hmm. So, but the actual parties to the talks, as far as I can tell, have been Iran and Oman directly. President Trump has mentioned several times ongoing negotiations with Iran. I don't know how those are taking place. You know, there's a lot of ambiguity about all this. But again, coming back to the substance of it, the United States can't accept at least the version that's been put out in the Iranian media. At least that's my expectation.
Would Oman actually agree to these terms, given that their U.S. ally wouldn't? And that includes the banning of U.S. and Israeli ships passing through the strait until Iran is compensated for war damages, and tolls Iran says that they would charge on other ships allowed through.
Again, we need to hear from the Omanis. I think it would be surprising for them to play this according to the Iranian script entirely. There have been other versions put out by Oman previously, including one calling for using a narrow passage that would be neither in Omani nor Iranian territorial waters. But Iran did not accept that. And of course, periodically, Iran has also attacked Oman, not as intensively as some of the other Gulf states, but they've been struck several times, including in the Musandam Peninsula, which borders the Strait of Hormuz. So it's an interesting process.
How much leverage? I mean, the U.S. seems very eager to get out of this war and also seems unable to get out of this war. I mean, who has the leverage here when it comes to negotiations that would benefit each party? I mean, will Iran come out of this with partial control of the Strait of Hormuz?
I don't know. I think you're correct that the U.S. is looking for a way out, but it seems to me a way out that leaves Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz, or at least a mechanism that acknowledges Iran's ability to impose its views on who passes and who doesn't. is a tremendous setback for the United States. So I just can't see how President Trump could accept that, but who knows? I'm wondering what's coming next.
You know, Oman played the role of mediator before this war began, and came on U.S. television saying a deal is in place, there's a diplomatic deal, and then the U.S. and Israel attacked and this war began. Why are they putting themselves in this position again of mediator when so often these agreements seem to just fall apart?
I do think you're right. The Omanis were in a mediating role earlier on. I think the view in Washington, at least among the administration, is that they effectively disqualified themselves by appearing to side with the Iranians at the very beginning. They've been brought in again, I think, probably because of the practical aspects of the maritime passage being between them and the Iranians, and perhaps the Iranians have more confidence in Oman than they do in the Qataris and the Pakistanis, although I don't really know.
Former U.S. Ambassador to Oman, Mark Sievers, thank you for your time and your insights.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell says he's been discharged from his rehabilitation facility and will continue to recover from home. Here's Kentucky Public Radio's Sylvia Goodman.
In a series of emails, Senator McConnell has provided statements with updates about his health and photos, but these have actually stirred up more speculation and even conspiracy theories about the aging senator's health. In a previous statement, McConnell said that he fell and briefly lost consciousness, landing him in the hospital on June 14th. Then he says he picked up pneumonia during his hospitalization. Now that he's discharged, McConnell said in the most recent statement he will continue an intensive regimen of physical therapy from home. Objections have been severe from McConnell's critics, who say he hasn't been transparent enough with his constituents. Kentucky's Democratic Governor Andy Beshear sent a letter late last month telling him to be straight with Kentuckians or resign. He even criticized McConnell's junior colleague, Senator Rand Paul, for voting to hold Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress for not answering questions during a hearing on COVID-19.
So 85-year-old Anthony Fauci should be held in contempt in jail for not answering questions to Americans. But 84-year-old Mitch McConnell gets a complete and total pass after not showing up to work for 7 weeks. It's a huge double standard. It's entirely partisan.
That was before McConnell's statement, but Beshear has been adamant that McConnell should address his constituents via video or media interview instead of in writing. Adam Hope is the communications director for the Republican Party of Kentucky. He says the 84-year-old senator has been working actively with his staff and will be able to do that even better now that he's recovering from home.
I feel like the senator has been very forthright with the people of Kentucky. You know, he's released multiple statements, photographs, things of that nature that prove that he's still able to maintain his duties.
At the annual Fancy Farm political picnic this past weekend in western Kentucky, an event he usually makes a point of attending, McConnell was noticeably absent. Republican attendees had mixed feelings about McConnell, who doesn't always vote the way President Trump wants him to. Many said they want to make sure Kentuckians are fully represented in the Senate. Some hoped he'd get better in time to pass the torch. McConnell's term ends in early January after a 4-decade-long career, and the race to replace him is well underway. From PR News, I'm Sylvia Goodman in Louisville, Kentucky.
This is NPR News.
You're listening to Morning Edition. This is member-funded Vermont Public. Apple TV's Ted Lasso is back, and the show is pivoting to women's soccer. One of the stars says it's about time.
We've been passively indoctrinated that women are less than, for sure, and it's a story that's long overdue.
More from actor Hannah Waddingham. That's on Season 4 of Ted Lasso, after we bring you today's Eye on the Sky forecast. A bit later this hour, we are headed to camp, but as climate change fuels dangerous heat and unhealthy air, the outdoors is becoming more hazardous for kids at New England camps. We bring you more from our colleagues at the New England News Collaborative. That's coming up at 7:45. With support from Weston Theater Company, presenting the award-winning rock musical Rent, July 22nd through August 16th. Schedule and tickets at westontheater.org.
Good morning. From the Fairbanks Museum in St. Johnsbury, this is the Eye on the Sky forecast. Summertime heat and humidity. Nothing extreme, but the kind that gets us to slow down a bit and seek various forms of relief. Yesterday, a few clusters of showers and storms released highly localized torrents of rain, but today those showers and storms will be few and far between. The Bermuda High off the east coast continues to lift very warm, very humid air into the region, but a weak front swinging around low pressure over Hudson Bay brings some scattered hit-or-miss showers and storms later tonight and Saturday. The forecast, some patchy morning fog, otherwise partly sunny with only an isolated shower or thundershower, very warm and humid, 80s to near 90. Tonight, a few scattered showers and thunderstorms mostly after midnight, mild and muggy, 60s to near 70. Tomorrow, a few morning showers, then breaks of sun, afternoon showers or a thunderstorm in the 80s. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an Eye on the Sky.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Fisher Investments. Fisher is committed to helping clients stay on track to reach their financial goals and enjoy a comfortable retirement. FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. From the estate of Joan B. Kropp, whose bequest serves as an enduring investment in the future of public radio and seeks to help NPR produce programming that meets the highest standards of public service in journalism and cultural expression. And from the Andrew Carnegie Foundation, formerly Carnegie Corporation of New York, working to reduce political polarization through support for education, democracy, and peace. More information at carnegie.org. This is NPR.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm A. Martinez.
And I'm Layla Fawzi. When I sat down with the actor Hannah Waddingham, she was loving life. Her shows Ted Lasso and Ride or Die are dominating on Apple TV and Amazon Prime Video.
Number one, my friend, number one.
It's a moment.
On both platforms. Let's just call it as it is.
It's awesome. Congratulations.
I'd like to think it's all me. It's absolutely not, but I'm going to dine out on it, even if it lasts for one day.
In Ride or Die, she's a bombshell secret assassin who has to go on the run with the bestie. In Ted Lasso, she's Rebecca Welton, an imposing English soccer club owner figuring out who she is post-divorce. She hires an American football coach who knows nothing about soccer. When season 4 begins, Rebecca is in Kansas City asking Ted and back to England.
They want this coach on this team.
Are you trying to sabotage this team now too or something?
No, last time I absolutely entirely thought about that.
Immediately though, Rebecca gets called out for not considering a woman to coach. Are you a feminist?
There's a beautiful scene with Rebecca's mum. She's clearly been indoctrinated from birth by this mother, saying that very much, in a very positive way, replaces that feminine feels that Rebecca doesn't notice that until it's all out.
No, we have been raised with these sort of internalized things.
We've been passively indoctrinated generationally that women are less than, for sure. I was myself.
Yeah, same.
But I suppose the sliding doors of myself and Rebecca Welton are that Rebecca doesn't realise until she's the age she is, whereas I realised probably when I was about 15
You're like, wait a second.
that there was a male dominance in my family and that my mum was also indoctrinated by it, I don't mind saying.
This is a fictional story, but it is playing out a conversation we're having in the real world about the appeal of women's sports. So there are these big questions about, can we make money off a women's team? Is it a drain on the men's team, which we already know is popular? Is this fictional story a story for the real world?
Oh my gosh, is it ever? And it's a story that's long overdue. You know, whenever I've been to see any women's sports in Britain, it's just empty seats.
I mean, I love the fact that in the show, the way the writers have written our new girls, where they are just accepting of it.
Wait, so hold on. Do y'all have to share this room?
Only on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, and every other Saturday.
But on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we get to keep our toiletries overnight.
Oh, okay. So there are showers.
There's one shower. And one toilet. And a urinal, which I actually prefer to use now.
They don't even really notice anymore that they're just in, like, the visitor's room, that the door has a piece of tape over it that says their name on it. And they're just accepting of that because 'twas ever thus.
You also came up in an industry that has very gendered ideas of what women and men should play and what they should play at different times in our lives, right?
Well, you say that, but musical theatre, we're a very happy gaggle all together. The only thing that I found for the first 10, 12 years of my career, my height.
I wondered.
I think they were, like, frightened of casting me because you're like, whoa, hold on.
Because you're 6'2"?
Well, I'm 6'2" in heels. I'm 5'11".
Oh, I'm 5'10".
Are you?
So I know the struggle.
You know, I just got used to it. When I was first setting out, I had a CV or a bio that said 5'10" and one that said 5'11".
Really?
Mm-hmm. Because 5'9" is more palatable and less intimidating than 5'11". And I would kind of stand, like, into my hip and make myself less than.
When did you stop that?
Probably in my mid-20s.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I would say, well, oh dear, I can't be the same size head as everyone else. I'll have to stand apart then.
Yeah.
You know, I've just turned 52.
Mm-hmm.
I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I'm a single mum, and I think it's really important to absolutely, at this age, very much so, live in my power. And if I can change anything, even in terms of, like, casting, that's no small thing.
I read something you said that really struck me as somebody, I'm just turned 45, and you're kind of thinking, am I going to resist the wrinkles and not age like the world tells us we're not allowed anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Or am I going to be who I am? And I read this quote from you that you said, I want full control of my face.
Yep.
Because I'm actually more confident, more settled at 52, so why would I want to make myself look like I'm 30 when I wasn't as happy at 30? And I just wondered why you speak so publicly about it, and if you could say more about that feeling.
For me, let me prefix it with for me.
Yeah.
I'm not here to judge anyone else wanting to do anything. But for me, I am an old school theatre girl, and my face is my tool. I love moving people, whether it's to tears of laughter or making them look inwards about something in their own lives. I need my range of movement to do that. And I love the fact that the etchings on my face are my life, played out as a canvas. Does anybody like the aging process? Not particularly. Do I like looking at photos that we're not allowed to kind of slightly smooth out a bit? No. But, you know, it is what it is. And what's more important to me is being an actor first, and also for my daughter to see that she doesn't need to start sticking things in her face preemptively, as people do now, in her 20s. I can't speak to it and then not do it myself.
Hannah Waddingham, thank you so much for speaking with me, and congratulations on season 4.
Thank you so much.
Episode 1 of Ted Lasso's 4th season is out now on Apple TV, and a note, Apple is a financial supporter of NPR. This is NPR News.
And you're listening on Vermont Headline.
Hi, I'm Jane. Join me for Vermont.
7:30 and news headlines are next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Mack. Another Republican senator is pledging to vote against President Trump's nomination of Todd Blanche as the Attorney General. Like Susan Collins of Maine, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska says she too will vote against Blanche's nomination when it comes before the full Senate. Murkowski says she's concerned the president's anti-weaponization fund would still proceed despite Blanche's order rescinding it. The Department of Veterans Affairs is studying the effects of a GLP-1 drug on alcoholism. NPR's Phil Lawrence says the drug known for reducing food cravings may do the same with alcohol.
The VA has always been a major driver of medical research, and this study will recruit veterans from 18 VA health facilities nationwide. 600 vets with moderate and severe.
May God have a blessing.
To see if GLP-1 injections reduce cravings better than a placebo. These drugs were designed to treat diabetes, but are now widely used for weight loss. Alcohol-related deaths in the U.S. have doubled in the past 20 years. While safe and effective medicine to treat alcohol and drug addiction has been available since the 1980s, NPR has reported that health professionals often do not prescribe them, possibly because of stigma and fear associated with addicts. The VA says more than 400,000 veterans nationwide are diagnosed with alcohol use disorder. For Lawrence, NPR News.
This is NPR News.
And this is Vermont Public News. I'm Jen Jarecki. Drought conditions in Vermont have worsened. The U.S. Drought Monitor released data yesterday indicating that about a quarter of Vermont is currently experiencing abnormally dry conditions. That's a spike from last week when less than 1% of the state was experiencing any form of drought. The most impacted area is northeastern Vermont, with most of Orleans and Essex counties and all of Caledonia County under abnormally dry conditions. A small portion of southern Wyndham County is also impacted. A local development group has won the bidding process for the site of Montpelier's former post office. The federal government owns the building at 87 State Street, which was severely damaged in the 2023 floods. John Copans is executive director of the Foundation for a Resilient Montpelier. He says the empty building has been a sobering reminder of that devastation.
When we look at the path forward for 87 State Street, it's about coming together as a community and controlling our own destiny.
The winning bid was $540,000. The federal government still has to officially accept it. And Copans says it will likely be a few months before the group can get into the building and start repair work. There are no clear plans right now, though the property could potentially be used for some much-needed housing downtown. And a new affordable housing complex is opened in Rutland City. The Maplewood College The complex includes 30 permanently affordable apartments in downtown Rutland, 6 apartments are dedicated to people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Residents will have access to services provided by the Homeless Prevention Center. The nonprofit Cornerstone Housing Partners will also provide services staff with them. Storms, noise, and 80s community. You can follow news and weather on the Vermont Public mobile app. We have support from Green Mountain Academy for lifelong learning, providing workshops, moderated discussions, and educational experiences in person and at greenmtnacademy.org. And Burl's Downtown Kitchenette, serving Southern Diner classics, biscuits and gravy, fried chicken and waffles, and homemade pies and puddings. Located in downtown Burlington.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Procter & Gamble, maker of rollers, containing the dual active formula with the goal of neutralizing acid in seconds for heartburn. Rollers, spells relief. Learn more at rollers.com. From your part-time controller, specializing in nonprofit accounting and committed to supporting nonprofits with financial management services such as budgeting and forecasting. yptc.com/NPR. And from the Doris Duke Foundation. It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Lola Fadil in Washington.
I'm Martinez in Culver City, California. The Labor Department will give us an update on employment later this year. And right now, the jobs market appears to be in kind of a holding pattern. Companies are not cutting jobs. website Glassdoor says economists might look at this job market as stable, but to a lot of workers it just feels stale.
We are increasingly hearing from workers that they are anxious about their job security and they're frustrated by the fact that they're stuck in roles that are
unemployment rate is also very low. Yeah, unemployment in June was just 4.2%, which is very low by historical standards. Every week we look at the number of people who are applying for the first time for unemployment benefits, which indicates how many people are losing jobs, and those numbers have remained quite low and stable. The Challenger Gray Business Firm, which tracks layoff announcements, says those fell to a 2-year low last month. And the Challenger says while companies are cautious about adding workers to their payrolls in the current environment, they're also worried about handing out payrolls. That said, people who do lose a job often need a long time to find a new one. More than a quarter of people who were unemployed in June had been out of work for 6 months or more.
All right, so if the job market is in a holding pattern, what does that mean for people's paychecks?
Well, employers are not having to boost wages as fast these days in order to attract workers. For the 12 months ending in June, wages rose just 3.2%. That's a smaller annual increase than earlier this year. And we know prices are going up faster than that, so workers will buy it. Gas prices are still more than $1 a gallon higher than they were before the war began. You know, we'll break on gas prices in June. I think there's next representative.
Facing criticism and earthquake. Hong could build a across the Thames River to the memorial. The National Park Service says it would obstruct the views of both sites. NPR's Rachel Friesen reports.
The Trump administration has been talking about building an arch in this particular spot since last fall. This monumental arch will beam at 250 feet tall and all of 250 years. That's White House spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt showing designs to reporters back in April. And stand on ground that is currently empty green space in Memorial Circle on Columbia Island, a man-made island in the Potomac River managed by the National Park Service. For many, it's the location that's the problem.
Usually, okay, would be
Exemplary would be art, says Ed Sperry. He leads government relations for the nonprofit National Park Conservation Association.
Right? We're talking about one of the
at 250 feet tall. It's gotten considerable pushback from historic preservation groups, veterans, and a report released by the
Arlington National Cemetery, but the entire National Mall in the landscape of D.C.
There are other places in D.C. where a giant arch would have a smaller footprint, says Greg Wertheiser. His law firm, Cultural Heritage Partners, is involved in several lawsuits against the Trump administration's construction projects. But, he says, location hasn't really been a part of the conversation.
They skipped over real consideration of alternatives and just went to what arguably is the most concentrated collection of important historic sites in the country.
The White House and the Department of the Interior didn't directly answer NPR's questions about whether alternate locations were explored. But the administration is defending Memorial Circle as a fitting place for the arch and celebrating the idea that it would be visible from other historic sites.
It's as if the president is saying, only if I jam my arch between Arlington Cemetery and Lincoln Memorial and make it
One person should be chosen as senator. David Maloney, BC's State Affairs Federation Officer. In his email to our service, Maloney suggested the arch could be built in N of Ottawa, a less developed part of BC. He said an arch there would, quote, enhance the city's monumental landscape.
Not only did some of the folks who are opponents now not be opponents, but I think they would be supportive.
Sterling says conversations about new monuments in BC typically start with the question of where to put them. Very quickly and with little input from outside experts. It only started after a federal panel had already approved the arch's design in May.
It just continues to move forward. It feels like more of a box checking than an actual legitimate process.
And he worries that will be the norm going forward. A federal panel passed between allies voted last month to rebuild the Quebec state. Those changes, if enacted, would make it easier for the federal government to build near historic sites, with implications for the arts and other places. Jacob Friedman, NPR News.
This is NPR News.
It's 7:42 on a Friday. Happy Friday if you are celebrating today. And just happy day if you are not. I'm Jen Jarecki. You're listening to Morning Edition. Coming up, a story from our colleagues at the New England News Connecticut. As climate change fuels dangerous heat and unhealthy air, the outdoors is becoming more hazardous for kids at New England. The story is on the way, following today's forecast. We're supported by listeners like you and Subaru of New England. Designed to build a good Vermont with all your retailer business at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And Union Bank of Vermont and New Hampshire, a Vermont institution since 1891. Details on opening an account online at ublocal.com.
From the Fairbanks Museum in St. Johnsbury, this is the Eye on the Sky Farm and Garden Forecast. The sun climbing above the horizon this morning at 5:44 and setting in the west at 8:07 this evening. Most of the day, 14 hours and 23 minutes. Some patches of morning fog will give way to sun, mixing with clouds. Just an isolated shower or thunder shower this afternoon. Most of us will stay dry, although dry is a relative term. It will be very humid out there, 80s to near 90. The isolated showers and storms today will only cover 20% of the area, but going into later tonight and tomorrow, there'll be some scattered showers and thunderstorms, more numerous in the north, covering 50% of the south, 70% of the north, with amounts near a quarter of an inch, but higher near any thunderstorms. Sunday, just a slight chance of a shower or thunder shower in the afternoon, and then it looks like dry weather Sunday night into Monday morning before another chance of showers by late Monday. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an eye on the sky.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Ooma, now offering My Phone, a modern home phone service for families who want a screen-free experience with parental controls like Trusted Circle and Quiet Hours. More at myphone.com. From FJC, a foundation of donor-advised funds, working to maximize the impact of charitable giving and to create customized philanthropic solutions. Learn more at fjc.org. And from the Public Welfare Foundation.
Good morning. You're listening to Morning Edition on Vermont Public. I'm Jen Jarecki. It's 7:45. Summer camp is about embracing the outdoors, even when that means getting soaked in the downpour or sweating through a hike. But as climate change fuels dangerous heat and unhealthy air, the outdoors is becoming more hazardous for kids at New England camps. WBUR's Emily Piper Valillo brings us this story from Massachusetts.
Dozens of kids splash in a pond tucked among trees. It's one of 3 ponds at Hale Education, which runs a summer camp in Westwood with miles of trails to explore.
I saw fish!
Campers dunk their heads and splash one another until a counselor's voice cuts through.
All right, everybody on the wall!
Kids swim to opposite docks and huddle, bobbing in the water as they call out team names.
On my left, Captain Logan Axolotl. Can I hear your battle cry?
All in all, it's a pretty typical day at camp. Except for one thing.
You see that, like, the sun's a little bit different?
That's Isla Coker. She's 7. What she's describing is the sun turned into a glowing red orb by a blanket of smoke from Canadian wildfires. 6-year-old Henry Lamolt puts it a little differently.
The animals at Canada Rainforest had a barbecue and they forgot to turn off the gas and the fire spread and almost burned down the entire forest.
These kids aren't fazed, but it's a reminder that summers are changing.
It's hot out. It's been a warm summer already.
Aaron Morehouse is Hale's executive director.
What we can say is that this year, last year, the year before, they are different. Like, the science shows us that. We know that we're facing the hottest days that we've ever faced.
Camps like Hale are all about teaching kids how to navigate the outdoors. Rain doesn't stop camp. It becomes part of the adventure. But climate change brings a whole host of challenges. More frequent extreme heat and powerful storms. Algae blooms that make it unsafe to swim. More and more, Massachusetts summers are bringing weather that forces camps to change how they operate.
Every night I have to monitor what the weather is going to look like for the next day.
Emily McDonald heads up camp at the Common School in Amherst.
If it goes to 100, we don't go outside. And that stinks because lots of the camp is outside.
This summer's 4th of July heat wave upended camp routines across the state. The temperature soared to 100 degrees, and camps moved children indoors. One turned on a live stream of owls, some closed altogether. At Everwood Day Camp in Sharon, Director Jamie Pickles canceled the afternoon buses.
Kids sort of sitting in a hot bus with no air conditioning, particularly in potential 4th of July traffic, was just a no-go for us.
Roughly 75 kids stayed home that day.
There's a lot of people that come to Everwood who are dependent on travel. So when they can't get here by bus, then it affects their childcare, it affects their kids' experience, and people really have to reshuffle.
Children are especially vulnerable to extreme heat and poor air quality, and kids with asthma face even greater risks. Keeping everybody safe now means limiting some outdoor adventures that have always been a part of camp.
Some of the fun of outdoor camp is that you get to take risks.
Catherine Robb's 6-year-old attends camp at Hale. She remembers her childhood summers outside and the thrill of a rare thunderstorm. Some of those same carefree experiences now require a different level of caution.
If that's thunderstorms that are happening all the time and it's actually not just a thunderstorm, but it's a really extreme weather event, then that can get really dangerous, and as we saw in Texas last year, deadly.
Camps are redesigning their campuses for a hotter peak, with plans to add indoor space and expand shade cover. They're flipping schedules, moving the highest energy activities early in the day when it's still cool. They're even canceling Hale has adopted a look-out-for-each-other approach. On really hot days, campers stop what they're doing and make sure their buddies are okay. They've also rolled out mandatory water breaks every 15 minutes and added industrial nuisance events. What's driving Executive Director Aaron Morehouse to make these changes is his belief that camp is more important now than ever. Camp teaches children how to work together, how to be adaptable and resilient. And that's what they need to do in a changing world.
So that's another reason why we can't lose summer camp.
If I hold this, can you press the button?
The day is winding down, and campers crowd around to fill their water bottles one more time before heading home. One camper promises to take him on tomorrow. Another to keep on board and get through. As the bus the adults warm up in the weather, so the kids can just be kids. For the New England News Today, I'm Emily Piper.
You're listening to Morning Edition. This is Vermont Public. And you can find us running on human-caused climate change in our Spring for Climate and Environment reporter at public.org. We're supported by Beacon Regenerative Health in South Burlington, providing regenerative therapies designed to treat chronic pain and improve function. BeaconRegenerativeHealth.com. And Cambridge Arts Council hosting the Jefferson Art Jam with a sidewalk art festival, gallery shows, food vendors, and live music. August 8th, CambridgeArtsUT.org. Stay with us. Local news is coming up at 9 o'clock.
This morning edition from NPR News. I'm Leila Fadden.
The standards are written into a 133-page guide that advocates say helps maintain quality across states, while critics like the company stations see them as a burden. This proposal repeats rules about how many toddlers one teacher can safely handle, or whether your Head Start teacher needs to pass a background check, up to the discretion of states. It would also encourage more parent input about curriculum.
Yeah, the administration thinks that losing these regulations could save more than $2 billion and says that money could go back into the program, but what do Head Start supporters say?
You know, they're a bit confused. We've been hearing for months that the government wanted to gut Head Start, so when advocates first saw the changes, many were relieved that it wasn't eliminating the program entirely, like the conservative blueprint Project 2025 calls for. Instead, it's much murkier. The proposal aims to cut down on bureaucracy and reduce, for instance, the amount of money programs can spend on administrative work. The government hopes those savings would open 200,000 more spots for kids in the program. Tommy Sheridan is the deputy director at the National Head Start Association, a nonpartisan group that advocates for the program, and he says he still needs to run the numbers.
I think we would all like to see an additional $2 billion in Head Start, frankly, even more than that.
Even if there are savings, it could result in a significant difference in quality between zip codes.
It requires a lot of discussions, a lot of thought, a lot of making sure we're thinking through what could be the unanticipated, unintended consequences, and really making sure that we can respond accordingly.
So what else?
So the proposal is very long. It's about 200 pages, and there are definitely some surprises. There are new guidelines about nutrition and a new mandate that says for every 3.5 hours of instruction, kids have to have 30 minutes of physical activity. In a proposal focused on removing regulations, this move on clean is a surprise. Another, possibly more consequential line, instructs Head Start centers to minimize multilingual services and redirect those resources towards, quote, English language education and assimilation, end quote. This goes against the current model meant to bring in families. Many of them are bilingual and help them access services. That partnership concerns a lot of advocates. Of course, the final rules is very different from what we have right now, based on public comments or talks with stakeholders, or they might not. Either way, we won't know for sure for at least a few months.
It's NPR support. Thanks a lot.
President Trump's Gaza peace plan appears to be stalling a week after he announced Hamas agreed to disarm. Israel says it won't start leaving Gaza until after Hamas gives up its weapons. A Palestinian technocratic government is supposed to take over and help with that disarmament, but it's slow going. NPR's Michelle Kellerman reports.
When President Trump launched what he's calling his Board of Peace in February, he said it would be, quote, very successful in Gaza.
We're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt.
The Bulgarian diplomat Trump put in charge of this effort, Nikolai Mladenov, talked about training Palestinian police to support the technocratic Palestinian Governing Committee. But members of the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza have not yet moved into the Strip, and they haven't started training those police officers who would be the ones to disarm Hamas. Dan Rotem is an analyst with the Israel Policy Forum who says the disarmament process has to be Palestinian-run to be credible.
It's Palestinian police that would need to lead the decommissioning process on the ground. That police force, new police force, is not ready yet. It's not even started to train in Egypt or in Jordan. That process will take many weeks, if not months.
In the meantime, there's a lot of confusion about the breakthrough President Trump announced last week. Hamas agreed to a new roadmap that would see Israel pull back as Hamas disarms. Israel rejected that sequencing, saying Hamas needs to disarm before it pulls back. And the Board of Peace clarified that it has a, quote, common understanding with Israel about the ultimate objectives. Rotem says this all started well when Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner and real estate developer Steve Witkoff first negotiated a ceasefire in October 2025, and Hamas released all of the hostages they held for over 2 years.
I don't say this as criticism, but the people who drive here are not traditional diplomats. These guys are businessmen, and they want to see progress done hard and fast.
As does President Trump.
It's very clear that he likes to announce frameworks and declare achievements, and now it's up to the people underneath him to turn this into a reality.
Take, for instance, the International Stabilization Force for Gaza. Indonesia initially promised thousands of troops, but put that offer on hold as Israel continued its airstrikes targeting Hamas. Morocco has since agreed to send 400 to 500 troops, and the Board of Peace says they are starting to build housing for them in Israeli-controlled parts of Gaza. Troops are also expected from Kosovo and Uganda. So far, the numbers are mostly symbolic, says Lucy Kurtzer-Ellenbogen of the Middle East Institute.
There is a long road ahead of logistical challenges, of training that needs to be done, and vetting that needs to be done of those who would be deployed. But we are certainly not looking at immediate action, even the best-case diplomatic scenario.
And Israel is gearing up for elections, the first since the October 7th attack. Kurtzer-Ellenbogen says Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is facing a lot of pressure from his right flank not to agree to anything that requires an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. While Arab states accuse Israel of dragging its feet, the Trump administration has so far been reluctant to publicly Michelle Kellerman, NPR News, the State Department.
This is Morning Edition by NPR News. I'm Lena Falk.
I'm Jen Jarecki. It's good to have your company for Morning Edition here on Vermont Public, 1 minute before 8 o'clock. Governor Scott has created a special task force to study how the state can best respond to the rise in artificial intelligence programs. Layla Fadel asks legal scholar Ken Whaley about the ramifications of President Trump's newest executive orders targeting birthright citizenship. Those stories and a whole lot more news ahead in the coming hour. Vermont Public has support from corporate circle members, including the Autosaver Group, home to car dealerships in Vermont and western New Hampshire, and Haystack Needle, a strategic creative agency born in Vermont. We are 94.3 WBTN FM Bennington, 88.5 WVPA St. Johnsbury, 88.9 WVPA Brattleboro, 89.5 WVPR Windsor, 107.9 WVPS Burlington, Montreal, 88.7 WRBT Rutland, and on your smart speaker.
Good morning. The Supreme Court rejected President Trump's attempts to restrict which children become U.S. citizens at birth. Trump has a new plan to limit birthright citizenship. How is it different? It's Morning Edition from NPR News. Trump is under pressure to get out of the war with Iran, which has dragged on much longer than his initial estimates. I'm Leila Fadel.
And Ami Martinez. We'll hear from a former Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction about the lessons from that war. Also, federal regulators lifted restrictions on how many TV stations one company can own. And in StoryCorps, how ice cream made one man as popular as Babe Ruth and Ted Williams in his Massachusetts hometown. It's Friday, August 7th. On this day in 2007, Barry Bonds broke Hank Aaron's Major League Baseball career home runs record. News is next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Windsor Johnston. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski says she'll oppose Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General, further narrowing his path to confirmation. Murkowski says she remains concerned the Trump administration could move ahead with a proposed fund to compensate January 6 rioters, despite Blanche's pledge to shelve it. With Senator Susan Collins also opposed and Mitch McConnell absent from Senate sessions, Blanche can afford to lose only 2 Republican votes if all Democrats vote against his nomination. Senator Bill Cassidy has not said how he will vote. The Senate committee advanced Blanche's nomination earlier this week. The leaders of Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan are expected to sign a joint defense agreement today. That's according to a statement published by the Turkish President's office. NPR's Hadil Al-Shalchi reports from Istanbul.
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif are in the Saudi city of Mecca to sign a trilateral defense agreement, according to the Turkish presidency and the Pakistani Foreign Ministry. Details of the agreement were not immediately released, but the Pakistani Foreign Ministry said that it was intended to, quote, strengthen collective deterrence against any act of aggression. This deal comes as tensions in the Middle East rise, with fears of a widening war between the United States and Iran. The agreement would combine the strengths of Saudi Arabia as an oil-rich country, Pakistan, a nuclear power, and Turkey, which has NATO's second-largest military and a growing defense industry. Hadil Al-Shalchi, NPR News, Istanbul.
Senator Marsha Blackburn has won the Republican primary in Tennessee's race for governor. Blackburn beat fellow Washington Republican U.S. Representative John Rose for the nomination. Mariana Bacayao from member station WPLN reports.
If elected, Blackburn would continue a streak of firsts, going from Tennessee's first female U.S. Senator to its first female governor. She was an early frontrunner in the race, leading in the polls even before she announced her candidacy. Her campaign got some flack in the last stretch of the race as she refused to debate her GOP opponents and kept to regimented town halls. She now faces Memphis Democrat Jerry Green in the general election, where she's poised to succeed in a state that hasn't elected a Democrat to a statewide office since 2006. At 74 years old, she would also make history as the state's oldest governor. For NPR News, I'm Mariana Bacayao in Nashville.
The Labor Department is scheduled to release its jobs report for July this morning. Economists expect hiring to have picked up modestly after employers added just 57,000 jobs in June. The unemployment rate is expected to remain at 4.2%. This is NPR News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include EBSCO, committed to providing perpetual access to print and digital books for libraries and the communities they serve. Learn more at ebsco.com. And the listeners who support this NPR station.
I'm Jen Jarecki with Vermont Public News. Governor Phil Scott has created a special task force to study how the state can best respond to the knowledge and artificial intelligence programs. He spoke on the DC press conference. Scott says the task force will explore ways AI can make government and businesses more efficient. They would also provide oversight of new programs. Scott says there are 3 basic questions he wants the task force to address. How will AI
most important, what can we do to make sure that rural Vermont isn't left behind?
The task force is scheduled to release its first major report next January. A Vermont electric aircraft company has announced plans to significantly expand its financing contract with the federal government. Beta Technologies has secured roughly $830 million in additional financing from the Export-Import Bank of the U.S.
though that contract still has to be finalized. This would expand the aircraft manufacturer's existing $170 million contract that helped it build a production facility in South Burlington. Beta says this new money will help support its next phase of manufacturing growth in the U.S. This includes plans to expand in-house manufacturing and create more jobs. And downtown Rutland will once again turn into a street party this evening for the latest edition of its summer series, Friday Night Live. As Vermont Public's Nina Keck reports, the events aim to do more than entertain.
Cal Vicente with the Downtown Rutland Partnership says there's always plenty of music, outdoor dining, and sidewalk sales at Friday Night Live, but he says community groups and
there's Rutland County Head Start. There's the Vermont Department of Labor. They're able to be there, see the families, see people walking by, and share important information.
The 6-week series runs for 2 more Fridays, with events running from 5 to 10 p.m. Nina Keck, Vermont Public.
We'll have some patches of morning fog giving way to sun, mixing with clouds, an isolated afternoon shower or thunderstorm, and continued warmth and humidity with highs in the 80s to near 90. For tonight, some periods of clouds with scattered showers or thunderstorms, mostly near or after midnight. A few patches of fog tonight as well. It will be mild and muggy, lows in the 60s to near 70. And you can follow news and weather at vermontpublic.org. We have support from Champlain Area Trails, offering hiking trails suitable for all ages in New York's Champlain Valley. Learn more at champlainareatrails.com.
The Supreme Court rejected Trump's previous attempt. It ruled the Constitution guarantees, it reaffirmed this actually, the Constitution guarantees automatic birthright citizenship to virtually all children born in the U.S. Trump's focus now is more narrow than last time.
NPR's Juliana Kim is covering the 2 executive orders President Trump signed on Thursday. Juliana, what did they say?
The first order looks to restrict who's eligible for birthright citizenship. That includes babies born to members of foreign terrorist groups or employees of foreign governments, such as embassy or consulate staff who are foreign nationals. The second order says the administration will work to deny visas to people who it thinks are coming to the U.S. to engage in birth tourism. This is an issue that Trump has raised for years. The term refers to when pregnant foreigners visit the U.S. in order to give birth so that their newborn can obtain American citizenship. Senior White House advisor Stephen Miller was at the Oval Office when the executive orders were announced, and he called the crackdown on birth tourism one of the most important actions that Trump has taken when it comes to immigration.
Because it ends what has been one of the gravest and most egregious abuses of the American system and American citizenship. Sake.
Juliana, you've reported on birth tourism. Tell us how big of an issue is this?
You know, over the years, there have been some crackdowns on covert lucrative businesses and coaching travelers on how to conceal their pregnancies from immigration authorities. But, you know, set these scandals aside, the actual scale of birth tourism is unclear. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention estimates that in 2024, fewer than 10,000 babies were born in the U.S. to foreign residents. Meanwhile, the Center for Immigration Studies is a group that supports restricting immigration, and by their estimate, temporary visitors gave birth to about 70,000 babies in 2023. Both estimates suggest that tourist births make up a small fraction of the 3.6 million babies born in the U.S. every year. And it's why immigration advocates argue that the issue of birth tourism is being blown out of proportion.
How likely is it the executive order restricting birthright citizenship takes effect?
Trump tried to restrict birthright citizenship last year through an executive order. That one targeted babies born to parents in the U.S. illegally or on temporary visas. The order was quickly challenged in the courts, and this June, the nation's highest court struck it down, reaffirming that birthright citizenship is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. And it's why some legal experts expect Thursday's executive order to also face legal challenges. I asked David Beard about this. He's an immigration policy analyst with the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank.
This is a situation where you would hope that the Supreme Court would step in very quickly to enforce its prior decision.
I'll add the White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment about this.
All right, that's NPR's Juliana Kim. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For more about the legal protections for birthright citizenship and what these executive orders actually do, we've called up Kim Whaley. She's a constitutional scholar and professor of law at the University of Baltimore. Kim, welcome back to the program.
Great to be with you.
I want to start by playing you something White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller said in the Oval Office yesterday after President Trump signed the orders.
The 14th Amendment was passed exclusively in the aftermath of the Civil War so to ensure that the children of slaves would be citizens. It had no other meaning and purpose outside of that. And that's been clear, obviously, since the day that it was passed.
Kim, is that true?
Well, this is an argument that was raised by the Solicitor General Don Sauer in detail before the Supreme Court, and it was rejected. So Stephen Miller is not a Supreme Court justice. This is an argument that should have been put to rest after the Supreme Court's decision in Trump versus Barbara.
Now, the Supreme Court, as you mentioned, ruled on birthright citizenship in June, reaffirming this is a right guaranteed by the Constitution. These executive orders, do they violate that court ruling?
On their face, yes, they do. This is a challenge to the authority of the Supreme Court, frankly. The court said, listen, this is about if you're born on U.S. soil, and it was affirmed in 1898 by the Supreme Court. The 14th Amendment says, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, meaning that if you are subject to the jurisdiction of, a foreign country because you're an ambassador and you have diplomatic immunity, for example, that doesn't fall within the plain language of the 14th Amendment, but saying now that, well, if you're born here pursuant to one of these birth tourism concepts, then that's an exception. That falls clearly outside the scope of what the Supreme Court in a 5-4 decision ruled this term.
As you point out, there are narrow exemptions for birthright citizenship, being born to a foreign diplomat. Does the president have the power to expand them, as he seems to be claiming he's doing with these executive orders?
That's a clear no as well. The court made clear there's no power by a president in an executive order to amend the Constitution. Justice Kavanaugh, in a concurring opinion, suggested that Congress might be able to make more exceptions, but he didn't get a majority. So that's not even the law. This is a case that really, frankly, I don't think should have gone to the Supreme Court to begin with. The justices in the majority claim to be textualists. The Constitution says all people. All means all. It's not a hard case. And Donald Trump is again trying to outmaneuver the Constitution and established Supreme Court precedent. And it's a challenge for this court that they've created a situation where he thinks it's okay to just, tinker with the rule of law.
Well, will there be an impact from these executive actions?
There's already a regulation in place since 2020 that allows customs officials to basically deny visa entry for people on the suspicion that someone's here just to have a baby. That creates what's called a rebuttable presumption that then puts the obligation on the person to prove they're here for some other reason. So functionally, it's hard to see how this does anything other than create kind of a propaganda message and get people talking about whether it's legal or illegal.
Just about messaging rather than actual impact.
This isn't one of the areas where it's even gray or unclear. He's done this with the law he finds them.
Merci de votre précieuse
collaboration. This is something that's really established since the 14th Amendment, again in Washington, 1898 now. small vote planning court if we got to design any legitimacy around this. This is clearly unconstitutional, and I expect lower courts to, immediately, if given the opportunity, and with a plaintiff withstanding, immediately to declare them unconstitutional.
So if these executive orders, as you say, are unconstitutional, what will be the grounds for challenging them for the court?
You just walk into court and say it violates, the 14th Amendment as interpreted by the Supreme Court now multiple times. The Constitution's the boss of everyone, including the President of the United States. This president challenges that, and unfortunately, too many people on the court have entertained that proposition, and it needs to be put to rest. He is not a king. He is subject to the rule of law, like everyone else in the nation.
That's Kim Whaley, professor of law at the University of Baltimore. Thank you, Kim.
Great to be with you.
The U.S. military is reorganizing its forces in the Western Hemisphere. They've ended Operation Southern Spear, which was responsible for strikes on alleged drug boats, and folded it into a new joint task force. Here's NPR's Ader Peralta.
The latest move came this week when U.S. Southern Command announced the Joint Task Force Western Hemisphere. A video introducing the news showed troops rappelling from helicopters and patrolling a jungle. Southcom Commander General Francis L. Donovan says the task force will put, quote, total systemic friction on drug networks.
We will apply total systemic friction, put pressure on the networks.
In practice, this means a unified command for many of the military's different divisions, and easier coordination with partner militaries. Last year in December, the U.S. Army did something similar, collapsing several headquarters into the Western Hemisphere Command, led by a 4-star general. Explaining the shift, Major Joshua Delaney said it was in response to an environment that has reached a, quote, complexity and urgency not seen since the Cold War. You have China building strategic infrastructure from Peru to Argentina, he said, and you have Russian presence in Nicaragua and Cuba. Of course, these moves also come as the United States has stepped up military action in the region. Strikes against alleged drug boats have left more than 200 people dead since they started in September. And in January, U.S. forces swooped into Venezuela to depose President Nicolás Maduro. Both actions raised questions about their legality. Mark Kansian, a retired Marine colonel who now works at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, says these moves show the military is aligning with the Trump administration, which has said that the Americas are a priority. But, he says,
I was alive during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and this is nothing like the Cuban Missile Crisis. So, we're not even close to that level of threat.
At the time, the Soviets had placed nuclear missiles in Cuba, which itself had built a formidable military. Today, argues Kansian, the U.S. is in full control of the Americas.
There is no military competitor in the hemisphere.
He sees all of these moves as organizational, not as a message towards some urgent military action in Cuba and Nicaragua or any other country in America.
This is NPR News.
It's 8:19 on a Friday, and that means StoryCorps is on the way. We have an especially StoryCorps for you today. Before we listen to that, federal regulators voted to lift the cap meant to preserve competition among local TV stations. FCC Chairman Brendan Carr says the move will help local news survive, but not everyone agrees. And on that story, from NPR's David Folkenford on the way. We'll also bring you local news at 8:31. With support from Fairbanks Museum, whose Autosaver Group Build It Lab offers unstructured creative play for kids of all ages. Open now, fairbanksmuseum.org. And the Autosaver Group's 4 GMC stores offering electric trucks like the Sierra EV Denali with 400 miles of range and hands-free Super Cruise features.
Good morning. From the Fairbanks Museum in St. Johnsbury, this is the Eye on the Sky forecast. Summertime heat and humidity. Nothing extreme, but the kind that gets us to slow down a bit and seek various forms of relief. Yesterday, a few clusters of showers and storms released highly localized torrents of rain, but today those showers and storms will be few and far between. The Bermuda high off the east coast continues to lift very warm, very humid air into the region, but a weak front swinging around low pressure over Hudson Bay brings some scattered hit-or-miss showers and storms later tonight and Saturday. The forecast, some patchy morning fog, otherwise partly sunny with only an isolated shower or thundershower, very warm and humid, 80s to near 90s. Tonight, a few scattered showers and thunderstorms mostly after midnight, mild and muggy, 60s to near 70. Tomorrow, a few morning showers and breaks of sun, afternoon showers or a thunderstorm in the 80s. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an eye on the sky.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Schwab, where investors have a range of choices to pursue investing goals, from self-directed investing to full-service wealth management, all in one place. More at schwab.com. From the estate of Joan B. Clark, whose bequest serves as an enduring investment in future public radio and seeks to help NPR produce programming that meets the highest standards of public service in journalism and cultural expression. From Odoo, an all-in-one business management software platform for small or large businesses with the goal of being flexible and scalable. Learn more at Odoo. And from the Public Welfare Foundation.
It's Morning Edition.
And I'm Leila Fadil. Major local TV companies say they have to get bigger to compete in an age of endless digital competition. Now the Federal Communications Commission agrees. On Thursday, the agency scrapped limits on how much of the country any one company can reach through the local TV stations it owns. That gives the head of the FCC a lot of discretion at a time critics say he's acting as a partisan in support of President Trump. NPR's David Folkenflik reports.
Several decades ago, Congress passed a law restricting any owner of local TV stations from reaching more than 39% of Americans through those stations. The idea was to make sure no corporate owner could dominate the news or entertainment choices that determined what you saw on your local TV station and what news got delivered. Perry Souk is the chairman of Nexstar, which owns more TV stations in the U.S. than any other company. He told investors he was pretty happy about yesterday's turn of events.
I would say first, as it relates to the elimination of the cap, which I believe that vote has occurred while we were speaking this morning, so I think it will remove a certain level of uncertainty in future M&A.
M&A meaning mergers and acquisitions. Nexstar is in federal court right now defending itself in a lawsuit filed by a bunch of states over its deal to buy a big rival. The deal would allow it to reach 80% of the country. FCC Chairman Brendan Carr indicated yesterday he thinks that's fine.
Increased scale could enable broadcasters to attract the capital and advertising revenue needed to sustain and produce trusted, community-focused news and programs.
Carr pointed to the decline of local newspapers with huge job losses and even closures. But he also made the case that he wanted to strengthen local TV companies against major national networks.
If we move into a world, and I think some broadcasters are, where they're just becoming nothing more than undifferentiated pass-throughs for national programming produced in Hollywood and New York, I think that's only accelerating the decline and sort of increasing some of the secular headwinds that they're facing.
At Trump's urging, Carr has initiated investigations of nearly every major broadcast network in the country. And Carr's critics argue he's building up local TV giants as a bludgeon against them. Ana Gomez acknowledges the financial pressures facing all broadcast television, including local TV, but she says removing limits on ownership is the wrong remedy. And it's being done, she says, for the wrong reasons.
Eliminating the cap does not free local broadcasters from that strain. It just changes who is doing the squeezing.
Gomez is the lone Democratic commissioner on the FCC. She was outvoted 2-1 yesterday. Gomez says the change means that a small number of huge local TV companies will dictate what airs.
The commission's rationale for its action today is that it balances, or it wants to balance the power between local broadcasters and networks. In doing so, it is putting its thumb on the scale in favor of content that this administration likes and against content that it dislikes.
Trump has sharply criticized ABC. Carr launched an investigation into the network and its parent, Disney. And last fall, Carr called for late-night host Jimmy Kimmel to be pulled from the air. Within hours, Nexstar, which owns a bunch of ABC affiliates, did the same. Disney suspended Kimmel and then put him back on after a backlash from viewers. Gomez argues the FCC's decision yesterday harms two local voices by giving more power to those big companies.
The local newsroom used to decide what we got to watch. Now that decision increasingly runs through whether it pleases the White House, and without a consumer protection measure like the national ownership cap in place, it will only get worse.
One more wrinkle, Congress established that limit. Carr says the FCC has the authority to end it. Pretty much everyone expects that question to be decided in court. David Folkenfoot, NPR News.
Time now for Story Corps. For decades, on hot days in Peabody, Massachusetts, you can hear the siren call of Alan Gann's ice cream truck playing Yankee Doodle Dandy. Alan served ice cream for generations. He actually holds the world record for longest career as an ice cream distributor. He came to Story Corps with his wife Rosalind to talk about how he got started on his father's ice cream truck more than 70 years ago.
I started riding with him when I was 10 years old, and those days ice cream was a nickel and a dime, and the ice cream trucks were just pickup trucks, and they had chests built on the back, kept cold by dry ice. My father became known as the Jolly Man, and I was Jolly Jr. I got my license 3 days after I was 16. My father says, "Here, go on out, son," and I went out for business.
I remember hearing the truck come, getting all excited.
You used to come over to the ice cream truck with friends. They'd all buy ice cream. I would kibitz for a few minutes, and then I'd have to move on. I had to be out selling ice cream because you have to make hay while the sun shines. But it was in the cards for us to end up together.
Well, you were really, really cute with hair.
Well, thank you. You were 19 when we got married, remember, and I was 23. And I wanted to get my own truck.
Remember, I said, you know what? Why don't you give me a lesson? Maybe I can help out here. And I did for a lot of years.
You made me what I am today, you know, broke. After 71 years of selling ice cream, they know I'm coming. Like Pablo's theory, you ring the bell, they expect me. One day I was out selling ice cream, and somebody come running up, stopped me with a couple of little kids, and he was pointing to all the pictures on the ice cream truck. And he says, "I used to get these screwballs off the Jolly Man." I says, "See that picture over there?" He looked up, and he saw a picture of my father in the truck. So it's history, and here I am.
Ice cream is the great American pastime. It certainly made a big difference in our life.
Yeah, you're right. And I don't want to sound big-headed, but ice cream has given me a name like a Ted Williams or a Babe Ruth or Larry Bird. I have the same recognition here in Peabody. I can't go anywhere without being recognized. I'm known. I don't know what else to tell you. It's been a great ride. And the scoop is, I love the business.
That was Alan Gans, now in his 80s and retired from the ice cream business, with his wife Rosalind Gans in Peabody, Massachusetts. This conversation is archived at the Library of Congress.
Major support for StoryCorps comes from Subaru. As part of the Subaru Loves Learning initiative, Subaru and its retailers are partnering with adoptaclassroom.org to provide funding to high-needs schools in local communities. Subaru, more than a car company.
This is NPR News.
And you're listening on Vermont.
Summertime is the right time to support Vermont Public.
When you make a gift by August 31st, you'll be entered in our summer raffle.
Not only will you be powering Vermont Public's programming, but you'll also have a chance at a private sailing lesson with Lake Champlain Community Sailing Center.
Gift cards to Hen of the Wood, Pet Food Warehouse, or Prohibition Pig.
For the grand prize, a trip for two to Costa Rica with Road Scholar.
Add some sizzle to your summer and help keep Vermont Public strong through all seasons.
Prizes and contest rules at vermontpublic.org/raffle.
We have additional support this morning from Burlington Furniture, providing contemporary furniture, interior design services, and lighting. Located at 747 Pine Street, burlingtonfurniture.us. And the Hall Art Foundation, a museum of contemporary art in Reading, presenting works by Peter Uklansky, now through November. hallartfoundation.org.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Dave Mattingly. Todd Blanchard's nomination to be Attorney General is under growing political pressure. another Republican senator who someone asked me in the last election if he would like to join the motion when it comes before the full Senate for confirmation. Murkowski joins fellow GOP Senator Susan Collins of Maine, who says she too won't support Blanche. Murkowski says she's concerned President Trump's anti-weaponization plan could still proceed despite Blanche's earlier decision. One bill was on discussion in the Senate Agriculture Committee.
donated land for the initial preserve in honor of her late husband. She chairs the committee that now manages it. Laughlin says one of the new trails will take visitors by a 250-year-old birch tree.
And it's just a magnificent, huge old tree. It's lost in branches, but we're planning it so that it will ground it fairly safely behind it and then root down in front so people can see it, enjoy it without stomping on its roots or damaging it in any way.
The town purchased the property from the Borman family. Laughlin says Cambridge will be recruiting volunteers for trail work in coming weeks and hopes to open the first new trails this fall. During the weather, we'll have sun, mixing with some clouds, an isolated afternoon shower and thunderstorm. Continued warm and humid weather, highs in the 80s, near 90 today. And you can follow the latest news and weather on the Vermont Public Online. Support comes from Silver Motel, building custom living spaces with lifestyle and lasting craftsmanship and knowledge. And Silver here, Vermont Silver Motel. Focusing on civil liberties, foster youth, public radio, and the arts. And from the William T. Grant Foundation, supporting research to improve the lives of young people at wtgrantfem.org.
It's Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Nola Fadil in Washington, D.C.
President Trump has repeatedly said that no one will be allowed control of social news, which would suggest he will not push a plan that keeps Americans in a great investment power.
That is how the White House described the contours of an agreement that is negotiated with the Russians for Vermont. The proposal, which is still under discussion, would also involve a huge of oil. Another note, the White House.
NPR White House correspondent Franco Ordonez, that's the latest odds plan for the president, has said many times before that but if it's third history, that it's the
Yeah, Eric, it's just clear that what President Trump is saying publicly about progress is either not matching the reality of what is being discussed, or at least not being understood by the audience. And that's idea of who controls the state of government is the same problem that led to the breakdown of the Memorandum of Understanding signed back in June. I was talking with Justin Logan, director of the Defense and Foreign Policy Studies at the CILV Institute in North He's also clearly looking down the road to what will be written about him in history.
Now, that's like starting one of the questions. People always
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he went to Vancouver a few times for the Attorney General here. Spoke about this with Logan as well, and he said that the president is basically trying to deny the now. Logan said there is no question the U.S. has gone through a huge proportion of its import economic sectors, and the weather needs to be resolved in the war.
That's White House correspondent.
Are there comparisons to be drawn between the U.S.'s war with Iran and its war in Afghanistan? To answer that, I'm going to have appointed Special Inspector General for Afghanistan reconstruction in 2012. He served 12 years in that role under Presidents Obama, Trump, and Biden. Good morning, John. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
That's the big difference, I think. You were a special inspector general during the war in Afghanistan. And if that's a role of oversight for accountability purposes, is there the same kind of oversight in the war with Iran that you saw in Afghanistan that you were part of?
Oh, that's the biggest difference. The IG Act of 1978 that created all these special inspectors general were creating people who were independent, they could speak truth to power. Well, Trump fired 16 of us on its first day in office and basically gutted the entire IG community. And if you talk to anybody in the IG community now, they're running scared. Because their bosses have been fired and other people have been fired and demoted. So you don't have an independent oversight like we did back then. And the other thing, and it's really important, is not just that Trump gutted the IG Act, is that the Congress has disappeared in being really effective and bipartisan, nonpartisan oversight. And I don't know where Congress is. I mean, it's been a joke about a do-nothing Congress for years, but it's just amazing that, the Senate appropriators, the House appropriators, particularly the chairman, I don't think they know what's going on because they're not being told and they're not really asking the right questions. And they're not pushing the administration to answer those questions.
And really quickly, what does that mean for the American public if inspectors general have been fired, if there is no oversight from Congress around this war?
What it means is we very well could lose this war because no one's asking the tough questions, because no one has the guts to ask the tough questions, whether they're the chairman of the Senate and House Appropriations Committees or the inspectors general of these various agencies.
John Sopko served for 12 years as Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction. Thank you for your time and insights.
It was a pleasure.
This is NPR News.
You're listening to Morning Edition. This is Vermont Public. Coming up from NPR, it has been a month since the body of Nolan Wells was found on a Mississippi island. The death of the black teenager remains under investigation as speculations and threats circulate online. More on that story after we take in today's farm and garden forecast. BBC NewsHour is also ahead. We're going to bring you the latest on a mass shooting at a school in Thailand. Meta gets fined $500 million over child safety. We cover the AI-designed virus and an Antarctic rescue like no other. BBC NewsHour starts at 9. With support from Gifford, hosting the Last Mile Ride, 5K and Walk, providing comfort at end of life. August 14th and 15th, giffordhealthcare.org/lastmile. And Vermont Federal Credit Union, now serving the entire state with products designed to align with the banking needs of Vermonters. VermontFederal.org.
From the Fairbanks Museum in St. Johnsbury, this is the Eye on the Sky Farm and Garden Forecast. The sun climbing above the horizon this morning at 5:44 and setting in the west at 8:07 this evening. Length of the day, 14 hours and 23 minutes. Some patches of morning fog will give way to sun mixing with clouds. Just an isolated shower or thunder shower this afternoon. Most of us will stay dry, although dry is a relative term. It will be very humid out there, 80s to near 90. The isolated showers or storms today will only cover 20% of the area, but going into later tonight and tomorrow, there'll be some scattered showers and thunderstorms, more numerous in the north, covering 50% of the south, 70% of the north, with amounts near a quarter of an inch, but higher near any thunderstorms. Sunday, just a slight chance of a shower or thunder shower in the afternoon, and then it looks like dry weather Sunday night into Monday morning before another chance of showers by late Monday. I'm meteorologist Mark Breen with an eye on the sky.
Good morning, I'm Neil Martinez. Before Neil Armstrong was making giant leaps for mankind on the moon, he was taking small steps for boykind in Wacaponeta, Ohio. And for $430,000, you can buy Armstrong's childhood home. His bedroom has been turned into a shrine dedicated to the astronaut and the Apollo missions. Now, the house is not historically protected from alteration, so if you wanted to, you could turn Armstrong's bedroom into, say, a lunar podcast studio. It's Morning Edition.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, investing in creative thinkers and problem solvers who help people, communities, and the planet flourish. More information is available at hewlett.org. From the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, RWJF is a national philanthropy working toward a future where health is no longer a privilege but a right. Learn more at rwjf.org. And from the Doris Duke Foundation.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. I'm Layla Faldin.
And I'm A. Martinez. It's been a month since Nolan Wells was found dead on an island just off the Mississippi coast. The 18-year-old and some friends went out for Independence Day. Wells was the only one who did not make it back, and he was the only one who was black. His body was found 2 days later on the island. A criminal investigation has been underway for several weeks. Elise Gregg with Mississippi Public Broadcasting and the Gulf States Newsroom is following this. Elise, so where does the investigation stand?
Good morning. So the official investigation itself is still largely under wraps, but no suspects have been arrested in the case. But in the meantime, federal authorities have arrested several people who are not Mississippi residents for allegedly making violent threats on social media and through harassing phone calls towards witnesses. Remember, this case has just ignited a lot of tension and speculation about what happened and why. Reading through the unsealed complaints, it appears like these are all separate incidents. An Illinois man allegedly making death threats to multiple people. An Ohio woman allegedly made similar calls to a George County clerk's office and also called in bomb threats to that office and the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. A California man who has been indicted allegedly made violent threats on social media to Ashley Cole, the local judge and the mother of one of Wells's friends.
Now, okay, so none of these arrests are directly related to
Yeah, so there is a new account that might be maybe around videos, yesterday around that way. Hopefully maybe volunteer and looking but all they'll say is that they'll be sure when they have updates. We're all in a sort of holding pattern. USA Today did quote a spokesperson for the State Department of Public Safety late last month that the state autopsy is complete, but that's about all we know. Here's Jackson County DA Angel Myers-McGilrath in a video statement from about 2 weeks ago.
Our restraint in communicating facts and evidence is not an effort to keep the truth from the public. It is an effort to protect the integrity of this investigation and the grand jury proceeding.
Now, she's indicated that investigation results will go to a grand jury, but we don't know if they've been shared and when a grand jury will convene.
And you mentioned extension earlier, and how people have been dealing with the lack of updates, lack of information.
There's a lot of frustration. The case itself already has so many missing pieces, and a lot of people feel like there's something that law enforcement could be doing to provide the public with more of an update. This lack of information is just compounded by continued misinformation online. Some of that social media commentary is sparking new legal action, with one Ocean Springs family issuing a cease and desist letter to a Louisiana social media influencer. She was making posts implying their son was involved in Wells' death.
All right, that's Elise Gregg with Mississippi Public Broadcasting and the Gulf States Newsroom.
You're welcome.
This is Morning Edition from NPR News. Our theme music is inspired by DJ Ludeman and E. Martinez.
And I'm Layla Fadli.
I'm Jen Jarecki. I hope your Friday is off to a great start. Thanks for making the most public meeting of the program. It'll be partly sunny today and fairly warm, also really humid, maybe a sunshine chills, highs 80s in the 90s. 77 in Evans, 72 in Middlebury, 71 in Button, 72 in Brattleboro, 76 in Newport, 22 Celsius in Detroit. We are supported by the activists alongside here's the road
tables now create a welcoming destination for outdoor entertainment. More at blazinghiking.design.com. And JP's Resort was in Northern Ireland's website picking up tickets to see concerts of Airplane and Kidney Brady again. Check out a new story with regulators won't require experimental concrete facility. That story from the Public's Abigail Drive. Let's take a website story. Check it out. Public Marketplace Morning Report is next.
Economists expected job gains last month, but instead we got losses. We explain why, plus the business of baseball.
Marketplace Morning Report is supported by Schwab. At Schwab, investors get choices ranging from self-directed investing to full-service wealth management all in one place. Learn more at schwab.com.
From Marketplace in New York, I'm Kimberly Adams. The jobs report for July is out from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We lost 23,000 jobs compared to June, where employment rate is now 4.1%. Joining us now live to add context to the report is Julia Formeyer, founder and president of National Policy Perspectives. Good morning, Julia.
Good morning.
Analysts were expecting something like 80,000 plus jobs to be created last month, but instead we got losses. Why is that?
Well, we had one sector in particular that was the culprit here. Local government shed 57,000 workers, but this is the time of year when we see a lot of contract rollover associated with the school year, so that might bounce back in August, and we should sort of take that with a grain of salt.
The unemployment rate was down just a touch to 4.1%, but how did the rate fall at the same time we were losing jobs?
Yes, that's an excellent question, and the answer is that people continue to leave the labor force. We have an accelerated retirement trend amongst baby boomers, and that means there's more labor.
Futures are 3 cents to 1 and 1 cent per company.
Morning Report supported by CKBN.com. Providing business banking software, individual, transport, manufacturing,
And there was not a needy person, a husband and wife named Ananias. But Ananias held back a portion of the proceeds.
Long and hard, and we think we came up with the best possible plan.
There's been a lot said about how expensive it is to go see professional sports these days, especially coming out of the World Cup. But with your league, the most expensive tickets are just $52. How did you decide on a pricing strategy?
We want as many fans to have access to our league and our games as possible. We also believe philosophically, it's not always easy for people to afford to go see professional sports. We're proud that they can buy a ticket to our game for $20. So we really focus on affordability and at the same time our own economic.
What's the long-term vision here? Teams eventually playing in home cities, more expansion?
We will be playing in our home cities, I'm pretty sure, next season. So we will be in LA, San Francisco, New York, and Boston in 2027, and we will likely have at least 2 more expansion teams. So we will be likely a 16 league next year. That's possible 58, but again,
co-founder and CEO of the Women's Pro Baseball League and co-owner and CEO of the Toronto Maple Leafs of the Canadian Baseball League. Keith, thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Our executive producer is Nancy Fargali. Our digital team includes Antoinette Brock, Emily McCune, and Dylan Mietman. Our engineers are Brian Allison, Sam Keenan, and David Schreck. And in New York, I'm Kimberly Adams with the Marketplace Morning Report. At 8 p.m., American Public Media. Here with you, the Marketplace on 100.7. Additional support from
One young student has told us he saw the gunman, who is a 14-year-old pupil at this school, moving from classroom to classroom and firing into them.
Also, the U.S. court fines the social media giant Meta more than $500 million and labels it a public nuisance. An Iranian political prisoner tells us what it is to fall foul of the Revolutionary Guards. The promise and peril of a virus designed by AI. And the story of a unique rescue from a research station in Antarctica.
Antarctic missions celebrate the most inhospitable for aircraft in the world. Not only cold and dust, but strong winds and weather conditions.
All that to come after them.
CBC News with Govinda Gill. Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan signed a defense agreement to boost their collective security. It means an attack on one would be seen as an attack on all. Here's Joe Reynolds.
Pakistan and Saudi Arabia already have a joint defense pact. This agreement, signed in the holy city of Mecca, brings in Turkey, a significant military and industrial power. All three mention their shared faith in official statements, leading some to dub this the Muslim NATO. But experts say this is not a replacement for the Western military alliance, of which Turkey is a member. It does, however, reflect growing concerns around America's reliability as a partner, about the actions of Israel, plus the destabilizing effects of the war with Iran.
Police in Thailand say a student has killed 7 people in the north of Bangkok, including teachers at his school and earlier 2 of his grandparents. The 14-year-old then shot himself. More than 30 others were injured. Thailand's Prime Minister said the shooter's friend had told police he'd been under great stress. He said this suggested he planned the attack. The BBC's Jonathan Head is at the scene.
Very vivid accounts from some of the students here describing them hunkering down under their desks as he went systematically from classroom to classroom, firing multiple shots into each of them. The police had said they're quite surprised at how lethal he was, how accurate he appears to have been with the gun, so they think he may have had some kind of firearms training. Obviously, there has to be an investigation as to how he got hold of a gun and quite a significant amount of ammunition. He had around 30 rounds still on him at the time that he shot himself.
The Africa Centres for Disease Control says communities must play a bigger role in tackling the rapidly spreading Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The warning came as confirmed cases in the DRC passed 4,000, with around 1,800 deaths. Our Global Affairs reporter, Richard Kugore, is following developments.
If you look at the numbers, the outbreak is spreading rapidly. What is happening is that, especially rural communities, a lot of them seem to be quite disengaged with what's happening, especially from the regional capitals in places like in Bunia and in North Kivu province, where the disease is quite prevalent. So really changing the opinions and perspectives of the local population, getting their buy-in for them to believe and even to support the health response, I think that would really be critical.
Spain has threatened Italy with countermeasures if it doesn't lift its suspension of the free travel Schengen agreement introduced after the Spanish North African territory of Ceuta was overwhelmed by tens of thousands of Moroccans. A Spanish government statement says if Italy doesn't act by the end of Sunday, Madrid will be obliged to adopt proportional measures to protect the interests and dignity of its citizens. World News from the BBC.
I'm Jen Jarecki with Vermont Public News. Drought conditions in Vermont have worsened. The U.S. Drought Monitor released data yesterday indicating that about a quarter of Vermont is currently experiencing abnormally dry conditions. That's a spike from last week when less than 1% of the state was experiencing any form of drought. The most impacted area is northeastern Vermont, with most of Orleans and Essex counties and all of Caledonia County under abnormally dry conditions. A small portion of southern Windham County is also impacted. A local development group has won the bidding process for the site of Montpelier's former post office. The federal government owns the building at 87 State Street, which was severely damaged in the 2023 floods. John Copens is executive director of the Foundation for a Resilient Montpelier. He says the empty building has been a sobering reminder of that devastation.
When we look at the path forward for 87 State Street, it's about coming together as a community and controlling our own destiny.
The winning bid was $540,000. The federal government still has to officially accept it. And Copans says it will likely be a few months before the group can get into the building and start repair work. There are no clear plans right now, though the property could potentially be used for some much-needed housing downtown. And a new affordable housing complex has opened in Rutland City. The Maplewood Commons Apartments had its grand opening Thursday. The complex includes 30 permanently affordable apartments near downtown Rutland. 6 apartments are set aside for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Residents will have access to services provided by the Homeless Prevention Center. The nonprofit Cornerstone Housing Partners will also have resident services staff working at the complex. Turning to weather, sun mixing with clouds and isolated afternoon shower thunderstorm. Continued warm and humid weather with highs today in the 80s to New England. You can follow news and weather at vermontpublic.org.
Hello and welcome to News Hour. It's coming to you live from the BBC World Service studios in central London. I'm Tim Crooks. We're beginning with the news of a school shooting in Thailand, an attack that happened mid-morning local time. Police say that a 14-year-old boy first shot his grandparents and then with a handgun that belonged to his grandfather, went to his prestigious school on the outskirts of Bangkok and shot dead 5 teachers and injured more than 30 others on the school campus. The boy is then reported to have shot and killed himself. This footage was recorded on a mobile phone by a student in one of the classrooms. Three shots, but you could also probably just hear there the gasps later on you hear on this bit of footage, stifled weeping as the pupils clad in their blue uniforms crouch on the floor underneath their tables trying to stay as quiet as possible. These students later talked about what they had witnessed.
I was working in the room when I heard a gunshot, followed by several more continuously. At first I thought somebody was playing with a gun, so I called my friends to hide inside the room.
He first opened fire underneath Building 5, then went up the building shooting students as he went. After that, he went up to another building, Building 4, and shot at every room. I don't know why.
One of my friends got shot. He walked up to the door and just fired. I don't know the shooter, but he seemed to be a student with special needs.
A little later, the Thai Prime Minister, Anutin Chanwirakul, arrived at the school and revealed that a friend of the shooter had told the police that the boy had been under great stress. And the Prime Minister had this message for those who said there needs to be better screening to stop weapons being brought into places such as schools.
This really has nothing to do with security measures in the school. And if we're talking about this particular case, the gun is a registered one and it is kept in the house. Some way, somehow, we don't know how this child got access to the gun.
The Thai Prime Minister speaking a little earlier on today. The BBC's Southeast Asia correspondent Jonathan Head is based in Bangkok. He's been at the school today. Jonathan, what more have you been able to learn about how this shooting unfolded?
Well, the same way, as you've just done, listening to the terrifying testimony of the students and teachers who witnessed it. I'm actually standing in the enormous covered basketball multi-purpose court in the school where we've been based since they opened the school up. I'm facing one of the buildings where the shootings took place, and one teacher described to us how he went up to the 4th floor. Now, to get a sense, it's a very big school, 3,000 students, so there's an awful lot of classrooms. It's very typical of schools in this part of the world. You have access to the classes is on an outside corridor, sort of like a long balcony facing open to the air, and that he was going along this out sort of corridor, simply firing repeatedly into each of the classrooms. So, we've heard very vivid accounts, very scary accounts. I mean, one girl describing watching her teacher being shot, and the fact that so many teachers were killed might suggest that this young teenager, this 14-year-old, had a grievance against them. The police have said he was extremely accurate. They're very surprised at how many lethal shots he fired and was able to kill the teachers that he targeted. But of course, he's hit a lot of students as well, and some of those remain in critical condition in hospital. But very many questions. I think the biggest one of all will have to be not about gun laws so much in Thailand, more about enforcement and more about gun culture. There are just so many guns in this country. I mean, more than 10% of the population own a gun. There are more gun deaths in Thailand every year per capita than there are in the United States. And those are issues that have come up before in previous shocking incidents involving gun crime that I've covered and that have happened many times before. Up to now, I've never seen anything much done about it. The Prime Minister talked about toughening the laws again, but the laws were very strict. It's very hard to get a gun license. This appears to have been a licensed gun. It's more the culture of guns that people love them, they have them hanging around. And clearly, if this young man did get the gun from his grandfather, who we think is now one of his victims, there was very lax gun culture in that house.
So unlicensed guns, but you're saying ready access to those guns?
Yes, I mean, there are thought to be about 6 million licensed guns in Thailand. And the thing about a gun license is they can be passed on hereditarily. You can pass them down to your son. So somebody who got a gun license back in the 1950s could have passed that all the way down through his or her descendants, which means that the number of licenses is very high. Now, a cap's been put on that now. But the other problem in Thailand is I can tell you, because I know people who've done it, it's very, very easy to get an unlicensed gun here. And it's all about money. Thailand has very porous borders. There are a lot of guns washing around in the country. The armed forces and the police, who are very well armed, are not always good at keeping tabs on those weapons. Guns involved in crimes have often been found to originate in either the military or the police. And then you've got a war going on in Myanmar. On one border, you've got massive smuggling that goes across other borders. There are a lot of guns in Cambodia as well. It's just there are an awful lot of guns about, and if the authorities want to tackle gun culture, which is really, I think, the problem here, and behind many other incidents, that would involve much bigger changes than just changing the law.
And just in terms of this particular incident, Jonathan, I mean, as you say, there are much bigger questions perhaps for Thailand to answer, but just in terms of the sort of methodical nature in which this teenage gunman appears to have been operating. I mean, from what I was reading, that the initial reports of gunshots came in at around 10 o'clock this morning. It seems as if it took the police some time to arrive. Is that correct?
No, I think the police were here pretty quickly, and they nearly always are. And this is, Nonthaburi is a big urban area on the outskirts of Bangkok. It's got a lot of public facilities, including police stations. There were ambulances here very fast as well. Their problem is it's an absolute warren, the school. It's so big. Imagine 3,000 schools, lots of stories. They were trying to track down where he was. I think it did take them more than an hour. But he appears to have, he shot himself and killed himself. And they found multiple rounds of ammunition on him. He appears to have just decided to end it by himself. I don't know, to be honest, whether they could have moved faster, but I doubt it would have made a difference to the casualties. I mean, there may be some questions which obviously the Prime Minister has raised about the mental stress he's under. Thailand has not in the past been very good at dealing with mental stress issues in the population. There have always been issues in schools too about severe punishment, severe rules. Again, we don't know whether that really was the factor here in the school. There's a lot to be found out here.
Yeah, they're called bacteriophages. They're viruses that infect bacteria and live them. They pop them and the virus is inside it. And that has meant that some people have suggested that they could be used to treat infections that are resistant to antibiotics.
Right. And the idea is that, I mean, synthesizing viruses has been done before, but what is new here is that this artificial intelligence model created an entirely new virus.
Yes, these are viruses which don't exist in humans. And that's interesting in evolution. It's good to study evolution, but it's again about this is very popular.
Yeah, I want to get into that. Before we do, it is hugely important. Just about the process. One of the parallels that I saw that was being drawn, and that seems to have non-scientific me, is that AI models that are very adept at reading in Michael's English, trawling the English language through these large language models that suggest sort of new bits of text. This
language, words are just code, and that's what DNA is as well. So the same principles as apply.
And in terms of, let's talk about the promise before the potential danger. The promise of this, presumably, is that you could create not just new types of viruses to deal with bacteria, but new vaccines, maybe new antibodies to help those with immune problems.
Yeah, I mean, this work directly doesn't facilitate that, but it certainly has been suggested that AI can be applied to those challenges, and people are working on that.
Right. And in terms of the potential peril here, explain to me how that might be the case were there not to be significant guardrails put in place.
Well, this study has come up with versions of a virus that are fitter. They're better able to replicate. And what researchers have done is disabled their AI model so that it cannot make versions of viruses which infect us or animals, etc. But of course, the thing is out the bottle is principle, and there are lots and lots around the world working on our model. And there's nothing to stop somebody generating their own using genetic code viruses to generate viruses that could infect, could cause a problem.
And presumably also we would have difficulty detecting because they would be brand new.
They would be brand new. They would spread could potentially spread pretty rapidly,
Support from Agazio Chocolates and Chroma Technology.
You're listening to the BBC News Hour on Vermont Public, where we have support from our sustaining members and the Central Vermont Chamber Music Festival with a live performance on Vermont Public Classical today at 11 a.m. or at cbcmf.org. National Live nationallife.com.
Now the rescue mission unlike any other. Never before had a plane landed in eastern Antarctica in July in the depth of the Antarctic midwinter, amid some of the most hostile conditions the continent could throw at the crew. They were on an urgent mission to rescue a U.S. expedition member who'd been taken ill at McMurdo Research Station on Ross Island. One of the 4 pilots on board for the 5-hour flight from Hobart, Australia, was Captain Louise Robertson.
The Antarctic conditions are probably the most inhospitable for aircraft or people or operations in the world. Not only cold and dark conditions, but strong winds and weather conditions are very likely. So we had to collaborate with the forecasters to make sure that we were getting the best possible weather window and make sure that also the runway would be available after a large snowstorm that occurred the day before we were due to go down there. And then for the actual operation and arrival, we were battling with the -40+ degree temperatures, which meant there were a lot of calculations and corrections for our height and altitude for our boat.
Why did the extreme cold affect your flying in such an extreme way?
There's limitations on the minimum consideration that you wouldn't have for a normal flight.
And I guess the whole time you must be having to balance is this flight too busy, getting to the point where it actually may be dangerous for us to impart against the fact that it's actually something left to live.
Yeah, we have a very fixed set of guidelines that we follow as a company that we've set up over the many years that we've been operating for Antarctica. Is that whether a country any of those innovations not only a flight surface, but also it has to have a certain amount of friction, so it can't be ultra smooth because otherwise it's too slippery for our aircraft to land on and brake. To complete in that time frame.
Yeah, and this is midwinter as well in Antarctica, so presumably there isn't much light.
That's correct. Yeah, we aimed to land at nautical twilight, which would have given us the greatest amount of light, but in reality it was still pitch black, so we had very little light for our arrival. We could very clearly see the runway and the lights around the runway, but there was no other lighting in the area, so it was very hard to judge the depth and the length of the runway. It was quite a visual illusion.
How quick was the turnaround?
We were on the ground for exactly 1 hour.
And the other pilot, this is your husband?
My husband was in the cockpit with me when we did the landing. It's a small team at SkyTraders, so we do all tend to fly together fairly regularly, and we're both captains with the airline, so quite often we can sit in either seat and fly together.
And how's your patient doing? Do you know?
We're not up to date, except that we've heard he's recovering well.
Captain Louise Robertson with that rescue in the deep midwinter in Antarctica. Now, Zambia holds its general elections next week with the cost of living, unemployment and healthcare top concerns for many voters. So much so familiar you might think, but there is something else that always rises to attention in Zambian politics: campaign songs. Local artists take centre stage, producing catchy political tracks paid for by the political parties. The BBC's Kingdom Daba Jonah Buyoya has this report.
When elections are around the corner in Zambia, there is one thing that's guaranteed to get the whole country moving. And we're not just talking about the ballot boxes. We're talking music. In this country, campaign season doesn't just come with speeches and manifestos. It comes with bangers as well. Proper dance floor anthems that turn political rallies into the biggest parties in town. In fact, people actually look forward to these political songs, like these young men from Lusaka in Zambia. became a unifying force and expression of national pride. But in Zambia, it has been a part of election campaigns from as far back as the 80s. In the past decade, however, it has become stronger and much more commercial. It's so much of a big deal in Zambia that in the 2026 election, even Tanzanian artist Harmonize joined in the fanfare, producing a song for a presidential candidate there. Some people, however, are not very impressed by this. They believe that artists have a huge influence which must be handled responsibly and not sold to the highest bidder.
So of which them they are benefiting from the money, but people now be deciding because their favorite artist is singing for a particular part, so they're following that line instead of them reasoning according to their own understanding.
Dreams is one of the many artists doing political songs, and he's getting both backlash and praise.
It's not like I'm advancing an idea that seeks to exterminate the very existence of our own people. It's a business choice, and we cannot demonize the fact that an artist has been contracted by, a named political party for a service.
As the debates rage on, one thing's for sure. In Zambia, music energizes rallies and reflects shifting politics.
Some of the excellent political music that's on offer in Zambia, that was Dingandaba Jonah Buyoya with that report. You're listening to News Hour.
Distribution of the BBC World Service News Hour in the United States is made possible by American Public Media, producer and distributor of award-winning public radio content, engaging audiences, creating meaningful experiences, and fostering conversations. APM, American Public Media. With support from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering a small ship experience with a shore excursion included in every port and onboard cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com.
Good morning. Thank you for listening to Vermont Public. I'm Mary Carol Maganzini. As Vermonters head to the polls on Tuesday for the primary, make Vermont Public your source for election news. Find live results and analysis at vermontpublic.org/election. And listen during Morning Edition and All Things Considered to hear the latest election news from your community. We have support for programming from listeners who donate and Yellow Barn's Summer Festival, presenting its final week of concerts every night through August 8th in Putney. Information at yellowbarn.org. And Efficiency Vermont with rebates designed to help Vermonters swap their old or inefficient water heaters. More at efficiencyvermont.com/rebates.
BBC News with Kevin DeVoy. Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan have signed a joint defence agreement to boost their collective security. It states that the intellectual and economic refusal rather as it has to conflict. The two was overwhelmed by tens of thousands of Americans. Peru and Mexico are restoring diplomatic relations, which were severed last year after Mexico granted asylum to the former Peruvian Prime Minister, Betsy Chavez. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics recorded an unexpected fall in U.S. jobs last month. Analysts have predicted growth of around 80,000, but the number of jobs fell by 23,000. The contents of a 162-year-old copy of Plymouth, recovered from shipwreck of the southeast coast of England, is being analysed to see if they could still be dangerous. CBC News.
Welcome back to News Hour. One of the questions that's been posed by the US-Iran war is how the region might be reconfigured, perhaps new alliances forward. There may be one chance that conflict is signed in the Saudi-Egyptian Meteor between Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan. It seems to play deliberate echoes of the transatlantic NATO alliance with the mutual promise. And an attack on one would be seen as an attack on all. Vincent Guerini is here in the News Hour studio. I think the heart of it is that idea of mutual defence, and that was our collective statement, the official statements of all three of the countries, and that's the main thing for although and that has decided the city of Mecca, the holy city of Mecca, and that's led some, that's not a coincidence, and it's led some people to sort of suggest this might be a Muslim NATO, is the phrase that was used. I think most of them are trying to row back from that, so they're not going for something that's exactly the same in NATO or replaces NATO. Certainly, experts I've been reading are saying that this is a different beast. But it is significant development. I think one important bit of context is you need to note that this actual whole process is going on long before the war began. So we shouldn't just read this as a direct response to that, but possibly more as a direct response to the increased instability in the region that we've seen over the last few years. So I think this suggests that there's a sort of new alignment in well, because in a certain sort of time that I was when it comes to but is there a sense that they are sort of becoming more aligned on these extraterritorial issues? Yeah, I think, as you say, Turkey and Saudi Arabia have had fairly fractious relations in the past, haven't they? But there's been a real coming together, really quite incredible speed for this happened. That's changed. I think obviously a lot has happened in terms of Turkey's much more frosty relationship with Israel over the last few years, and actually there's a lot of suspicion that the role of Israel is quite significant in this. And specifically the thing that's cited by many people is the attack on Qatar last year. I think many Middle Eastern states, that was the fact that the Israelis launched the surprise attack. It's not targeting Qatari officials, but targeting Hamas officials who were gathering in Qatar, I think was seen as a real shock to the system, and it's led to quite a lot of countries having to reassess things. And I think this is going to be seen in that context. But also the fact that there's going to be a reassessment going on at the moment because of, should we say, the shock to the system that we have had as a consequence of the Iran war, and the fact that Saudi Arabia has been directly attacked, and having the alliance with the United States has not proven necessarily to always be the protection they thought it would be. Joe Winwood, reporter, covering that story of the Saudi, Turkish and Pakistani defence alliance. Thank you very much for this. You're with News Hour. It's live from the BBC. I'm Tim Franks. A judge in the US state of New Mexico has fined the social media giant Meta more than $500 million for failing to warn the public about the dangers that its platforms, including Facebook and Instagram, pose to children. It's the largest ruling against the company over the issue of child safety. The judge said Meta had significantly added to the mental health crisis among the young, and so that the company's actions could be classified as a public nuisance. Juliana Arnold's teenage daughter Coco died in 2022 after a person she met on Instagram sold her pills laced with fentanyl. She blames the app for her daughter's death and gave the BBC her reaction to the ruling.
It's obviously, very bittersweet, but it finally feels good to know that the court didn't just say Meta failed kids. It put a number on it, and 567 million has meaning. And the fact that the judge found Meta knowingly built the products, that harmed our children, and then just treated the harm as a cost of doing business like it didn't care. Ruth felt a little bit of justice being done and showing that we're moving in the right direction of holding these companies accountable for the harm that they're doing to our children.
Chris Stoker-Walker is a tech journalist who's been covering this story. What has he read into the judge's ruling?
Judge Brian Beitscheid here basically said that they cause an enormous amount of psychological harm and sexual exploitation to children. He equated it to the idea that they are effectively polluting our... inappropriate content, stuff that makes them feel really bad, harms their mental health. And it was this fine that was subsequent to the one levy actually for the harm caused in March that is trying to remedy that, effectively saying because of the harm that Meta is now decided to be caused by the judge, they must offer some sort of funding to try and compensate for that by allowing New Mexico to use this to sort of support those who might have been harmed.
You mentioned that this is the second of two cases in Mexico, and I think that my arithmetic is correct for getting on for almost $1 billion. Pressure where you will actually see the US government federally try and bring in some sort of new regulations, or is that unlikely to happen, particularly in the US with the current administration?
Yeah, I think it's unlikely to happen, Tim, precisely because of who is in the current administration. Donald Trump has signaled that he is very much in favor of American supremacy in all sorts of areas of technology, but ultimately America has kind of sorted it out in a very stereotypically American way, rather than taking the approach that Europe does of regulation and trying to shut big companies down to size that way. They're taking it to the courts, and often in America, the courts rule all.
Tech journalist Chris Stoker-Walker. Kelly Stonemaker is a former Meta executive turned whistleblower and advocate for children's online safety. She began working at Meta, then Facebook, back in 2009, spent nearly 15 years at the company, rising to director of product marketing. She left though saying that she faced harassment, raising concerns around child safety, and since sued the company. It's a case that is still underway. In the meantime, she's also been a witness of political inquiries into social media platforms and civil trials. And Kelly joins us now. Thank you for your time, Kelly. How significant do you think this judgment is?
Thank you so much for having me. This judgment is enormously significant. It was significant when it was a $375 million judgment the day before the Los Angeles trial verdict on the young woman named Keely that was just mentioned. But now we're talking about nearly $1 billion, which while it's true certainly that Meta makes, as we just heard, $60 billion a quarter, that's gross profit. Excuse me, that's gross revenue. profit is about $60 billion a year, and $1 billion of that is more than a percentage point. And so when we start thinking about how you extrapolate the damages to children on a state-by-state or a per capita level, we're talking about a meaningful impact on their bottom line, which is the only way to get their attention and to drive actual change.
When you say to drive actual change, I mean, we did ask Meta to come on the program. They declined, but they did give us a statement saying we work hard to keep people safe on our platforms, be transparent about the challenges of identifying and removing bad actors and harmful content, and we remain confident in our record of protecting teens online. Now, I mean, you know, they are saying that they are driving change themselves.
Yeah, I think that Meta is the only confident party in the changes that they're making to keep kids safe online, because what the public gets to see and what jurors get to see and judges get to see is a mountain of evidence that makes very clear that the opposite is true, that Meta knows their products cause harm, don't do enough to change that, and then really tries to perform care in the way you just mentioned. I mean, for example, Meta teen accounts, which are meant to create a safer version of their products that are safe for teens, and those are they're not actually working, and then blaming parents and lobbying them to keep getting out of courtrooms is a real, it's a real move in deflection and smoke and mirrors.
So is your argument that these safety tools, some of these selective bans that governments are bringing in, that these don't work and that you really have to talk about redesigning entire platforms?
Yeah, you have to put on your hat as if the job was to keep people that use your product safe and to deliver on the promise that technology should improve our lives. The sad thing is Meta had the opportunity to be doing that from the beginning, but they have really focused on how to maximize profit at the cost of everything else. And even when I worked there, I left because of what I saw firsthand, and one of those things was, hey, let's ship an education center for parents on this product. We're going to imply we have parental controls, but they won't actually exist when we launch the product. We're just going to make sure parents feel like their kids are safe.
Kelly Stonelake, very grateful to you for getting up very early for us in California. Thank you very much. It's 50 years since the long, hot British summer of 1976 brought us the birth of a musical movement called punk. And marking this moment is a gathering of more than 300 punk bands in Blackpool, a seaside resort in the northwest of England. 30 years on from when this rebellion festival began, as David Sillitoe has been discovering, Britain's 60-somethings have been rediscovering their disreputable past.
Blackpool is today awash in a sea of spiky hair and punk T-shirts looking slightly tight around some middle-aged midriffs.
How long have you had the mohawk?
40 years, near enough.
You remain committed to punk?
Oh, yes. It's in the blood now.
So this is Rebellion, a gathering of punks and like-minded souls from all over the world.
And this is Jenny Russell, who helped found this now thriving punk extravaganza.
There are probably more punk bands now in the world than there ever was in the 70s and early 80s.
Everyone said punk was dead.
Not a chance.
Bands that thought it was all over 40 years ago have had an Indian summer as a legion of fans have returned to their roots, with many finally embracing that mohawk hairdo in their 60s.
What's like when a packet of crisps, please?
This is your everyday hairdo as well?
Yes. I work for the police in Wales, and this is how I go to it every day.
How's your coat going these days?
At the minute, it's not very good because I've got an infection.
How long have you been rocking the mohawk?
Today only. I'll be 64 in October.
At the age of 17, saying if you dye your hair, I'll be very upset. And I went, okay, Mum. And that was it. And when did you dye your hair? What age? 54.
And alongside them, a new punk generation. These are the Dollheads from Las Vegas. And they're already punk veterans.
Oh, that was unreal. Seeing people actually singing our songs, like they know who we are, it's just crazy to me.
Can I ask what age you were when you started in the band?
6. And there's someone who's considered too old for punk. 50 years ago, Charlie Harper of the UK's Sites. He embraced it in the summer of 1976, and he's still playing.
I mean, like what's your age? 82. People were saying in the late 70s that punk had died. Luckily, all those people that are saying punk's dead are dead.
What does the spirit of punk mean?
We can say things about government and stuff what pop bands will never do. We've got freedom. Punk is like a wild animal, it can't be tamed.
Charlie Harper and punk rock growing old disgraceful.
There's a Silito among the punks. Rather rude. Anyway, that's it. The BBC World Service
very vivid accounts, very scary accounts, and we wonder exactly what led to being shot. And the fact that so many teachers were killed might suggest that this young teenager, this 14-year-old, had a grievance against them. The police have said he was extremely accurate. They're very surprised at how many lethal shots he fired.
One of the headline story, Saudi Arabia, Turkey and Pakistan decided mutual defense agreements saying an attack on one of them will be seen as an attack on all three. With the BBC World Service, and this is News Hour, live from London. While much of our attention when it comes to Iran is about how it continues to project its power and grip across the region, despite the US-led war, the authorities have also been fiercely exerting control within the country's borders. Just this week, the UN Human Rights Chief, Volker Turk, said that he was alarmed by the rising number of executions, a tool used, he said, to instill fear among the population. Morad Tabaz is a prisoner who got out. He's a dual national, American as well as Iranian, conservationist who spent 5 years in jail after being convicted of espionage. He was released from the prisoner swap from the unfreezing of billions of dollars of Iranian funds. That deal came back in 2023, and his memoir, A Survival, as he's called it, is only now being published. So when Morad came into the News Hour studio, I asked him first why it had taken him until now to write this book.
I actually started writing about 6 months after I had been released. As you can imagine, it was a difficult endeavor. At that time, it was still somewhat emotional, and I think one's natural defenses is you try not to remember all of the traumatic events that occurred. And 6 months before I did the final version and just stopped writing altogether, I was finding my own writing to be very difficult to read. Not for me. I was going down too many rabbit holes, and they were traumatic rabbit holes. It wasn't an easy read, and that's not what I wanted to write. I did not want to write just a tale of all the trauma that occurred during this almost 6 years of my imprisonment. I had set out to write something about how I was able to keep myself. Because I need to those accusations couldn't last very long because I think they realized it was so ridiculous that they were so they came to manage and to spying on Iran's military installations under the guise of field conservation. In war conservation. Yes. At that time, our foundation in Iran had been operating together with the Department of Environment for 10 years. The war, yes, Iran's Department of Environment. We were convicted with no, and we were convicted with absolutely no evidence of any sort, sham trial.
You say we?
We were initially 9. My partner and the general manager of our foundation in Iran, Dr. Kavusay, he died in custody. His cell was 2 cells over from mine, and that complicated our case dramatically. It became very, very test of what the official government, the Rouhani government, which had come out backing us and saying that these environmentalists haven't done anything, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which was pushing this case very hard. We essentially got caught in the middle of this, and it just expanded into a massive case pitting the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps against a reformist government, and we were in the middle of it.
You managed to survive then the ordeal that was Evin prison. You got out in 2023 through this prisoner swap and the unfreezing of some Iranian funds. It was quite a complicated deal.
Yes.
And now you're back based in the United States.
Correct.
Tell me, if it's possible to sum it up, what your thoughts have been since February the 28th this year, since the start of the US-Israeli war on Iran.
Obviously, I mean, one has mixed emotions. You're looking at a country with over 90 million people, where the vast, vast, vast majority are really victims. And to see what's becoming of the country and its citizens, without question, it's painful to see that. Yet at the same time, one would, at least I would, like to see this regime change. How, it's very hard to predict. Could it turn into a democratic state? It's possible, but I don't think in the short term likely. I think it will take some time for those changes to occur. I think the amount of hatred and anger residing in Iran today, with all the people, with all the killings and the ongoing hangings and executions, they really don't have anywhere to go. So you think of it as a wounded, cornered animal that can fight back viciously, and that's the situation we're in, and they will go to any extreme to try to survive. And for them, it's really survival. They're not going to win a popularity contest in Iran by any stretch of the imagination.
But I guess one of the things that you would like to reflect on and bring out from your own story is that, out of the darkest moments, it is possible to survive, and it is possible to live again, to breathe.
Absolutely. And I do believe that in the case of Iran, it is possible. It is not easy, and I don't think it will be quick. It's where you have a country that's full of very, very intelligent people, very, very educated, and a country which is incredibly rich in natural resources. So if you combine it all together, you would say it could have a very, very bright future. It just needs the right governmental infrastructure and ruling body that will allow it to find its place in the world.
And that was Morad Tavas, and his soon-to-be-released memoir is called Green. It's a memoir of survival in Iran's Ebony Prison. That's it from this edition of Newshour. From me, Tim Franks, and the team here in London. Thanks for your company.
Stay with us for 1A's Friday News Roundup. That's next thanks to the financial generosity of our listeners and Marblestone Wealth, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services, LLC in Colchester, specializing in customized financial advice and wealth management. MarblestoneWealth.com. And the First Street Marketplace, hosting the annual Sidewalk.
green light, and women's baseball goes pro. Send us your questions and comments for the roundup, 1A@WANU.org.
Live from the NPR News in Washington, I'm Nicole Thomas. Challenge after a significant December festival of police confinement. NPR saw the Central Court last December from the county as Dylan has been serving as acting senator in Washington State Park. This mechanism is a top priority for the papers and the Republican State Senate. In a statement, anyone in counties will be competing with Attorney General Philip Gates. He said Gates he said he does not have confidence Dylan can do that. All Democrats are scheduled to vote against the nomination, and Republicans have an even narrower path given Senator Mitch McConnell's absence. The confirmation now comes down to Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, who's been increasingly critical of the administration since losing his re-election campaign to a challenger endorsed by President Trump. For this front, NPR News, Washington. Stocks on Wall Street opened higher this morning after a disappointing jobs report NPR's Scott Dixon reports the Dow rose just over 100 points in early trading.
A downbeat report from the Labor Department says U.S. employers cut 23,000 jobs last month. Job gains for May and June were also revised down by a total of more than 100,000 jobs. Restaurants and retailers cut jobs in July, so did public schools. Healthcare continues to add workers, but at a slower pace than earlier this year. The softening job market complicates the work of the Federal Reserve, which is also battling stubborn inflation. Investors have thought the Fed was likely to raise interest rates next month, but that's less certain as the job market appears to be on shaky ground. People who have jobs saw average wage gains of 3.2% over the last 12 months. That's probably not enough to keep pace with rising prices. John Wilson, NPR News, Washington.
Prosecutors have filed 5 counts of arson against the man suspected of starting wildfires in Spokane, Washington. State parents and station for UAW prison. Aaron Fordhausen accused of starting this week's full-scale fire, which has destroyed hundreds of structures including homes. The 4 and 5 constructors stand from the court on his
There was no help there, and we just lived there.
Working toward a healthy, resilient, secure world for all. On the way of the Smith Ottawa. This is NPR.
Boy Scout is an unconventional boy band, but one member has never physically met his friends. Tickets are by donation at knollfarm.org/music.
From the Fairbanks Museum of St. John's, this is the Eye on the Sky weather update. Another huge severe blaze reported thanks to the Bermuda Eye off the east coast and low pressure swirling over Hudson Bay blowing to our northwest, feeling very warm, very humid air into the region. Later tonight for the Saturday, waves start swinging around the Hudson Bay storm with some scattered hitting showers and storms. Later tonight for Saturday, and a slight decrease in humidity Sunday. The forecast details sun mixing with clouds and isolated afternoon shower or thunderstorm. Very warm and humid in the 80s to near 90s. Periods of clouds, some scattered showers or thunderstorm mostly after midnight. Temperatures for clouds, mild, pleasant, 60s to near 70s. Saturday, morning clouds, a few localized showers will break the sun. Additional scattered afternoon showers and thunderstorms, warm and humid, highs in the 80s. I'm meteorologist Mark Irving with an eye on the sky.
With the 1A Fighter News Conference.
What a race, in the words of Muhammad Ali, we shook up the world.
That was Abdul El Sayed, who this week won the heated Democratic Senate primary in Michigan. The progressive eked out a win against opponent Haley Stevens in a race that stayed too close to call well into Wednesday. Now victorious, El Sayed says Democrats are united behind him despite the bitter lead-up. We'll talk about that and lots more we learned in this week's primaries. Plus,
A U.S. Senate committee votes to hold former health official Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress. What happens now? And why are U.S. weapons stockpiles running dry? Let's go to our panel for all of that. We've got lots of folks with us in the WAMU studio today. Arthur Delaney, senior reporter for HuffPost. Hey, Arthur.
Hey.
Taylor Poplar, national political reporter at the White House for Spectrum News. Hi, Taylor.
Hey, good to be back.
And welcoming for the first time on the roundup, Courtney Subramanian, White House correspondent for Bloomberg News. Welcome, Courtney.
Hi, thanks for having me.
And joining us to kick things off is News Roundup regular Zoe Clark of Michigan Public, who's joining us now from Ann Arbor. Hi, Zoe.
Hi, Nyla.
And remember, we always want to hear from you listening. You can email your questions and comments about this week's news to 1a@wamu.org, and we will put them to our experts here. Zoe, Twitter, broadcast, have described the tenor of this Senate primary race. What's your view?
Contentious, vicious, it got dirty. It was a rough summer among Democrats here in Michigan.
So what are you hearing from voters since Tuesday? Is it relief that that is maybe behind us, or more dread about what's ahead?
I think it's nerves. I would say voters are nervous. Democrats need to flip at least 4 seats to win the U.S. Senate this November, and they really see Michigan as sort of a target-rich environment. And so a lot of it came down to the conversation in elected Democrats who were allowed to feel outside of Green statewide in a purple state like Michigan. And U.S. Stevens supporters said that she and the centrist, a moderate candidate who had a better chance, outside campaign said they could turn out Democrats and turn out Republican voters, those who might not identify as Republican.
The most expensive Democratic Senate primary in the country.
$16 million was spent just on behalf of Julie Stevens. More than half of that came from free cash that is a lobbying firm that to the front of the Senate talks a lot about who ended up being spent or outspent, I should say, something like $11 million.
Another victory for Democratic Socialists. We've seen some big wins this year. This time in a House race, but even in the primary for Michigan's 15th congressional.
For the perfect choice and the state representative and Democratic Socialist Jonathan McKinney beat two-term incumbent Trace Canadar. This is somewhat surprising as Canadar has just put a lot of his own money into the race. And it's surprising, too, because, again, centrist Congressman Hayes from the Eastern West in the Senate, he won Michigan outside of bidding, but McKinney won this congressional district. So voters, it would seem, split here between the progressive candidates for the House and for the Senate.
Zoe Clark, political director at Michigan Public, is joined us from Ann Arbor. Thanks, Zoe. Thanks, Sarah. Courtney, can you talk to the states for a second here? As we're thinking about how this race matters nationwide, now we have a dual Messiah facing Republican Mike Rogers in November. Can you just sort of lay out, Zoe started to get some space for this in between the control?
Yeah, I mean, this was a proxy war for the two factions of the party, the progressive and more centrist of the party.
party's direction. And given there's no party leader, it won't be in earnest until 2028 when things kicks off. We just need it just to be used to declare and keep no person the other races like in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Taylor, as we are seeing different ways of the Democratic Party put on full display, as we get to the national election, do you have a sense of what the party is like divided nationally as this result would suggest? One might
is just prolonged by this, and we'll find out in November who's right, if the progressives can really win in the general, but it definitely does show a shift for Democratic primary voters who are famously strategic, more so, I think, than Republican primary voters. And the ultimate example of this was Joe Biden winning the Democratic primary in South Carolina in 2020. Instead of someone more progressive who had been capturing all the attention at that time, like Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren. And so that way of thinking did not prevail here, and it seems like that's totally out of fashion now among the primary electorate across the country.
Arthur, you mentioned Bernie Sanders. I actually wanted to play some audio from him. NPR's Mary Louise Kelly spoke to him this week and asked if it was true, like the concept of electability, conventional wisdom has long been that a lot of people have poised to win in general elections. Here's what Bernie Sanders said.
Conventional wisdom is no longer conventional.
Clearly, after Mike Rogers came out attacking him, bringing everything back to the economy. That was the first thing he said in his victory speech. So how much do you think we're going to keep hearing him hit those populist notes?
Oh, you'll hear every candidate running in a serious race talk about the economy, say that Donald Trump and the Republicans are not helping make your life more affordable. To Courtney's point, and I think what's interesting, El Sayed is a great communicator. He also, though, in the final days of this primary, he and his campaign expressed a lot of cockiness that they were going to win easily, that this wasn't necessarily going to be a close primary race. And I think that's a good reminder that there is a divide within the party, and he is going to have to tailor his message between now and November to win over skeptical voters to say he's not just there to be an influencer and to be kind of a flashy candidate.
But to be in the Senate.
But to be in the Senate and to be plugged into, more boring policy issues like affordability.
Yeah, that was weird expectation setting. You didn't need that if you thought you were going to win. But I think Donald Trump makes it really easy for any Democratic candidate to fuse beating Donald Trump and economic messaging, because he is single-handedly, Donald Trump is making everything more expensive with tariffs and this war in Iran that's jacking up oil prices.
We're going to talk about that as well as latest job numbers coming up. We're rounding up the news with Arthur Delaney, senior reporter for HuffPost, Taylor Popolars, national political reporter who's based at the White House for Spectrum News, and Courtney Subramanian, White House correspondent for Bloomberg. We'll also turn to the week's big primary takeaways for Republicans next. Send us your questions or comments. You can email us 1a@wamu.org, and I will put them to our panel. I'm Nyla Boodoo. This is 1A.
Vermont's primary election for the 2026 midterms is Tuesday, August 11th.
And VermontPublic.org/elections is where you can learn about candidates, watch debates, explore our interactive voter guide, and get live election results.
Plus, find details on early voting, registering to vote, and more. You can even subscribe to our email roundups featuring all of our election coverage.
Make Vermont Public your source for the state's 2026 midterms. VermontPublic.org/elections.
Good morning, America Magazine. Tour the summer night sky with the Island Scout fundraising party. Join us at Billings Farm for an evening of family fun activities, or watch outside with radio or smartphone and tune into our live broadcast as Mark Green and Jane Lindholm guide you through the night sky. Listen Wednesday night at 9 right here on Vermont Public. We have support for programming from listeners who donate and Vermont Oral Surgery, specializing in dental implants, oral and facial surgery, and sleep apnea in Colchester, Stowe, and at VermontOralSurgery.com. And Subaru of New England, designed and built to explore Vermont with all-wheel drive. Retailer listings at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
week, with Trump-backed candidates winning in Kansas, Washington State, and Michigan. We've seen the president's overall approval ratings fall, but how strong is his hold still over the party?
Yeah, it's a salient question because he's done well in the past to primary folks who stood against, took stands against him in the party, as you mentioned. Those three races did show he continues to maintain a grip on his base. And we know that to be true among his core voters. There's new polling from YouGov that showed his approval rating is still hovering at a sort of historic low of 34%, but self-described MAGA Republicans still mostly back him. I will note he did have a loss last night in the defeat of Congressman Andy Ogles in Tennessee, and he held a teller rally for him just last week. But I think these larger issues of the ongoing war on Iran, the economic pain folks are feeling, you're really starting to see some cracks in that grip, and there's huge frustration in the party. I've spoken to Republicans and strategists and folks about how there's a lack of messaging on the war in Iran. There's a lack of messaging on the cost of living issues, and is that going to translate in November? And he doesn't exactly rely on Congress like previous presidents, so whether he's doing well within his own party doesn't really matter much for somebody who uses aggressive executive action. But I think it does come down to, will the voters hold him accountable in November? And we'll see how that bears out.
This week, Republicans found themselves having enough ban president's economy.
Miller specifically since 2021. People aren't familiar with him. He's been in Congress for a couple of years, but he's been by Donald Trump's side for a decade. He worked on Trump's 2016 campaign. He was then a close aide to the president in the White House in President Trump's first term. And then the president personally recruited him to run for Congress after an Ohio congressman named Anthony Gonzalez was one of the few Republicans to vote to impeach Trump after the January 6th Capitol attack. So Miller has kind of pledged his loyalty to President Trump through and through. I think as this story has played out, Miller got married in 2022 to the daughter of now U.S. Senator Bernie Moreno. Her name is Emily Moreno. The next year they had a daughter together. And then the next year, 2 years to the day of their marriage, Max Miller filed for divorce. And since then, they've been engaged in a bitter divorce battle, turned child custody battle. As you mentioned, she has accused him of abusing her and abusing their 2-year-old daughter.
That's not the only allegation of domestic abuse he's faced.
It's not. When I sat down with him in August of 2022 during his first campaign, I brought up that he had dated then White House Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham during Trump's first term, and she wrote a book about her time in the White House and alluded to the fact that she accused him of physically abusing her when they were dating. He denied those allegations. You go way back to when he was in high school, he was apparently accused of pushing a girl down the stairs who he was trying to pursue. That girl has never come public, but he has denied those allegations as well. So this isn't the first time. But I bring up his history with Trump because I think, as of right now, it's why Miller is staying in the race and is not backing down, because the president has declined to say, you should bow out. This is going to make what should be a safe Republican seat more competitive this fall. You have, though, seen Senator Moreno, of course, who's defending his daughter, come out and say Miller should not be in Congress. And on Thursday, Ohio's other Republican Senator, John Husted, came out and said Miller should both end his reelection bid and resign. It's incredibly messy, though, and it's ended up being just a sad divorce child custody battle playing out in courts now on social media. It's heartbreaking in a lot of ways, but then there's the political side where Republicans are now really worried his seat will be in jeopardy if he stays in.
At the Capitol on Thursday, actually a lot of Republican senators were talking about it and saying mean things about Max Miller, that he's got to go. Tim Sheehy from Montana, a Republican, called him a degenerate sociopath. So there's very strong language now, and it's kind of hard to imagine him remaining in Congress or continue continuing to run for re-election. It is, but
have we heard, Courtney, I was going to ask Courtney, have we heard what has President Trump said about this? Has he said anything?
Yeah, in the Oval yesterday, he was asked about this, and he said he would not get involved. We know he had a phone call with Miller earlier this week, and there's reporting that the president told him he should drop out. But I think to Taylor's point, he is not publicly saying Miller should drop out, and he is holding on to that. I do think that his relationship with the president is a huge component here of his decision to not back down and to, in fact, double down. Because if he has the, tacit support of the president, he may feel more confident in moving forward with the campaign. And, it does show that the president still plays a big role here in choosing and, who is in the party and his king-making role with the Republican Party.
Arthur, there is another Republican who has decided to step down, leaving another scramble ahead of the midterms. That's Representative Chuck Edwards of North Carolina, who dropped his re-election bid. What is the scandal here?
Well, so the House Ethics Committee had been looking into allegations from Edwards' staff that he had been inappropriate with them, and it doesn't seem as though he had an actual sexual relationship with them, but wanted one, and pursued it in strange ways, such as missing votes to help one decorate a Christmas tree, sending flowers, lots of flowers to another, and it's in the context that we've had of a conversation about members and their staff and staff of other members, it was, I think, an easy one for the Ethics Committee to pull the trigger on, and for House Republicans to say he's got to go.
Let's move to other things in Congress this week. On Thursday, the Senate Homeland Security Committee voted along party lines to hold Dr. Anthony Fauci in contempt of Congress for refusing to answer questions last week at a hearing over his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Fauci invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination more than 100 times. Fauci later called it, quote, a crude political stunt to punish Dr. Fauci for, quote, exercising his constitutional right. During his final day in office, former President Joe Biden issued a pardon to Dr. Fauci. We got this email from Dave in Silver Spring who says, the contempt Fauci committee in Washington was simple. Interesting what precedent this would set, considering the number of individuals who certainly in this conversation may be given
Normally, if a committee does this, it then goes to the full Senate for a vote, but it technically doesn't have to. Kentucky Senator Rand Paul is arguing that basically the Senate is about to leave for their recess, and the fact that they're probably going to have 60 votes to pass this, he's just going to hand the documents to the U.S. Attorney for D.C., who is President Trump's close friend and ally, Janine, and say, take this and work on it. That's unusual in that sense, but it is up to her office to decide if it's that.
Just yesterday it was announced that American exports are totally on fire in a positive way. This is a positive way. And then just all of us people will say, let's keep on the same fire. It's like fire in a very positive way. It's skyrocket. To the highest level in American history.
Exports of U.S. goods did hit an all-time record high in April of this year. That's according to the Bureau for Economic Analysis. Exports have fallen back since then. And over last year, President also called Democratic socialists the greatest threat to American life. He complained about the hoarding of public anything. Courtney, what
savings accounts for kids, known as Trump savings accounts. Warning of the dangers of progressive candidates if Democrats retake Congress in November, which is part of a big messaging push by this White House ahead of the midterms. But, in a place like Nevada, that doesn't really resonate where residents are grappling with, the housing crisis and huge discrepancies in housing costs, higher than average gas prices. Cost of a gallon of gas in Nevada is more than 70 cents higher than the national average. So I did see this as, another missed opportunity for the White House to talk about the economic message that Republicans are reaching out for and asking for to take home, while they're campaigning ahead of November. And I think that underlines the frustration with this White House on the messaging around affordability.
I just want to zero in quickly on something else President Trump said in his Las Vegas speech.
Here in Nevada, we've created over 40,000 new jobs and lifted nearly 100,000 Nevadans off of food stamps. But they don't want to be on food stamps because they've got new jobs. They've got jobs. They don't need food stamps.
So are there 100,000 Nevadans off food stamps? The president's actually talking about a nationwide trend. Participation in SNAP has declined nationally. What do we know about how changes in the new work requirements for the Trump administration, how that's going to change?
Oh, well, lifted off is the administration's euphemism for taken off. The reduction in enrollment in therapy, social tax, and increase in money in SNAP also part of the budget. And it's one of the most drastic problems.
Center in Burlington on Sunday, August 23rd at 6 p.m. Together, we'll explore ideas and insights on the first decade of the show. Get details and tickets at vermontpublic.org/events. Support the podcast.
music, and storytelling at Vermont Public's Summer Raffle. Find out more and find your raffle tickets at vermontpublic.org. Rebuilding, restoring Vermont's Sierra for over 30 years. Taking on the day and very
got Blanche to say the fund is rescinded. They argue there's that workaround. There also is this idea of tax audits for the Trump family. For President Trump, his adult sons, John Jr. and Eric, and their businesses.
They left tax immunity fully intact for the president and his family, and they narrowed it so that there was concern that it could apply to almost anybody that ever talks to, but it's a potential tax break for the president worth millions and millions of dollars, which is pretty unusual. It's like Congress gave the guy a bag of money with dollar sign on it, but because it's taxes, people don't think of it in that direct financial benefit sort of way, but that's what has happened.
So there's been a lot happening even this morning with who is voting for this nomination, who is not. Arthur, can you tell us who has said no, who has said yes at this point? Does he have the votes for confirmation by the full Senate?
Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, Republicans, have said no, and because Mitch McConnell is sick and absent, it comes down to Bill Cassidy, who is actually speaking on the Senate floor right now. And if he says no, Blanche fails. And if he says yes, then Blanche will be confirmed. So
we'll keep an eye on that. Do we have a sense at this point when the Senate vote on this nomination will be scheduled? Does it matter what Bill Cassidy says?
This is a symbolic rebuke, really. If they say no to Blanche, Blanche can remain as the acting Attorney General, and the President has said, well, I'll renominate him later. Tom Tillis and Bill Cassidy, those are two Blanche skeptics. They'll be gone after this year. And so Trump still sort of gets his way. But the idea of Senate Republicans sitting up to the president, I think, is actually pretty important.
This whole confirmation process and the hurdles that Republicans have faced over it is also a big reflection of how President Trump steps on his own feet, because he went after a lot of these Republican senators in their primary challenges, and he forced them to go to women's retirement, and they felt more emboldened to express their discomfort with things like this anti-weaponization fund. So yes, ultimately, Senators Cornyn and Tillis, we could say, folded and gave in to the president's support Blanche, but they held out for a while. And someone like Bill Cassidy, who President Trump endorsed a primary challenger because Cassidy voted to convict him after January 6th, it's just another example where in such a thin margin where Republicans control the Senate, if President Trump mended some of these relationships rather than pour gasoline on them, he would have a much easier process getting people like Todd Blanche confirmed. But Arthur's point is legitimate. Blanche could just stay acting Attorney General until 2027, and then they'll have some new Republican senators in theory in place who will go along with the president, and he could get confirmed then.
Courtney, what have we heard from the president about Todd Blanche this week?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I might add, the president gave an interview this morning and said as much. He would just keep an acting position if this, nomination falls apart. And, I should note that Blanche has been in an acting capacity since April after Obama's departure. So, I think he sees, he sort of shrugs this off as he can find a workaround, as he has for much of his administration. But I do, to Taylor's point, think this does, really underline some of the cracks in the party and some of his personal sort of vendettas against some of these lawmakers who he's primaried, really shining through here. And what does that mean for the party moving forward? He certainly does not have the stronghold he did maybe a year ago.
That's Courtney Subramanian, who covers the White House for Bloomberg News. Taylor Popolars is at the White House for Spectrum News, and Arthur Delaney covers Congress for HuffPost. We learned more this week about the extent to which the Iran war has depleted U.S. missile stockpiles. According to Reuters, the U.S. has burned through nearly all of its highly accurate long-range missiles over the last 5 months. Taylor, the obvious question first is, what does this mean for U.S. military capabilities and readiness right now? Do we know?
So a lot of the sources who've spoken with Reuters, Washington Post had a great piece too, as with CNN. They're saying that clearly, because the war in Iran is still going on, that raises concerns about our military's capabilities, but also if another conflict happens to pop up, let's say with China, or if the U.S. gets into some other war there, has to protect itself, there are deep concerns that we won't have enough munitions to defend ourselves or to go on offense. It's something that even Vice President J.D. Vance, not specifically reacting to these stories, but throughout the Iran war, has expressed a broader concern of. He has a military background, and he says, I was skeptical of this war because I didn't want to deplete all of our munitions. We've seen the Trump administration firmly push back and say that everything is fine, that a lot of munitions and stockpiles are being replenished, and that the president is overseeing it all. But they were particularly sensitive to the Washington Post story that said President Trump last week at a cabinet meeting in Camp David confronted Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and said, I thought the munitions issue was fine, and Hegseth apparently defended himself and blamed his deputy. The Trump administration insists that is not the case, but it's a good example. We're at day 160 of this war, and there are just concerns about if there's no end in sight, what happens to these stockpiles.
From a budgetary standpoint, what does it take for the government to replenish the stockpile?
Well, they need to pay companies to make more missiles, and that is why they're taking Congress for more money. But they're unable to get it because
we haven't learned about. And what does this mean for sort of the low daycare approach the administration has mostly adapted in the race for AI?
Thanks for that, Courtney. Arthur?
An appeals court Friday morning finally weighed in on the ballroom. Remember the challenge of the ballroom? And they said, no, you can't build a ballroom. So that means it's potentially another thing Congress has to do for Trump.
But construction continues. We talked about it before, but I'm really interested to see if President Trump and Vice President Vance end up trying to force Congressman Max Miller out of the race in his seat, especially throughout this August recess. The midterms are a big focus, and that's a showdown that could help Republicans or hurt Republicans maintain control of the House.
Thanks so much to our panel today. That's Taylor Popolaris, national political reporter at the White House for Spectrum News. I want to thank Arthur Delaney, senior reporter for HuffPost, and Courtney Subramanian, White House correspondent for Bloomberg. Mike Kidd is our engineer and sound designer. Thomas Liu and Matthew Simonson produce our podcast. Chris Castano is our digital editor. And Alexandra Bracey is our senior supervising producer. This program comes to you from WAM, part of American University in Washington, distributed by NPR. I'm Nyla Gudu. Have a great weekend. Thanks for listening. This is Mike.
International News Roundup is coming up next. Vermont Public has support from listeners who donate to the Center of Vermont Music performance with their 34th concert and often listening. Now keep it with me.
provided by Jamaica Cottage Shop.
You're listening to the North Quebec. Oscar Motors says it's plans to embrace the primary Mr. North Quebec's vehicle experience with news. Find live results of the messages at the North Quebec Government.
Right, so we don't know exactly what the future will result in this bill and discussion, but we have seen legislation moving to go on in Parliament that's suggesting numbers that could be as high as 5 to 7% of crude that can move through the Straits. That would be an enormous windfall for the Iranian government, and that would be a huge concession in the U.S. by the to that deal. So at the very least, Iran is making a very aggressive statement saying that we should be taking a considerable amount of the money that's moving to the Strait and that should be taken by us. And the big question is, once again, as Jack mentioned, is the U.S. going to push back? To see that the U.S. is out of
incompetent to be taken seriously. What are we hearing about, particularly from diplomatic channels, about the fact that Oman is engaged with this with Iran, and the U.S. is sort of like on the sidelines here?
So Oman certainly is a trusted U.S. partner. It was also integral to the Iran nuclear deal that was signed by President Obama and of course Oman, and that has been part of the current crisis. So it's not like the Iranians and the Americans are not in contact. What we can take from this moment, I've been talking to a lot of regional diplomatic sources to speak about this, is there's not a sense of any predictability or trusted point of contact in the White House. So J.D. Vance has put himself forward as that person. He's not able to get his current to raising his accessibility. Marco Rubio,
Get immediate help if you develop unusual
vehicle will support news, music, and educational programming that you love. Or if it qualifies, it might be given to a Vermont family in need of transportation. Learn more about donating your vehicle at vermontpublic.org/cars. Good morning, and thank you for listening to Vermont Public. I'm Mary Carol Maganzini. Support local journalism, music, and storytelling with Vermont Public's Summer Raffle. Find out more and buy your raffle tickets at vermontpublic.org. Support for programming on Vermont Public comes from members of our producer circle and Yellow Barn Summer Festival, presenting its final week of concerts every night through August 8th in Putney. Information at yellowbarn.org. And Onion River Outdoors in downtown Montpelier, supplying e-bikes, tank tops, and swim gear for August heat waves. OnionRiver.com. And Lawson's Finest Liquids, featuring local musicians, live in the Lakeshore Tap Room every Tuesday and Sunday. Learn more at lawsonsfinest.com. Support for NPR comes from the station. And from the Church Foundation, committed to advancing racial equity and economic mobility for the next generation in the Third Lakes region. Learn more at choicefbn.org. From the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, supporting creative people and effective institutions committed to building a more just, verdant, and peaceful world. More information is at macfarrand.org. And from listeners like you who donate to this NPR station.
Under Labudu, let's get back to wireless international news roundup with our expert panel. Akbar Shahid Ahmed, diplomatic correspondent at Lotus, Jack Dash, defense reporter at Politico, and Andrew Ross, global affairs correspondent at The Guardian. The first of West Bank, where settler violence against Palestinians has intensified. Israeli settlements that are illegal under international law are expanding in occupied territory. Violent settler groups have continuously attacked Palestinians and their properties. On Thursday, Israel charged an Israeli settler with reckless manslaughter over the shooting death of Palestinian activist Oda Hafnin. The settler was charged after firing his gun toward a group of people, including children, in June of last year. Oda Hafnin was 31 years old when he was killed. His activism was featured in the Oscar-winning documentary No Other Land. Akbar, an Israeli human rights group, has analyzed more than 1,700 cases of Jewish extremist violence in the West Bank from 2004 to 2024 and found that 94% of investigations ended with no indictment. Why is it so rare for settlers to be charged in cases like this?
Many of the settlement and crisis have carbon ties to the U.S. The Biden administration, the Trump administration, we've consistently not seen action from Washington.
Andrew, you just reported from premise Aya in the West Bank for The Guardian. That's a Palestinian village where 80% of the residents are actually U.S. citizens. The village is located near an Israeli settlement that my Pakistani U.S. ambassador to Israel visited twice. This settlement, the UN calls a breach of international law. What did you find interesting about how Palestinian Americans are doing right now as violence is escalating in the West Bank?
And this
this is, and it's incredible to see, I think, in person, because this is the village that has kind of everything going for it. 80% of the people there are American citizens, and they're usually very wealthy American citizens. They've built these kind of incredible houses looking over this valley in the West Bank, not far from Ramallah. And, when you're there during the day, you feel very much like you could be in an affluent, American town. There's American flags even hanging from a lot of the buildings. But even
so it looks like just like an American suburb?
It could be anywhere. I mean, it's a little bit different, obviously, but it could be an American suburb. And what's incredible is that at night you have the exact same problems that are happening in lots of Palestinian villages and towns across the region, which is, 20 or 30 people, Israeli settlers have set camps nearby, and you're in the water.
For over 40 years, also moved forward towards justice for media that have raped people and killed her. Right, so lawmakers have been raising this consistently, including Democratic administrations and Montreal.
Let's go to Gaza. Last week, the country's Board of Peace unveiled a plan for Gaza that would include the disarming of Hamas, announcing that plan is up in the air. Jack, President Trump has said the situation is complex. The day after announcing that Hamas agreed to a full disarmament, what is the status of all of this right now, a week later?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that Trump said he has on paper, right? Hamas saying that they agreed to anything, saying that their hand over on weapons is still contingent on Israel stopping all forms of aggression and withdrawing from Gaza. Obviously, they haven't done that. Trump coming out there saying Israel's happy about this, we're ready to proceed with the ceasefire plan, but the Israelis saying, point blank, we're not pulling back from Gaza until we see genuine disarmament of Hamas. So it's kind of this catch-22.
From the Israeli standpoint, you've already seen them be able to shrink the Trump administration's expectations of moving forward on this, right? This was set up at the end of last year. We're now at almost a year on, and we haven't seen progress towards reconstruction of Gaza. We haven't seen Palestinians come out of camps. And really importantly, we haven't seen that international force to go in to stabilize and support an alternative leadership. So it's not just Hamas and the Israelis.
Just to add, I mean, this is something that we've seen in several negotiations with the Israelis. At the very least, there are accusations that, these kinds of stalemates are by design, that Israel is not looking to sort of move forward a kind of large reconstruction in Gaza at the moment on these terms. So it's found a different way to kind of slow that down. And this is something I heard repeatedly in my reporting in Israel about the Board of Peace and about other negotiations taking place over reconstruction in Gaza, that these problems and stumbling blocks were interesting.
Iran is also looking to join Israel's ongoing talks with Lebanon over Israel's withdrawal from southern Lebanon. Israel says withdrawing is contingent on the disarming of the militant group Hezbollah. New York is sponsoring the talks with Lebanon and the Israeli boss, and then that continues despite the ceasefire. Israeli objects to 9%
retake some towns and display that it can, enforce a kind of monopoly on force in those areas. So it's capable of actually holding on to them and not losing ground to Hezbollah. Lebanon is calling for Israel to keep moving forward. We've already got 3 of these pilot zones. Why don't you pull out of more land? Because eventually under this agreement, Israel is supposed to pull out of all of Lebanon. Before it's going to continue. So that's the sticking point. We could call it sequencing. Again, who's supposed to go first? What kind of benchmarks do we need to reach? But it does seem like, once again, those benchmarks fit in with Israeli that have any full either research or from Lebanon.
So I feel what to what overall here, what looks, do we have any sense of how this could go through?
Well, the dynamic is fundamentally rooted in absolutely the kind of last since 2019, right? When all of these wars began,
media posts, hoaxes, misinformation play a role in this dynamic?
Tonight at 7 for Vermont This Week, our roundtable discussion with the state's top journalist and host Mitch Wortley. That's tonight at 7 on the radio, or you can watch at 7:30 on the Vermont Public CBS station, or check it out on demand at Public.
the kind of secret secret power of the administration has really strong. We've known from accounting within the Pentagon, this has been a significant problem that they're trying to build against. Right? This really was launched with very rosy assumptions. The Iranians were told that they'd be able to take them out with a few missile shots, that it wouldn't extend for months and months and months. And now that it has extended for months and months and months, we're down to under 1,000 rounds of Patriot. 80% of terminal high altitude air defense, or the key U.S. air defense system, also down. Over 1,000 Tomahawk missile systems, that would be a capability if the U.S. were to defend against China or go to war against China, to attack Chinese land targets or even Chinese ships. So you just see this problem compounding and getting worse and worse and worse. Best case scenario, 3 to 5 years you can get out of this crunch, but that's if Congress funds it, that's if everything goes well, and the supply chain to actually build these missiles is broken entirely.
I want to get back to the supply chain in just a minute, Jack, but Andrew, can I just ask, as we circle back to the conversation we had at the beginning of the hour, as we think about leverage that the U.S. has, is this another, where does this factor into the U.S.'s position with Iran and Israel?
You can't have a war if you don't have the missiles to fight it with, especially the kind of war that the U.S. is having with Iran. So
gravity of Congress, and the gravity of the fact that they're in a shooting war right now with the Iranians.
Akbar, Andrew, I just want to know what reactions you're hearing from your sources about this reported U.S. stockpile issue.
I just wanted to sort of flag through the kind of hubris on this previous Trump administration, right? The U.S. was going through a lot of these stockpiles in defending Israel through that kind of post-face that we've seen as Israel was escalating. of U.S. foreign policy tendencies that use up these resources around the country back, even before
allies around the world, because I've been traveling a bit, there's a lot of concern about the fact that, there were questions about how Europe was going to defend itself if it ended up in a very large-scale war with Russia before this. And Europeans were saying, oh, it's going to take us, 7 years, 10 years to kind of start to develop our own air defenses. If it took 5 years, that's going to change the calculus a lot. So, concerned about how reliable a partner the United States is and whether or not this is going to be a tool that can prevent things in terms of the other countries starting to take matters into their own hands.
Let's shift gears and talk the breakout star of the talk from Canada's most popular club, CFO.
To me, it's more interesting from the kind of standpoint of autocratic leading countries in the region really coming together to design a new framework, and one that to me looks like it's really feasible to very well. Bobby taking
a large part of it in terms of world soccer with the Civil War, and Johnny and Frenchie was the mutual apologize the other day. It's always fun.
Did a parent pick you up past my mom?
So, yeah, unsolicited feedback on how to stay into soccer as an American.
WVPR Windsor, 88.9 WVBA Brattleboro, 107.9 WVPS Burlington Montreal, 88.7 WRC.
Also, Puerto Ricans express frustration that government rations water 48 hours on, 48 off.
It's not the lack of water, it's the lack of accessibility and the actual cutting sense of what we see. Also, Jonathan Alvarez from State University's contact journalism school,
Live from NPR News, I'm Washington. President Trump's embattled nominee for Attorney General will likely sweep by in his Todd Blanche is receiving key support from Louisiana Republican Senator Bill Cassidy.
Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has been facing an increasingly uphill battle in his Senate confirmation. Republican Senators Rachel Murkowski of Alaska and Susan Collins of Maine both are opposing his nomination. The Trump ally, Senator of Louisiana. Cassidy said he have politicized the department has become, but ultimately said he'll support it.
Another acting attorney general, the Secretary of President Trump, and who will not be as good as these people.
Cassidy's support gives Blanche the votes he'll need for confirmation and is a major win for the White House. Barbara Sprint, NPR News, Washington.
Nursing lawyers cut 23,000 jobs last month. More on this from NPR's Scott Wilson.
The job cut came in restaurants and retail shops as well as local government last month. Job gains for May and June were also revised sharply lower. Healthcare continued to add jobs. The unemployment rate hit the 14%, with more than 250,000 people dropping out of the workforce. Weaker than forecasters had expected. Prices are taking hold in labor markets. From NPR stations. Other contributors include their home and auto insurance in one place with the goal of coverage or 1-800 Progressive.
curb all-night spending. He argues it will drive up health costs for consumers and could hurt customers. Budget hearings will continue through August and are open to public. They'll be until September 15th to make their decisions. The Vermont Electric Aircraft Company has announced plans to significantly expand its financing contract. Data Technologies has secured roughly $830 million in additional financing from the Export-Import Bank of the U.S. The aircraft manufacturer's existing $170 million contract that helps it build a production facility in St. Louis. Data says this new money will help support its next phase of manufacturing growth in the U.S. This includes plans to expand in-house manufacturing and create more jobs. And drought conditions in Vermont have worsened. The U.S. Drought Monitor released data yesterday indicating that about a quarter of Vermont is currently experiencing abnormally dry conditions. That's a spike from last week, when less than 1% of the state was experiencing any form of drought. The most impacted area is northeastern Vermont, with most of Orleans and Essex counties and all of Caledonia County under abnormally dry conditions. A small portion of southern Windham County is also impacted. We'll have sun mixing with clouds today and isolated afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Continued warm and humid weather, highs in the 80s to near 90. Periods of clouds tonight with scattered showers or thunderstorms near or after midnight. Mild and muggy with lows in the 60s to near 70.
From NPR and WBOR, I'm Scott Tong in Washington, D.C.
And I'm Deborah Becker in Boston. It's here and now. The almost $1 billion fine in New Mexico against Meta may not seem like all that much for the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, but it is a major ruling in the ongoing debate over social media and children's safety. New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres joins us now. He's a Democrat running for re-election in November. A.G. Torres, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me, Deborah.
In this suit against Meta, the judge ruled this week that the social media giant must pay $500 million in a fine, and that's on top of the $5 million in penalties a month from the previous.
Children have suffered in the U.S. health crisis. So this is actually legislature and Congress to take up some of the more sweeping included in this case, and that's exactly what we're going to be focusing on in the upcoming legislative session here in New Mexico.
Now, Meta did make $60 billion in profits last year, so even if we just look at one seat, New Mexico's, and the $1 billion, I mean, is that amount significant when you look at the total bottom line?
Well, again, this is a we have, onto the rest of this country and the rest of the world. Meta can be held liable for extreme fears and extreme damages that they cause, that is going to be a significant financial hit to this company. And it will ultimately shape behavior for them and everyone else in the sector.
We reached out to Meta, and they sent us a statement saying that they disagree with the ruling and they will appeal. Part of the statement reads, quote, "We will work hard to keep people safe on our platforms and have been transparent about the challenges of identifying and removing bad actors and harmful content," end quote. So I wonder if this ruling stands, because Meta has certainly indicated an appeal, and the money does come forward from Mexico, where would it go?
Well, the abatement fund that's been established or will be established by the court's order goes primarily to treatment. That is a comprehensive fund that the state of New Mexico can use to both deal with the mental health harms and also to educate our kids about, and our families and parents about the potential harm in these spaces. But what we're really trying to do is undo some of the damage from addiction and exploitation that has been facilitated by Meta. They caused this harm. That's what the court determined, and now they're responsible for making it right.
Mm-hmm. And are you optimistic about an appeal in this particular case? When you have someone like Meta appealing this ruling, do you think it is going to happen, that there actually will be an abatement fund?
This type of harm is not covered by Section 230 of the Code of Economy and Both liability. I think the court rightly crafted a solution Congress to take up those things that was left untouched.
Pending against Meta or other social media companies in the private world?
Summer is usually very wet, hurricane season, but there's not much snow.
Or for bathing and washing clothes or all the above?
drought. It's so dry right now in Puerto Rico, but I gather that's not the only reason for the shortage.
Yeah, that's right. There are a lot of reasons, Scott, and one of them is just the sorry state of the water infrastructure in Puerto Rico. The pipe that carries water from reservoirs and treatment plants, and the old and the crumbling, the government has not maintained them really for decades. And the government itself reports that about 60% of the clean, treated water flowing through those pipes leaks out into the ground before it ever reaches people's homes.
60%?
60%. Oh my goodness. More than half of the water coming out of water treatment plants just gets lost due to inefficiencies in the system, and that is a big source of frustration for people. I met a woman named Yomaril Gavan last night. She lives in San Juan. She had no water. She said, yes, but the islands, how important of a state these water resources for the possession of that. Warned that things could get worse, that these cuts might have to get even more drastic without the fix.
Considered from any minors.
Join us for All Things Considered, weekday afternoons at 4. Good afternoon. You're listening to Here and Now on Vermont Public. Coming up this afternoon on Science Friday, how do you get a natural enzyme to evolve to do a completely new chemical job? That idea called directed evolution won Frances Arnold the 2018 Nobel Prize in Chemistry. We'll hear a conversation about her life and her evolution today at 2 o'clock on Science Friday. Vermont Public has supported .org/investors. Hosting the last mile of listeners of WVUR Boston and Strong, offering investors choice and self-directed investment. All in one place. More at straub.com.
It's Here and Now. Today's jobs report was a big miss, in the words of the Wall Street Journal, and a shock, according to Bloomberg. You may have heard the economy lost 23,000 jobs last month, and more people looking for jobs are giving up. Let's bring in Mike Regan now to cross Italy. He's managing editor at Bloomberg News. Mike, good to have you back.
Oh, thanks, Scott.
So it's not just the weak numbers in July. The Labor Department also revised down numbers for June and May, and so their numbers are not as good as we thought either. Put it all together, what are you seeing?
Yeah, if you look at the prior 2 months, as you point out, they were revised lower by 103,000 jobs. So that's a pretty significant lower revision to those prior 2 months. So it really all adds up to suggest that the labor market is pretty much softening at a pretty somewhat alarming rate during the summer. Now, the one bright spot, of course, is that it's kind of a head scratcher, but the number of the people in the labor force actively working, that number.
across the country have installed cameras that read license intelligence.
Where these women drove as they were recorded through clock cameras, this could piece together their daily lives, where they went and when they got home, and use that information in a way to ask them questions about where they are from the missing messages. We've seen that. basically creating a patchwork of her location and her travels in this really disturbing way to her.
And she tried to report it, right?
She did. She was first unnerved because she didn't know who she was going to call. She kind of wondered, who am I supposed to call the police company to? I can't just call this agency. It wasn't until her complaint was investigated to the Global Bureau of Investigation that they actually took it seriously. They ended up arresting him and bringing up connected to ministry stops for a child was and sometimes they're hamstrung in their ability to enforce good behavior because technologies are new and legal ways to do that.
And we spoke with the CEO and
they don't want to police the police. They feel like their role is to provide a service to their customers, to the police departments, and not be too aggressive and decide how they can
What do you think might be done this week?
So a lot of this conduct has been found almost photographed
technology reporter for the Washington Post. Thanks for speaking with us. It's very much.
Republican Senator Joe Cassidy of Louisiana says he will vote for Todd Blanche as Attorney General. The move likely paves the way for President Trump's one-time defense lawyer to be confirmed to lead the Justice Department. Blanche was Ukrainian long-range drones have hit a warehouse in the Ural Mountains belonging to Russia's largest Amazon retailer. The site of the attack, reported today, is over 1,200 miles from the border. Ukraine has been targeting Russian sites, showcasing its drone innovation as a response to the invasion. Officials say the Wildberries warehouse was set ablaze, but most merchandise was unharmed. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is pushing for more technological advances, especially in air defense systems.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston and your influence. And MathWorks, creator of MATLAB and Simulink, to design and develop engineered systems, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. And City Space Productions, WBUR's creative studio for custom podcasts that tell a brand's story. To ignite engagement, reach new audiences, or establish partners. WBUR.org/creative studio.
It's Here and Now. The situation on the border between Spain and Morocco is no longer in danger. Tens of thousands of people had crossed into the Spanish territory of Ceuta on July 30th. Most now left. But as Terry Schultz reports, there is still a political divide in the region.
I think it's a renter scam. Hang on. Terry?
Very messy.
Her private life in headlines.
This is not an easy business. You're under a lot of judgment and scrutiny, and I've been able to make it through those moments. You become stronger. You become a little smarter. You have a little bit more wisdom, a little bit more clarity.
J-Lo, Saturday on Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Get your weekend dose of news and information with Weekend Edition beginning tomorrow morning at 8. As Vermonters head to the polls Tuesday for the primary, make Vermont Public your choice for election day. As live results.
He was forced to quit his work as director of the Vienna Opera House. Shortly thereafter was told that he had a bad heart and wouldn't long to live.
Well, as you said, the creator economy is booming, and so our this significant career opportunity, but it's just a fantastic way for students to seize control of their futures.
So I would assume courses would include writing, camera work. What sort of courses do you think would be needed to get a bachelor's degree in content creation?
All of the things that you mentioned, media skills, production skills, even vocal training for our aspiring podcasters out there. program is grounded in connectedness. Students only succeed in this program when they engage other people, and our world needs that now more than ever. So the youth program is content creation and production skills, but they're also learning business savvy and audience creation and relationship building.
What's the form of
The training has nothing to do with the color digital marketing skills. It's content creation that really focuses
What's the difference between a content creator and an influencer, do you think?
You know, I think influencers have always existed. We're not like the first people to ever influence anything. People have been using communication strategically since the dawn of man. But I think that the word influencer recent years has gotten a bit of a bad rap. And again, I think that what we're focused on is creating graduates to become that with an open to learn to connect that information to the right audience, at the right time, on the right platform. And so whether and how they influence anybody, I think is secondary. What we're accountable to do is attempt to find and connect information to people. Now, technology is awesome.
It seems to me technology relevance in this field that's constantly changing. Sometimes seems like on a whim. I mean, what do you do to be able to ensure that you maintain relevance in this?
Yeah, this is a constantly and rapidly changing field. New platforms are going to come and go, algorithms are going to change, new tools will emerge, and trends, shift from what they were trying to get. Content creators of today and tomorrow, not only the skills of how to create content, but ultimately the ability to use those skills to connect to people. And it's really all about that. I want to attract students to this program, maybe if you already have something to say, but really also use this as the educational opportunity to help students who are just starting to discover their voice. That's what college is all about, is coming and engaging with people and perspectives. You will find yourself at somebody else's social media lead or that or anything really with education so that you can success looks like better dreams. That remains the best way to have yourself and your community economically. And if you can do that by connecting with other people in this community, the platform of a voice outside of this journalism is immense. And so for our journalists, we absolutely hope that a program like this and the forces within it support that work. But of course, this is all rooted in the same values that Catholic and
Jessica Pucci, Senior Associate Dean at Arizona State University's Walter Cronkite School of Journalism. Jessica, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
And you're listening to Here and Now.
Public has support from listeners who donate and David Gold and Joseph Coleman Gray. Financial advisors with Edward Jones, helping survivors pursue a life of good. Large enough to service, small enough to care.
It's here and now. For a long time, the idea of blasting a life-threatening earthbound asteroid out of the sky has been a step of sci-fi thrillers. Us now. Professor Rubin, welcome to Here and Now.
Thank you for having me.
So, Professor, how much should we really worry about asteroids or planetary destroying Earth? Is it a big concern?
Well, destroying Earth is one thing. I'm not concerned about that in a general sense. In terms of doing harm to humanity, it's a concern. Do we need to identify things? Yes. The one factor that is usually the first thing discovered only about a week before the past summer, because it happened relatively late, because they're not that high priority. much worse of a threat that can happen in the rest of the year. Asteroids are something that happens in maybe it's like a ball coming at me, I'll just deflect it a little bit so it misses me. The problem with that method is it requires a lot of time in general and a lot of math to get it take it apart, and the fragments will be small enough that even if they get through Earth's atmosphere, they just turn out to be much bigger than a problem.
What is it
Two.
That's going to vaporize, turn into a plasma. One of the asteroids will also vaporize. And what you have is a huge shock wave that travels through the asteroid, breaks it into pieces, and then a plasma gas cloud inside comes vaporize material, pushes it apart. The net effect is that you fragment and break the asteroid into small pieces, and they pieces then blow apart and vaporize.
The preventative work that you're trying to do here?
The technology is based on existing deployments of launching rapidly after enough mass lift. The types of rods are nothing special. You can use almost anything, frankly. So the technology is ready. That's the nice thing about it. About 2 months intercept prior to impact. Again, it's not perfect. It's great.
This is Vermont Public. 107.9 WVKS Burlington, Montreal. 88.7 WRVT Rutland. 94.3 WVTN FM Bennington. 88.5 WVTA St. Johnsbury. 89.5 WVTR Windsor. 88.9 WVBA Brownsville. And on the Vermont Public Act.
Funding for doing now is nothing. Look at America and sing.
President Trump had been saying all week that good things were happening, and I feel that open and Strait of Hormuz would happen very soon. But the split over who controls the strait has thrown the agreement into question. Justin Logan of the think tank Total Institute pointing to the different interpretations of one single paragraph, paragraph 5 of that MOU that caused all the problems.
It's a bit like the unstoppable force that we see movable objects. I mean, neither country's public position.
Justice under the Trump administration. The judge ruled this week that Meta must pay New Mexico's fine of $567 million. That's on top of $375 million in penalties from a previous phase of the state's lawsuit over the harm to children's mental health. New Mexico Attorney General Raul Torres has been representing the state against the parent company at Facebook and Instagram, and he spoke to NPR's Here and Now.
We've always understood that we by ourselves couldn't do this, but by taking a lead and showing that this is a line that can be taken by other states and other jurisdictions, we fundamentally provided a blueprint for everyone else in this country and around the world to hold this company accountable.
The Democrat is running for re-election in November. The Trump administration is proposing major changes to the Clean Water Act, aiming to cut red tape and construction costs. But as Rachel Cohn with Mountain West News Bureau reports, some states are creating their own safeguards.
Colorado is launching a program to regulate its wetlands and seasonal streams. 3 years ago, a U.S. Supreme Court ruling narrowed federal oversight, which will relevant to the new stream system that Colorado designed to fill the gap.
This work is really critical in protecting Colorado's water quality. It's really important for businesses and agriculture to have clarity so they can continue their development in a safe way.
New Mexico is following suit, and Delaware Governor Matt Meyer signed new state wetland protections into law last month. For NPR News, I'm Carolyn Davis, Colorado.
You're listening to NPR.
Support for NPR is from the PR station.
Vermont Public with more Here and Now up next, followed by Science Friday at 2 and Fresh Air at 3. From Hamas to a Nobel Prize in Chemistry and Queen Elizabeth Equestrian Advisor, plus an Ellington and O'Day. I'm Betty Smith. Hope you can stay with us.
Climbing into the upper 80s to low 90s. Now, with all this energy, there is a chance for a few isolated showers or even afternoon storms, but we're not expecting much in the way of precipitation, but showers could briefly impact outdoor plans today. Now for the forecast details, we mix of sun and clouds with a chance of a few widely scattered showers or isolated thunderstorms. Warm and humid weather with highs in the 80s to low 90s. Tonight, thunderstorms will develop overnight with lows in the 60s to nearing 70. And on Saturday, another chance for scattered showers and thunderstorms with highs ranging through the 80s. I'm meteorologist Megan Becker with a Calmer on Sky.
From NPR and WBUR, I'm Deborah Becker in Boston.
And I'm Scott Fong in Washington, D.C. This is Here and Now. President Trump got some good news today. Republican senators will support Trump's nomination of primary for Attorney General. Looks like it's up to
Also, Scott Wong, senior congressional reporter for NBC News. Hi, Scott.
Hello.
So, Darlene, to you first. The ballroom. A federal appeals court put a halt to construction. So, what are we supposed to take away from this?
Well, the takeaway is that control down Congress is going to slow down construction. The ruling says that Congress needs to approve the construction and the Congress will start doing it. And obviously there's a civil lawsuit that was filed by the Trust for the Fourth District. Their argument all along was that Congress is and it sounds like he and the administration are going to appeal. He said this unjust decision must be overturned by the Supreme Court in its entirety. So it sounds like an appeal to me.
And indeed, Darlene, as you say, this ruling is paused before continuing to the White House to appeal to the Supreme Court. So we'll watch that on the ballroom. The Congress got the Todd Blank senators, Republican senators, had held up his nomination over concerns of weaponizing the DOJ and that fund to pay President Trump's allies, among other things. Now we have news from Senator Cassidy giving Todd Blank and no votes of his peers from the full Senate. So if he were confirmed, what would that allow him to do?
Well, Todd Blank is President Trump's former personal and this is President Trump himself will say, look, the economy is great. My job approval numbers are as high as they should have been, but the actual numbers themselves do not reflect that.
Well, let's listen to the president on this topic as he's talking about the economy in the labor sector.
The stock market has hit 74. You know, we have the greatest economy in the history of our country in my first term. You know that.
And the president is arguing that his second term is going to be even better. We do know Wall Street stock market is actually doing quite well. Does not always reflect life on Main Street. Darlene, what are we learning from voters and polls and other independent about their economic issues?
Hero, 29-year-old who was Congressman, and he the tremendous energy on the left, and that this message is resonating with young people who are turning out at the polls, typically don't turn out at the polls, but they are coming out to vote for the Democrats. On the other hand, we know that Republicans will try to make El Sayed and certainly Mamdani the face of the Democratic Party in these midterms and grab this raven some alonzo for moderates who Democrats will need in order to retake certainly the House of Representatives, and they'll also try to retake the Senate. So this is the war that is raging within the Democratic Party right now. We did see Haley Stevens come around and endorse El Sayed, so there's sort of a unity moment, but whether that can last all the way to election day is a big question.
Well, speaking of moderates, the centrist think tank Third Way has pledged $50 million to discredit the Democratic Socialist movement, like several of the people, Scott, you mentioned, are Democratic Socialists. We should know El Sayed is not running as a Democratic Socialist. But coming back to Third Way and its campaign going forward, here's the group's president and co-founder, Jonathan Cowan, on CBS News.
If you got to a general election, the biggest ideas would actually count. The bills will stand for
going to have to look through, as Scott was referring to, because they do want to take that.
thought a Senate panel voted along party lines this week to hold Anthony Fauci in contempt. Republicans were behind it, and it's after Fauci. Fauci could face criminal prosecution by the Justice Department. And what does this tell you about what's happening in Washington right now and where the focus is? What can we take from this stuff?
Well, in Anthony Fauci's own words, he has said that the chairman of that committee, Rand Paul, who we know very well, has an unhinged obsession with him and has been trying to ruin his career and his reputation for many years now. What we don't know is if DOJ will go ahead and find citation against certain individuals and then has opted not to prosecute. We will follow that.
And Francesca, we have a minute for you, folks. So you're covering so many things. Anything else you're watching closely, whether it's this Darlene, whether it's the White House, lots of covering. Darlene, apologies. Darlene, Super Bowl, reporter for the
Good to be with you.
And you're listening to Here and Now.
Supports the programming today from Vermont Construction Company, supporters of Green Mountain Habitat for Humanity.
of belonging, but not quite. Nicholas Lemon is former dean of the Columbia Journalism School, a New Yorker staff writer, and author of the recent book,
Thanks for having me.
longer view of your own family story. I gather your great-great-grandfather Jacob came to the North in the 1800s.
My family has been in the U.S. for an unusually long time for a Jewish family. My great-great-grandfather arrived in 1836 from Germany by himself. There were kind of two big categories of American Jews for a long time. Eastern European Jews and Western Jews. So over the generations, our family became, I guess, more assimilated, less observant, and then I decided to kind of go back to the other direction, become more observant.
You're right. Over time they developed this identity, maybe because this is an identity that is now dissipating, but one that is politically liberal, professional, and Zionist, supporting a home for Jews in the world. And I just wonder if you can kind of contextualize that and whether you yourself think that you kind of fit down.
So there was a moment, more than but a kind of Jewish heyday, Jewish liberal Zionist heyday that ran roughly the founding of the State of Israel for however many years up till quite recently, when a lot of American Jews were, middle class or above, educated, politically informed,
I want to ask you then about this kind of shattering, as you described, of this long-time American Jewish identity that I many listeners will be familiar with. The wars that followed. And you have written that today, an open anti-Semitism has arisen. What do you mean?
But the obvious thing is that there are physical attacks on Jews all over the world, really, including in the United States, and that if you're Jewish and you come to you're going to be doing it under armed guard. And then there's the idea that a Zionist, whatever that means, is kind of a bad thing to be and is not acceptable. And so I cultural and political circles, so that's psychologically impactful.
So, is potentially for an American Jew to drop the embrace of Israel, or at least the embrace of the government, Benjamin Netanyahu. Do you see that happening, or is that easier to say than to do?
I do see. I mean, I feel like, I'm going around the country talking about the book, and I feel like, a group therapy session going on. And I see this in my own life, too. So there is a lot of anger. Within families, there's a lot of bitter dispute about attachment to Israel, and within congregations, there's a feeling of the community is not as comfortable as it used to be in the outside world, and within its own confines, life isn't as comfortable either. But there's a distinction between what do you think of the government and its policies versus Israel at all. It's not part of my Jewish identity.
I'm curious, Nick Lemon, when you talk about these book talks you give, these appearances you're making around the country, the therapy, to use your word, between, among American Jews, how does that strike you?
Well, it's been a very emotional experience for me because you remember, as we were discussing before, I was not raised in the American Jewish mainstream, and we were in the East. One is my moving from outside the Jewish mainstream inside, and then watching the mainstream go through identity crisis of the last 3 to 4 years.
So, can I then ask?
Well, I have a different kind of baseline from a lot of my friends who had more Jewish upbringings, because I grew up in a world where my father was a lawyer and he couldn't go to lunch with his law partners because the place where they would go to lunch was a club that didn't allow Jews to enter the building. So I always grew up with a sense of being, outsiders to some extent. And so I'm distressed about what's going on now, but I don't feel as completely gobsmacked as a lot of my friends do, because the sense of being an outsider is very familiar to me. I want to state also that I get a tremendous amount of joy
Journalism School, his recent book is Returning, A Search for Home Across 3 Centuries. Nick, thanks so much for the time.
Thank you. Enjoyed it.
In a related story, we spoke yesterday on the show about an influence campaign funded by the Israeli government. It's meant to change American hearts and minds about the state of Israel and the cause of war. This campaign features text messages to Americans written with the help of AI. Here's Wall Street Journal reporting.
something that's more traditional and that we've seen in the past is folks hiring a lobbyist to go around Washington and meet with people and talk about their government's priorities. This is different because it's aimed at the American public, and it's worth mentioning, as we talk to allies of not necessarily local.
Hear that story on our website, hereandnow.org.
Live from NPR News in Boston, I'm Steve Brown. A federal appeals court has decided President Trump cannot build a $400 million ballroom at the White House without congressional approval. A three-judge panel from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit upheld a lower court ruling. It concluded Trump doesn't have the unilateral authority to construct the huge ballroom where the White House's East Wing once stood. Today's ruling was delayed for 2 weeks, giving Trump time to appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, which he immediately said he will do. Michigan Democrats are set to gather today in an effort to show unity behind their statewide candidates. This comes 3 days after a heated U.S. Senate primary highlighted divisions between the party's left flank and its more moderate. Maryland East Representative Billy Stevens for an open Senate seat. 10 of Saed's saved 103,000 jobs off payrolls in May and June. June's jobs numbers for the labor department amount to political setbacks.
Warm and humid in the 80s to low 90s. Tonight, rain showers and spotty thunderstorms developing with patches of thunderstorms. Now, tonight, today is supported by Rolling and City.
industry leaders and politicians. More at idms.edu.edu.
Here's here and now. Eight western cities are bracing for cuts to their water supply. The federal government stepped in last week with a 10-year plan to save reservoirs on Colorado River.
Ahead. Under the new plan, rules to manage the river can be revisited every 2 years. But a lot of the reviews to the Diego says the price of water for the city's nearly 2 million residents will go up as supply becomes more scarce.
We will have to go out and look for additional supplies, which may not be as cost effective. We know when costs rise, people do tend to use less water.
This sprawling desert city has prepared for a day like this. Phoenix gets about 40% of its water from the Colorado River, but as that figure drops, it has to rely more on other sources. like groundwater. The city is also building treatment plants to turn sewage into drinking water. Gallego says Phoenix has a diverse water supply, but she knows people living here are concerned.
And recent public opinion polling of City of Phoenix residents, it was the number one issue.
The federal government was forced to intervene because the 7 states that use the river to figure out how to help in times of extreme drought. The river is stretched by climate change, overuse. Water levels at Lake Powell on the Utah-Arizona border are so low that hydropower production could stop early next year. Under the government's new 10-year plan, those lower basin states will use the most water New York is Wyoming, Utah, and Mississippi. Arizona project. The entity moves Colorado River water through a system of canals more than 300 miles from its source to cities like Phoenix and Tucson. With junior rights compared to other big water users, the CAP could lose every drop in the worst-case scenario.
Down to zero.
Empty canals are unlikely for now. Interior Secretary Doug Berman said last week the new guidelines give the government a range of options to respond to changing conditions on the river. He said there's still time for the states to come up with a plan of their own. But if the past is any indication, that may not happen. Upper basin states say they already use far less water than they're entitled to. Something changes fast, that time is already here. But hear it now.
Senator Lopez is operating and in her private life and husband.
This is not an easy business. You're under a lot of judgment and scrutiny, and I've been able to make it through those moments. You become stronger, you become a little smarter, you have a little bit more wisdom, a little bit more clarity.
David, Saturday at Weekend Edition from NPR News.
Vermonters head to the polls Tuesday for the primary. Make Vermont Public your source for election news. Find live results and analysis at vermontpublic.org/election. And listen during morning edition and all things considered. And hear the latest election news from your community. And Vermont Grape and Wine Company. Hosting Mates Quebec with Meet the Maker wine tastings and farm-to-table fare. August 16th in Union. Vermont Grape and Wine Company. Coming here and now comes from the listeners of WBUR Boston. And News First, for 100 years, committed to helping investors achieve their financial objectives, combining in-house research and risk management to create tailored investment strategies for every client. Learn more at lewisfirst.com and the Here and Now Anytime platform. Up first, early in the day, Here and Now Anytime. Consumers and goes deep. The Here and Now Anytime platform. Available on Spotify and From NPR and WBUR.
Deep dive into the world of flying and southern devastating ecological consequences. Study in Nature says one in 5 species is in danger of extinction. Monsters of God's first episode premiered on HBO last night, and episodes will drop Thursdays in the coming weeks. Eric Good is the filmmaker behind all of this. He also brought us HBO's Tiger King and Chimp Crazy. Eric Good, welcome to Here and Now.
Thank you, guys.
It is that draws people to these reptiles. Is it danger? Is danger the lure?
I think that it's part of it. I think the beauty of these venomous snakes sometimes is just incredible. For whatever reason, a lot of venomous creatures have very bright colors. Some of the vipers that are very dangerous have these beautiful turquoise colors and greens and yellows, and some of the most incredible patterns in the reptile world are on venomous snakes, like the gaboon viper or the rhinoceros viper. They're very beautiful.
Who are really heavily involved in it. One person, Jason Holt, right? He's credited with bringing the trade of illegal reptiles to the big time, right? Advertising exotic animals that he sometimes found in foreign countries, and he got big money.
When Hank Bolt started out, it was more subculture. Today, I think there's some statistics that say something like how many millions of kids have a pet reptile in their home. But it's become more commonplace owning reptiles than it is.
Can you talk a little bit about how zoos sort of contributed to this international reptile trade? You know, Hank Moltz, the dealer here, he realized that there was money to be made because these zoos wanted to have the best reptile collection. So what was going on there?
Going back over a century, in this country, the Philadelphia Zoo is one of the oldest zoos. So it became much easier for zoos in many respects to animal dealers. There used to be a famous dealer in New York City called Trufflet. Henry Trufflet had everything from elephants to in New York City. Connoisseur of the wildlife kingdom, the animal kingdom, where he specialized in reptiles. And at that time, reptile houses would be very popular. And we really started realizing that people like reptiles. They want to see a Komodo dragon. They want to see a king cobra. So Hank came to Iowa, he really wanted reptiles. And he was bringing in some of the rarest reptiles in the world, many of which had never been in this country before.
A lot of times it seemed as if, even though there was certainly an excitement on the part of the dealers here to get these exotic animals, the animals weren't always treated very well. I mean, and so, an instance where some of them were very was it business of these reptiles, or really just fascination with this exotic creature? Both, right?
It's more subconsciousness that reptiles are important. In many cases, turtles and tortoises have the dubious distinction along with primates of being the most endangered two groups of vertebrates on planet Earth. When you look at how many there are, it's about really hoping that people will learn the history of the reptile trade and all of its risks and bumps along the way. And today, I hope people respect these animals and don't treat them like disposable plastic. Some get lots of good.
We talked about, the age of turtles, right? We started with a turtle when he was 6 years old. And then we went in the series that you've got with what we call special dealers of animals. Now you're involved in conservation efforts. Is this curious or how would you describe it?
It's not so much about looking at men, but really I think possibly South Africa. Today, China,
Find it there.
For consumption or medicinal medicine. And when you look at the scale of this globally, it's much, much larger than it was historically. You have to remember that trade the belts, the jackets, it includes consumption. The consumption of turtles and reptiles in Southeast Asia in particular is enormous. So when you look at the entire ball of wax, you realize that it's a multi-billion-dollar industry annually. It's like any obsession. And I like I don't look at obsession. You wake up in the morning and you want to do something. In the case of the people that I found on my films, they're obsessed with animals. And it can be good to have something.
Monsters of God. Eric, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me, Deborah.
It's Here and Now.
Hi, I'm Fairbanks Museum Planetarium Director Mark Green. Join me and Vermont Public Meeting Wednesday in Woodstock or here on the radio August 12th as we explore the wonders of the summer sky from the Perseid meteor shower to the sunny
the Pepsi Drive. Mountains out in the Great Divide. Or trip the sea to Costa Rica from road stop. Find info and sign your application at vermontpublic.org. We have support today from Weekend Heat Pumps, serving homes and businesses this summer cooling season with AC cleaning and heating.
From the listeners of WBUR Boston and from Nashville. Engineering and science. Learn more at Nashville.
Eric Whitman reported on this for our editorial partner staff to help on this presentation. Eric, welcome back.
He had, what in some ways was a classic middle class life where she was working for a military contractor, she had salary, she had kids, she had a dog, her kids had braces. And to unravel with her sister and all of and it was in the process of enrolling in this research and participating that her tests came back positive for syphilis.
She is kind of at the center of this group who are unhoused. Is this kind of demographic area of concern?
Yeah, I think the most vulnerable are often some of those who are likeliest to get syphilis, and so it doesn't feel like a coincidence that this research group that has sort of a long-standing relationship with these communities are the folks who are able to actually detect these cases, because otherwise you won't be able to.
You're reporting, Eric, on something
so that one is this long-term rise in syphilis and as those patients are known for sort of tight supply when this recall last year that kind of just increased the
unhoused people.
We could group has been doing research on both sides of the border. And in May, the Department of Health and Human Services announced a change in which they no longer allow for parts of federal research grants to be kind of farmed out to foreign researchers to help with the research efforts. And so all of a sudden, their recruitment into in San Diego, but their previous research has shown that actually these communities are interlinked in that just as people cross back and forth across this border, in some cases as their daily commute. So, and so their sense is they're missing fragility of public health, and so even when a disease seems not to be a problem, if we become complacent, so I think that is really at the center of this story about
Hot1079.com. iHeartRadio. New music.
Hi everyone, this is Karol G.
Hey, this is Bruno Mars.
And this is my song, Still, with Bruno Mars.
We are now in the production of NPR and producing for you live.
Funding for Here and Now comes from the listeners of WBUR.
This is Vermont Public, 88.9 WBBA Brother. WBBA St. John, 89 WBBA Windsor, 1079 WBBS Birmingham, Montreal, 94.3 WBBS
I think what's necessary is the willingness to program to help outside boundaries. Otherwise, we'll just be adding information to what's already there.
She developed a technique called directed enzymes to detect
Assistant Senator Bill Cassidy.
Ultimately, that increasing pullback in his side. Republican Senators Elizabeth Ossie of Alaska and Susan Collins of Maine both are opposing his nomination, which meant allies want Senator Cassidy of Louisiana. That meant politicized the country. Ultimately, support
showed a lot of inflation, even though hiring was not terrific in the city.
Fewer jobs than in the to reimburse after it stopped paying in December. Remember station KQED in San Francisco,
The case is playing out amid upheaval in the system set up by Congress. Immigration case. Nonprofits lapsed last month and hired a Texas firm tied to President Trump. Alvaro Huerta is with Immigrant Defenders Law Center in Los Angeles. One of the groups.
That's looking at going unrepresented. I think they're going to have a hard time
South Carolina U.S. Senator Darlene Brown reading out the outcome of the vote on the bill with authorization of the labor of death last month at the age of 71. Darlene Brown was appointed to fill her citizen's seat. Russia's foreign minister has condemned France's decision to deport a high-profile
lost a legal challenge to block the deportation order this week after Paris court rejected the appeal. The French foreign minister accused federal government. European Union right-wing, pro-Kremlin media mogul Vincent Bolloré. Eleanor Beerson and Tony Paris.
I'm Lakshmi Singh, NPR News in Washington.
Support for NPR comes from DuckDuckGo, a private search engine in Russia. At duck.ai. This is NPR.
We have support this afternoon from
specific jobs that benefit us. Putting that idea into practice changed the game of chemistry and earned Dr. Francis Arnold the Nobel Prize directly. And this is really big. Today, thousands of labs use these methods to cook enzymes into doing things no one had ever thought of. Dr. Francis Arnold. And we're going to find out where he sees this approach going in the future and how personally welcome to Science Friday.
Stories like this. Could you imagine me just out there exercising and falling and breaking something? Absolutely the hell not. Apparently you fall and break things.
I know.
Elvis Duran in the morning on Hot 107.9.
Yo, 1 2 1 2.
Wake up with Elvis Duran and the morning.
Your example of standing. If you start with an enzyme that has a little bit of capability to move things, it doesn't work in the presence of the enzyme, doesn't let your wandering thing, then you can really those desirable properties.
And you see that you take the gene that makes that enzyme and you put it in the
With a phone. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that
get what you squeeze for. And that may sound like a silly statement, but it's
What happens is that those new molecules pick up properties that may be interesting for something else. And that's how innovation happens.
So can you swim through multiple properties at once?
Yes, it's not. Researching an honest answer and the text the novelty happens because all of this incredible is constantly looking at the opportunities for survival.
Commercials with every Thursday, only at N of Ottawa.
Because it's yours. Things that we can that are now no longer. We have an even bigger database of enzymes that tell us science as positive, what we understand, and we have the things
Can you evolve an enzyme into something that solves the problem? Does and are there problems?
Definitely, yes. What is it? New properties could come about. And that's called chemical intuition.
And is it intuition almost like that feeling?
No, it's a lot more than that feeling. We know that already exists. So we know might look like some chemistry that was invented by human beings. But to bring in those structures that have evolved in some that makes fine novelty. evolutionary optimization, novel measurement techniques to let us sort through all of these new genetic sequences. I'm thinking 5 to 10 years, we will be
you could type in like 5 codes. This chemical transmission. This is Science Friday from
I know the change. Thank you.
From the Central Vermont Chamber Music Festival with a performance at the Woodstock Universalist Church, Sunday, August 9th. CBC and N of Ottawa.
And her evolution as a scientist. Francis, can we get personal for a second?
Sure.
you said that in a way like, no, thank you.
No, right, it's I was bored in school, and so off during the weekend most of the time. I was very curious about boarding school. They sent me to typing class. So at age 10, I learned how to type singing. And then I took mechanical drawing, geometry, and a number of other classes in high school. And so that by the time I went to middle school, I was completely bored, and I started cutting classes to go to school. Do other things instead of going to school. And I just said, okay.
How did that
very powerful job. Which I really enjoyed. I learned how to get around Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which is very people were not yet behind the wheel of a big cab.
I think, yeah.
So I say, oh, that it's too late to wait for that.
I mean, you talk really successful practices. I've spoken with podcasts. Do you think that's necessary for making
necessary if the wilderness is well beyond what all the other mountains are doing? That's what I tell myself. How are we doing what all the other mountains are doing? To do something outside the bounds be adding incrementally at best to what's already there. So it takes a sense I followed what I wanted to do rather than what other people thought I should do.
Is there a moment in your childhood that was predictive of your career in science? You've done so many things.
Oh, I don't think of that. No. Even if I just did that, Portuguese because I lived in Brazil, but that was pretty much fallen by the wayside.
That's a lot. You mentioned focus living
how words express thoughts in different languages.
You know, reading your Nobel biography of fiction, just the number of experiences you've had, traveling across Europe, sleeping on farms, off-road motorcycling. You feel like your life is about
all life can go in different directions. And just like evolution is a human center, this opportunity, this path, whereas I could have had a different opportunity in a different place. And the sacrifice thing is to choose a path, is not be paralyzed by opportunities. Choose something and go. And you can always do that. So I think
What's also to hear in the science? Do you think that's might be a
biggest failure in that work?
The biggest failure is staying too long with something. I don't actually think about it. But sometimes those who dwell on failure bring something really, really hard. Listen to me, and I just made sure that the first person so I took advantage of this to get in front of people that need to see. That's good. To share the beauty of the future. Do you agree with that sentiment? To address So how could you I provide a wonderful
écoutez actuellement CJOL FM 107.9 à Joliette. Nous sommes présentement en période d'essai technique en ondes afin de valider la qualité de notre signal. Si vous remarquez des problèmes de réception, du brouillage ou toute autre anomalie, nous vous invitons à nous contacter.
Is here what you're saying is really
CJOL-FM@arsenalmedia.com ou par téléphone au 450-404-6044. Merci de votre précieuse collaboration et bonne écoute.
that people were working on 40 years ago. What kind of
What's the purpose of science?
The sitting cycle. This is not considered the American way. It is not taking breaks. It is certainly not getting up every half hour to move all that. Stick around. Learn more at sciencedelivers.com and on the next program, we remember Queen Elizabeth raising her equestrian advisor.
The state's top journalists and host next weekly. This week's topics include the debate over a preacher's pitch for a Fulton Listen tonight at 7 on the radio, watch at 7:30 on Vermont Public PBS station, or check it out on demand on the Vermont Public app.
JCPenney's really big deals are back. This weekend only. Buy one, get one free.
Institutions National and their offices in Montpelier. Meet the capitals on the planet.
This is Science Friday. Because we're talking about of spending hours and hours in a desk chair days after increases the risk of heart attack, psychiatric conditions. Tech journalist, host of NPR's Radio Hour, and author of Body Electric, Hidden Health Science. Welcome back to Science Friday. How bad is sitting? Oh boy, it is like really, really bad. And debut. Doing since over the last decade is sitting and looking at screens more, right? We emerged from the pandemic and from Zoom room to Zoom room, they are texting on WhatsApp, they're scrolling social media. AI is capturing a lot of our attention now too. And so for me, the question was, that combination, is it a double win or is it just the sitting not moving on the combined to make because as you said, it's estimated 660. And that's not because we're lazy, that teenagers got lazy. We have built this business around sitting in front of screens, and it requires sitting off. Yeah, I mean, problem. So when did this lifestyle really start? Restaurants, and today nobody even gets up to talk to their colleagues, and so slowly we eliminated movement throughout our day. Now, what we do is we go to the gym in the morning. Some people do. People ourselves. Yeah. Even if you do work out in the morning or the evening, if you sit for a long out of 4 American adults now have this spinal cord for the pre-diabetic but also very destructive at the same time. Sense of like closing my laptop and feeling like I just need to fall over to the couch to scroll some more. Like, have been trying to pinpoint what so enter school as like a little kid, you are told that sitting and looking in front of you is what matters. Always consider the American way. It is not taking breaks. It is certainly not getting up every what you've discovered. And we partnered for a global kind of half hour, every hour, or every 2 hours. How many people signed up? We crashed to one of the university servers, so that was fun. That's amazing. It was all people clearly. Levels. We saw people rating their mood and their ability to focus. Setting my timer and thinking that internet work I'm going to get it over. And a good time people do and in fact, the piece found in the data that 12.4 live breaks per day saw a lot of their mood somewhere. Exactly. Perfection is not the goal. One break is jog in place, go for it, but that is not necessary. What we're talking about is a 2-mile-per-hour temperature. So it's not even like that. We're just saying move the car, get this
In response to the question,
I love that. I am setting the what about standing? There have been numerous events that have found that around a few hours we can things and so that's what I think the things are bad. Yeah, that seems really at odds with what it's just sad. Yeah, it's just sad. But here's the good if you have a standing desk, and you love it, by all means, you know your body best. But as Keith said to me, standing desk is a great cost. We like to stand a little bit off today, right? If you can stand up, I like to for example. Behind this floor is so fascinating. Single pass. Yeah. Just is not as attractive to look at your phone. Some people would like to go back to the 90s and all those things. I had teenagers, I have elderly parents, I work remotely.
Pretty awesome. You want to get off your phone? Maybe try this as well.
Walt Whit agreed about that.
Check out our podcast. Comes every single day. It's on. And while you're there, it's really big help. Okay?
Supported by Progressive Insurance. Home Quote Explorer helps homeowners for them from a network of agents. Learn more at progressive.com. Support this on even when it's not easy. Foundation, working to enhance public understanding of science, technology, and economics in the modern world. is a nonprofit organization who supports African foundations like you. Learn more about their dedication to increasing the public's access to information at sciencefriday.com.
Join me for Vermont Public's Eye on the Sky August 12th at Billings Farm in Woodstock.
I'll be joined by Fairbanks Museum Planetarium Director Mark Breen as we all view Vermont's summer night sky together. Before we lie back to explore the cosmos, we can enjoy the Billings Farm gardens and family-friendly activities. Plus, there'll be food trucks. Reserve free tickets at vermontpublic.org/events.
Support provided by Jamaica Cotton.
Support for program today comes from Silo Distillery in Windsor, Vermont. This is a book release and microculture with Elizabeth and Claire Van Ars. Happening tomorrow. And Bittner Antiques on Shelby Road, a third-generation Vermont dealer buying jewelry, silver, and paintings. Home visits available. BittnerAntiques.com.
From investigative journalism to the stories that make Vermont unique. Hi, I'm Josh Crane. Help us decide what topics to cover on Brave Little State, the people-powered journalism show from Vermont.
94 WBTN FM Clinton.
887 WRBT.
107 WBS in Montreal. 89 WBT Ottawa.
5 WBTA St. Johnsbury.
And on your smart speaker.
Horsemen who challenged the conventional method of breaking the horse and developed a gentler, trustful
or restraint. Do the things I want. Don't demand it.
Robert became famous after the second problem in 1909 and suggested that the man who witnessed and Justin Chang reviews the Airplane bio of Anthony Baker.
Today's jobs report turns out to be worse than widely expected. threatening to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook over administrative allegations from a lower court.
Stop you crying, baby, it'll be alright. I'm risking. Gotta get away from
to get requested housing earlier and that blocks implementation of the policy in the 23 states plus Washington, D.C. that's moving to you. As you go along,
others before taking his own life. He's also accused of killing the United Nations Children's Agency says at least 300 children have been reported killed in Gaza since the ceasefire was signed nearly a year ago. In that report, that one child of Israel agreed to ask children to suspend military operations and allow in more food and medicine from us. UNICEF said the ceasefire was failing children and noted that hundreds more children have been injured. The Israeli military is now occupying more of the Gaza Strip, with families crowded into Russian facilities. UNICEF said children will continue to face acute malnutrition and disease. The UN Commission in June found that Israel had deliberately killed Palestinians and drugged them. That Israel failed to protect fire. Israel rejected funding.
Support for industries like Airplane+, offering the Schwab the teens can gain hands-on protection. It's co-owned by parents and teens, so parents can monitor the account while teens learn how to invest. More at schwab.com. This is NPR.
Lopez's top music charts starting Washington. Private license.
This is not an easy business. There's a lot of judgment and scrutiny. I'm not going to make it through those years. We become stronger. We become a little smarter. We have a little bit more wisdom.
Saturday and weekend edition from NPR.
A quicker job to be done. We have support today from and offering Anderson financial terms with
This afternoon is looking like a hot one. Temperatures easily rising to the upper 30s. Few nights are not of the right. As humidity could support a showers or thunderstorms, overall we're not expecting much. Then tonight, thunderstorms developing overnight. Showers and storms. I'm meteorologist Megan Becan with Eye on the Sky.
This is
watched his father do it. Known as zone out. Communicated with them. And with a language. Roberts was born in Salinas, California in 1935. He grew up around here, took rides constantly, and by the time he was 8, he became a champion singer. About 100 movies, including as a young boy, the Elizabeth Taylor and politics. Roberts, after Queen Elizabeth II brought him to work with her host, and urged him to write his memoir, The Man Who Listens to Horses, which became a bestseller in 1984. From a California ranch, introduced trainers and students from around the world. Terry Gross spoke to Mary Roberts in 1997. But Robert's father used cane and pennies to build it.
Well, I thought it was very traditional, working in the convention. And you do what I tell you to, or I'll hurt you. What it is that it's dealing with the use of corporal punishment, acting out in violence, to train the animal not to do that thing. Well, he would tie legs up on horses and tie them to posts and make them so as to frighten them and help those tethers to them. He would whack them very violently. Sometimes they were on the ground, oftentimes there was blood and there was ink. It was all that approach itself is as a starting. And I request that the horse do the things I want. I don't demand it. That is a state of mind whereby he wants to, and not because he's supposed to.
Horses in the wild, which we'll get to.
Yeah, well, it's their language, and they use this business of sending the animal away. That is, they use it in as well as in. So they use this business rejection as a discipline. And when that animal is out there, isolated, like animal, the animal predator is very concerned about that, and they want to come back. So that's
LeSeraphim,
Snoop Dogg,
and more.
Stream it live on Disney.
the isolated animal
at AXS.com.
And keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our highlight.
Coyotes. They're very upset. And what? Someone had a birthday. And then we didn't take the chances in order to request certain flying for their cooperation.
So how do you first send the horse away? If the horse doesn't
Well,
work?
that's easy because they're a flight animal. And if you're dealing with untrained animals, all you have to do is use the aggressive phrases in their own language, and the animal goes away. That's the easy part.
What aggressive phrases in horse language do you use?
Well, first of all, it would be eyes on eyes, piercing the eyes. That does not draw the animal in as it would the grizzly or the great white, but it drives the horse away. Then shoulders square, all movements square, fingers open and extended, drives the horses away. There's lots of motions and positions of the body which mean go away.
And how do you get the horse into come back?
Well, once the horse has gone its flight distance, then they begin to communicate that they would like to come back. And they do that with basically four statements. One is with the ear to say, I respect you. I don't know what this is all about, but I'll give you my respect. And then two, that they'll try to come closer to you, just physically bend them and trying to come closer to you. Three, that they lick and chew, they stick their tongue right out and then chew. It's not penny that they say, I'm grazing, I'm herbivore. I'm eating over here, and if I'm eating, I can't fear you, because if we have eaten, I will fear you. And then four, the rocking of the head down and bouncing the nose right into the which means that you can negotiate with the hero. I would like to be the hand.
What signals are you giving? Let's go together.
Well, after those four, then I go past aggressive behavior. And then passive means to take the eyes off the eyes. To lower the face. A 45-degree angle to the horse's body axis to face slightly away, inviting the horse to come in.
You should have known wild mustangs in Sierra Nevada. Radio. When the wild horses were done this race, the horses to the slaughterhouse to be able to watch this. How this wild horse the horses were there to be taken.
The opportunity for me to go to Nevada and capture and bring these wild horses back to Salinas. My idea was that after the race was over, the program to cause them to upset themselves. And not only
Exclusions apply. See stores or jcp.com for details.
Local summer produce is at its peak. Stay with
Wild horses.
taken where for completely without human intervention. Dominant was running the family business. He was the social as a very young child in the movies, I thought the black ran all this show. Well, the black stallion doesn't have any decisions to make at all, except how to get some other thing. Doesn't even know what. And he communicates in of the sociological group. The first thing I noticed in four expressions of communication was teenager. And then how they were walking back home.
I also studied people's ears.
And the concern. And they tell you whether they're anxious or they're tired or fresh. And their movement will tell you a lot of things about it. And their adrenaline levels and all of those.
Marshall Robbins, signature approach in the community. Mark.
Unfortunately, have behavior problems.
And the taste of the earth. There are horses who have problems. People trying to stop them. And the rest of their life, they do bring them to them. And generally, afterwards, running down to the smash. And the horse is absolutely a fully called song. He started his career in Ireland on a thoroughbred racing. And in her first and then she was put into some very hard training to fix it, you know? And then the next thing you know, she was fighting people and she had scars all over her and she was in desperate shape. And the trainer in Ireland suggested that she be taken to the United States where they claimed they had greater expertise. She brought her down the east coast of the United States. to be trained for another year or approximately that before the training. And at that moment in time, she was in a little place called Kitchen. And I went there in contracting to meet the most incredibly beautiful but confused young female that you could ever imagine. She simply said, "This will be fun. I will be there." And she listened and then
what do you think it is that you were able to do?
All trained by human beings. For all of
And you double for Elizabeth Taylor and National Velvet. You double for Let It Go. Do you have favorite stunts that you have done?
I suppose can be categorized. That guy Robert, he's on top. It seems to me that rocky sandy hills where you blast straight down the river. That was probably
stay on the horse and make that work.
I always so you get light on the horse, you get high above him, and you try not to interfere with his own of keeping his feet, and then separate from distance enough so that he can't hurt you.
Shows that side saddle riding and saddle and standing on the side of the horse while you're dodging bullets from the bad guy who's shooting at somebody else.
problems, whatever. Through the ballroom window, up the stairs.
Also, Mark Johnson is I'm David B.
Jam on.
And its commitment to share. So the Women in Workforce is committed to helping users to stay streaming that great stuff from systems comfort with the pressure with employed students. Available at a Sleep Number store or Sleep Number. So, public are rapid.
Make a splash by supporting everything you love about the
Add some extra fun to your summer.
Make a gift by August 31st and you'll be receiving gift cards to Phoenix Brook or a Dallas Handcrafted.
An active sitting chair from Floor 360.
Or a trip for two.
Join us at Building Mark Green and Jane Brimlone guide you through the night sky and answer your questions. Working Wednesday night at 9 on Vermont Public. You remember Vermont? Supported by Queen Elizabeth II, beginning with Franklin. At age 96, he was one of the invited guests at her royal funeral. Not the rock.
move with agility and don't run through on their back. Bashing you against wall or fence, or throw you down and jump. Just really dangerous and virtually everybody that goes into it suffers. within us as human beings.
Foster kids.
I went to university and I went lab project on parent and children relationships and the psychology of children. So after I left university, people in the county and the state why don't you go meet them, and bring them home and what can you do? And my life was going so well, the courses were making a little money, and I never asked for any that's just all it is. But those are incredibly good when you consider kids. So they can have that chance to succeed. When they fail, but when they succeed, they're also responsible for their life, and they must be successful. Giving them a chance to learn something new.
And your back had basically given out because of all that you ended up in that back pattern. When you're working with a horse, I think it's a
even more effective. So you have all the would take you about 15 minutes. Tortoise and horses today. In the wheel, and you walk forward with the tortoise's head. This is a plausible story with the same young horse. I got him but I knew at 5 years of age, all that old, you know, and when he got trusting in human beings, he turned his life around and became so productive. And you just have to get out of his way to allow him to win championships. He was a he was an extension of me. Quickly on the list.
He carried drugs in 1997. He died last year. His memoir is called The Man Who Left. And the recent documentary called The Cowboy and the King. Jason Moran plays Duke Ellington.
Support for programming today comes from Quebec Construction.
Offering a modern streaming service for families who want a screen-free experience with parental controls, trusted service.
There are recording companies where artists will float on extraordinary music and find midway points between the legend and themselves. One of the best examples is from pianist Jason Moran, who does a solo and compositions on the Bandcamp only release, Jason Moran Plays Guitar. Jazz critic Michael Johnson says the commonality
That's the Argentinian classic, I Got It Bad, and Bad Ain't Good, from Jason Moran's solo presentation of Roots Music. Essentially, it's as much my own as it is.
It's just...
take the depth and force that comes from heaven. More than ever. Fantasy and dives deep below.
KeyBank will meet you in that I need new neighbors moment.
Rick, is your mortgage loan officer back?
Yes, you always inform me. You want to know what you see?
Your license is typically heavy touch. Saxophonist Paul Clark and Ryan from Montreal. These days, musical tributes often feature original from French musicians. By Sean Sorey's tribute to Lance Roach, Steve Davis, Jonathan Jackson, and Dave Douglas gifts on some of those. Moran includes his original Tony Mead, influence and fascination that Ellington has had on his own music.
Lisa Chang, the band's quest for the use of and uneven loops.
Item, but not only. Because his TV shows aired in almost every country. An embodiment of what they liked about America. Who was, as Henry said of Odysseus, a man fixed in character. When we first meet her again, played by lanky Dominic Sessa, he's an annoyingly brash, deeply insecure Vassar student. A would-be writer is trying to beat up a little dialogue between Jack Sullivan his dream comes to the video. The fellowship doesn't pan out. Persons with the self-reflective darkness presented. Along the way, with its culinary rituals, jocular camaraderie, amphetamine and rap community to get the dishes out, that there's something wrong. Secret of the restaurant, Tony pretends he knows how to cook, and his parents look at him.
I'm not a cook. I'm a writer. I said I could cook.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't understand that. Shut the up.
As In origin story, Tony is a tad too neat, yet vastly better than the iconic From the start, we realized that Tony's surface bravado had no weight. Driven to find his identity, he had to unfeel pretending to be free. This is nonsense. From the propulsive rhythm of the flying feet. Who didn't work at just one place. He had a sense of his own thing with their engagement. There was no struggle. And the sexual change for them was not the innocent the film makes him seem. No doubt, the filmmakers would reply that while not maybe so. In that case, the film is emotionally free. The fact that Hollywood plays us in Hollywood is that it wasn't I would have enjoyed this movie. The play on every area.
Read the new film, Tony. On Monday, journalist Gil Durant. He spent years following a small group of Valley and says they are for American democracy and hate. His new book is called The Nerd Run. Fresh Air is a are produced and edited by Cleus Meyer, Lauren Kennedy. Our digital media.
What's involved? Anthem Vikings committed to exploring the world in Canada, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural
music
you become a little smarter, you have a little bit more wisdom, a little bit more clarity.
Cable, weekend edition from NPR.
during weekend editions. Listeners offering and Sanford, Vermont Chamber Music Festival. Now through the 15th. 89.5 WVTO. 88.1 WVTO. North Bay. 94.3 WBTN FM Bennington. Public.org.
The United States should probably look inward for a while, and the rest of the world should stop.
Also, Jerry Garcia died more than 30 years ago. Gathering to celebrate and sing along.
Whoever will come with me.
Now there's
Live from NPR News on Washington State. Acting Attorney General Hoffman is 4 steps closer to being confirmed now that he is not to support a motion to keep the is not a referendum on security. Construction but a federal appeals court has now ruled that the White House must pause projects that the people can comment. Trump has being funded by more than $300 million. Without water as the island grapples with infrastructure that's unable to keep up. We have a way to
The island has for the better not been able to deliver that. So
other contributors include
It won the bidding process to buy 87 spaces. The U.S. General Services Administration put the building up for sale to an auction. At 4:06, the eye on the sky partly cloudy. Tonight, thunderstorms as well, but come around late. Muggy tonight, patchy fog in spots with lows in the 60s to about 70. More on the forecast for the weekend coming up at 4:18 from the Fairbanks Museum.
Making headlines again. President Trump has signed two
who are ineligible for really big children families who are in the U.S. and underserved on consulate staff. It would also for children whose parents are, quote, engaging in fraudulent activity to obtain citizenship. Trump has talked about the ways that women are misrepresented on campaign. Tourism. If officials believe they were engaging in this, do we even know about the Trump yesterday told hundreds of thousands $3.6 million babies born in the U.S. every year. And it's why immigration advocates argued that, quote, residential schools will not have support. Fewer than 10,000 babies born in the U.S. across residential centers. Immigration studies is a group that supports restrictions immigration and by visitors who want to go back to
So let me ask you, do you think that these latest orders are going to be upheld after litigation?
NPR corroborated both reports with U.S. officials not authorized discussion. President Trump denied massive amounts of munitions of certain types. So our next guest, Philip O'Brien, argues shortages may already be affecting the current war with Iran, any future wars, and wars fought by U.S. allies around the world. O'Brien is a professor of studies because you argue the company is taking so for what else?
Well, in the longer term, that's when they start a war, and they're going to so they know it, there's no longer war, think of, and that's what we're
military industrial base.
until they get the ability to manage the
You write in the piece for the Atlantic that sends a worrisome message to allies around the world.
Well, the number one message that's come out of this is you don't But these countries now need to look to their own universities to say, okay, we need to have some decent.
I'm listening to you and you sound awfully pessimistic about study.
And that should be the loudest. With many years of production at the present levels, it didn't get back to where the United States was. And it's very hard to say, you know, how the country any kind of coherence. States should probably look inward for a while, and the rest of the world should stop relying on the United States, and Americans should go.
Get this, corn and quilt with the cornhole tournament and live music, and of course so many other farmers markets around the state all weekend. The August West Festival going on up in the town of Jay tomorrow. That's kind of grateful day tonight. And later in July, to listen in for a special about the ongoing Denver culture. 40 years, more than 30 years. Very good.
This afternoon is looking like another hot one, with temperatures easily rising into the upper 80s. Few mountains are not hard to mix of sun and clouds. Then tonight, Senate sends development loans. More than a summer threatened to breeze. On Saturday, the challenges warm with highs in the 80s. High in the Iowa Defense on high.
Hey, by the way, all things that you can find them and all their details community Public.org. At 4:20, Vermont Public has funding from Washington County Mental Health Services, now hiring staff committed to making a difference for clients. Open positions and applications at WCMHS.org.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Sleep Number, offering the new Comfort Next Lux, which has the goal of delivering positive
The member station WABE in Atlanta is at the CBC and Francis Montreal House. Hi. So first, can you just remind us how the shooting unfolded at the CBC last August? What happened?
Yeah, it was afternoon rush hour, just a typical day, and suddenly a gunman opened fire outside the CBC. 33-year-old DeKalb County Police Officer David Rose before County investigators later identified him as Pastor Joseph White. He left behind writings expressing his discontent with the COVID-19 vaccine.
That was a shooting.
Were off limits to reporters, but what we know is that RFK Jr. appeared at a morning ceremony with CBC staff. They unveiled a plaque honoring Officer Rose, and then in the afternoon, CILV National Institute of Health Director hosted a town hall event with staff, and was also I've spoken to multiple current and former CBC employees, and there's a mix of emotions. A lot of people feel Kennedy's visit overshadowed the remembrance of Officer Rose. And, for others, today is just another reminder of the traumatic year. Hundreds of employees there again today. She asked NPR not to use her name because she's not authorized to speak.
We felt like that was okay to have one person who is most responsible for the
Well, what does the Trump administration say about the CDC cuts?
Administration officials continue to say federal agencies, and now this week the Senate has confirmed
Thank you, Jess.
Thank you, Sarah. The race for your Senate in May is
Arrangements for a wedding with taps of blue. Make this form from scratch and then single last year on the farm, hosted by the fundraiser for the Democratic Senate bid. Since then, we dropped out last month over rape allegations, which we denied. This one
but I also think that his campaigning was incredibly exhausting in a lot of ways.
Now, we've gone back. On reports that he has a short temper.
Disturbing news. Grandfather again? No.
College during his time as a state lawmaker. It's something he's apologized for, and he says he always tries to always with respect. Let's start that Emily Kane. She's a former state senator and the previous executive director of Emily Kane.
People who decide statewide races are independent, who are also a majority.
Collins has survived tough elections before, but 2026 the ballot since 98 was overturned. He brought in conservative majority that went on to eliminate the constitutional right to an abortion. Speaking of abortion this summer, Collins struggled to regret her vote.
We'll hear about the expansive support from helping Vermonters invest locally. Happy Friday.
Or here on the radio, August 12th, as we explore the wonders of the summer sky, from the Perseid meteor shower to the summer triangle and the Big Dipper. Reserve free tickets at Vermont event, and email your astronomy questions to stargazing at vermontpublic.org.
Support from Adagio Chocolates and Chroma Technology.
It's All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Mary Louise Kelly.
And I'm Elsa Chang. You can get money on just about anything on prediction market sites.
But should you be able to bet on a clinical trial where patients' lives are at stake?
They're flashy and they're doing the price.
Healthcare continues to add well, at a much slower pace, but it still has been on in the West. Patients and medical researchers are calling on prediction market sites to ban betting on clinical trials. NPR's Bobby Allen tells us Fauci and Polymarket say they offer valuable information.
Prediction market sites,
Probably some of the cancer patient in clinical trials.
With Vermont Public News. Healthcare leaders are lining up before the powerful Green Mountain Care Plan to ask regulators to approve their budgets. In total, Vermont hospitals are proposing to spend roughly $4 billion next year. Michael is the head of the Vermont Association of Hospital Health Systems. He told the board this year's spending plans already involve hospitals making changes to cut costs.
And the remaining already extremely small.
Budget hearings will continue through August and are open to the public. Regulators have a and a capital Vermont nature community plans to double the size of the existing trail network there. Shows one of these visitors after then back to showers and thunderstorms for the afternoon. forecast all weekend on the Vermont Public mobile app or on the Vermont Public site. We have funding this afternoon. Community-powered care platform and app connecting neighbors to support. More at CUK. And at 4:35, All Things Considered continues for a Friday on Vermont Public.
Support for NPR and so much from investment to personal responsibility, all in one place. More at Shaw. From the Wallace Foundation, an independent, nonpartisan research foundation. Wallace Foundation, and from the listeners who support this NPR station. This is all
in Quebec City, California.
Governor, one way or another. Joining me now, so let's start with Trump's primary. Congressman Andy Ogles endorsed by condemned by many, especially Muslim groups who saw it as part of a dangerous rise in Islamophobia. He lost to Charlie Hatcher, a former Tennessee agriculture commissioner. As a dairy farmer, Hatcher positioned himself as the down-to-earth alternative to Ogles, saying that he's more action than talk. For Democrats now, their pick, Columbia, Tennessee Mayor Chad Mulder, could have a harder race ahead of him, facing a candidate who doesn't have the same controversies as Ogles. How did President Trump respond to his candidate losing? He talked about the results on Truth Social. He's now downplaying his support of Ogles after the primary results, and that Ogles that he had to reveal. Trump did win the primary. Meanwhile, Senator Nancy Blackburn won the Republican nomination. Exactly. Blackburn beat I'll say her Democratic opponent is also a woman, so either way it was Blackburn will face Democrat Jerry Green, who's a lawyer on the National He focuses on affordability.
The woman will put the that on.
Sometimes as many as 40 at once. This is nowhere is safe.
Now we're playing it in the moonlight.
All while on the way to school. You could also get hit by a drone in the market. As fighting intensifies, elevates. Maybe one of the world's most important things. There was this deep memory of the grand Canadian Robin forces who took a strategic pilot to the city from that success. But for civilians in Alabama, there is little to celebrate. According to UN estimates. The Irish tactics to Alberta infrastructure and geological purposes. And on the outskirts of the city, place when camps of swelling, small families flee the fighting. Across these camps and the city, a deadly cholera outbreak is adding to the crisis, with children the worst affected. And many women and girls, says UN Women's East Africa Director Anna Mukabati.
And that the perception that darkness offers protection from aerial attacks is really
It is a red alert that needs to land on the deck of every ship.
They also told them the US to stop sending arms.
Des années plus tard, qui sont vues de non-sens, dans la panique on déclarait l'état d'urgence, quand tout est passé
Continue around the country, and it's not the only food bug that's caused a big outbreak. In Idaho, raw milk has sickened more than 100 people, sending 11 to the hospital. The Morning Television at Boise State Public Radio reports the state has no plans to increase regulations.
There's a busy summer stretch of the Christian farmers market in North Iowa. We have some of our staff in there about all this and tea.
It does seem that we've had quite a lot of interest, almost more than we can keep up with most of the time. Especially when it comes to the cheese or, when down here at the market, we always sell out before.
That raw milk is milk straight out of the udder that hasn't been pasteurized. That's the process of heating milk. Raw milk, besides,
I think that it's healthier for you. I'm not a doctor or anything that can tell you for certain that you should drink it, but I have myself noticed many benefits from better digestion to just more energy after it.
raw milk and 10 errors. A
113 cases. 11 people have to be hospitalized.
Raw milk is always on our radar because it has so many different pathogens associated with it.
Kristen Pogriba-Brown is an infectious disease epidemiologist at the University of Arizona. She says raw milk can harbor dangerous disease-causing bacteria like Campylobacter, Salmonella, and Campylobacteriosis can cause symptoms ranging from stomach aches to bloody diarrhea.
That's often what gets people to the hospital. With some cases of Campylobacter. And so
Pogriba-Brown says that's because the U.S. has pasteurized milk for more than 5 years. They may not recognize its effectiveness. It's been more than a month since the last agricultural director of the United For NPR News, I'm Lauren Patterson in Houston, Idaho.
That piece of fruit off the tree or off of the bush, like blueberries and raspberries. Charlie will let us know next hour during All Things Garden. Meanwhile, Eye on the Night Sky off the
that's left, look for a comma-shaped plant. They will have a dolphin and a precise obvious tail as basically used to the lower body. Two longer tails refer to the dolphin, one in which the sides is captivated by a Sky is a production of the
like the Mazda CX-50 Hybrid with all-wheel drive. Coming up on a full country, also has support today from the Mountain Goat in Manchester, offering gear and apparel for outdoor, backcountry, and travel events. Open every day, mountaingoat.com. And from you,
where the lives of atheists are on the line. A temporary Auditorium
As a soon-to-be seventh grader, Joshua Patterson's son is like many kids these days.
The thing I'm looking forward to most in seventh grade is lunch, and the thing everything I'm looking forward to least is everything else.
One of his passions is art, but he doesn't take classes. He likes teaching himself.
I like drawing, stuff under the book. Some investment scary stuff under the book are cool.
2 years ago, his family, who lives in Boston, had a nightmare scenario. They found a lump on their son's side that turned out to be cancer. After months of grueling chemotherapy and radiation, he was declared cancer-free. But then, the cancer returned. So Patterson and took his son into a clinical trial for Not long after, Patterson read in the news that prediction market sites Currency and Polymarket are allowing people to bet on the outcome of clinical trials. That is a huge government. People will bet or lose money.
People are going to suffer.
To provide a new source of information results, helping investors decide what to invest the prospect of betting with those involved.
Place a bet so that it's going to work well. Great. Good story. Good story.
And it says it won't allow betting on markets where all trial subjects are minors, but that could change. And if it does, Patterson says, wondering if the researchers in the trial are motivated by prediction of profits or his own power.
What he's being asked to do and what he's being asked to endure is already so far.
His hope is that currency and Polymarket stop long speculators place bets that clinical trials won't succeed. Because he says, people are rooting for experiments and medicine to fail, so they can make money. Bobby Allen,
they'll find ways to get together and enjoy the songs as part of a series from NPR Music about the legacy of the Grateful Dead, available on
another peek in the diamond is love for the Grateful Dead. Alan Vincent's first life in 1986. He was a teenager, so he convinced his mom to let him write
because they don't ever shut off.
Andy Cohen is in the same boat. He's planning to go to a Dutch cover band show before the summer.
I'll seek it out if you ever become
Isabella Gomez Sarmiento, NPR News.
To read and hear more, go out